We got college football to talk about as well. All kinds of great stuff. If you got anything that you want to talk about, you're more than welcome. I can tell you this: it was a Coors Light weekend. I can tell you that. I know that for a fact because, well, that's just me. Okay, if I'm going to be watching football, if I'm going to be traveling, if I'm going to be with friends, I'm going to be with family. I'm going to have cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. It's just what I do, and I want you to do that as well. If you're looking for the best way to enjoy the cold, clean, crisp, refreshing beauty of Coors Light. Let's go. Climb on, brother. I was all over it this weekend. Want you to be all over it too. My brother knows. He had Coors Lights waiting for me here. He says, "Okay, Chase, I got Coors Light." He drinks those foofy beers, but he made sure and he knew it's not. I don't think it's a genetic thing because my brother drinks foofy beer. It's just embarrassing. But I love me some Coors Lights, and I know you will too. Try them. Have them ready for people to come over this holiday season. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing. Coors Light. Keep Texas chill.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. We got plenty. We got all kinds of Texans to talk, but we haven't touched on the Kyle Tucker trade. I know it was on Friday. It was right after our show, so you've had plenty of time to think or hear or talk about it. It's I don't. A lot of people are claiming, and who knows? Who knows how it's going to turn out? You know, obviously you get a guy that can come in right away and play third base, which gives you some kind of indication what they think about Alex Bregman coming back. He possibly could play. He could play first base as well. But the haul that you got for him, we'll find out. We'll find out what kind of young player, what kind of. I mean, he's immediately the best prospect in the organization. But we'll find out whether or not this is going to be a good trade. I kind of believe in Dana Brown and trades. I kind of believe that dude knows what he's doing. They could have got Castellanos and Baum from the Phillies, and I don't know that I would have wanted that. Just that seems to me like just a Band-Aid kind of thing. I'd like to have a prospect that's going to be here for a while, but we're going to have to live through this outfield this year, unless they do something drastic, Lance. We're going to have to live through an outfield this year that is it's probably the worst hitting outfield in baseball.
Well, the Astros seem to be under the word that was getting out over the weekend is they're not done. They've got some more moves to make.
Well,
so
sure.
I don't think they're done. I think they understand. I think they want to be competitive. I mean, they're doing it in a way that is a very disciplined manner in terms of how they go about their internal free agency. You either sign early or you're gone. And this is the first time that Jim Crane realized, and I think it's a statement on where the Astros are now versus where they were a year or even two ago, where they understand, it's if we're being honest with ourselves, we've got to start moving guys for packages, because at least Kyle Tucker, because you can't afford to let all these guys walk and get draft picks. It's just, you haven't traded anybody for a package of goods to replenish the minor leagues. And frankly, this is the last guy you can do it with. You don't have anyone else unless you do it with Jordan in the future. So this is your last opportunity. You didn't do it with George. You didn't do it with Carlos. You didn't do it with Bregman. You have to do it with somebody. And Tucker's the guy. And the package was, you get an immediate starter with some power. Cam Smith, I mean, honestly, this is the kind of addition that you needed. Somebody who's a top 100 prospect in a minor league system who can bolster your system. I would have liked to seen maybe two of those guys, and a starting third baseman. But the reality is you get a pitcher who helps you right away as opposed to a prospect. You get somebody who can help you right away. I don't personally care. I know people love to make a big deal about this. Hayden Wesniewski, the middle reliever, he's from here. That everyone makes like a really big deal about that. I shouldn't say everyone, but a lot of people do. I don't really care where you're from. Like, I'm glad for him and his family. I just want to make sure he can get guys out. I don't care where he's from.
Well,
I swear to God.
Well, it looks like he
can.
So
no, that's all I care about is I don't care if he's a local kid. Well, okay.
Did you see?
If he listened to our show growing up, I like him a lot better. I'll just be honest with you.
He might have.
He might have.
Don't know.
I don't know.
Wesneski, not Wesniewski.
Well, I'm gonna kind of see if we can maybe.
I know you're gonna throw extra letters.
We're gonna try to change that.
Extra shots, extra letters. Paredes, did you see the overlapping of if he was hitting in Minute Maid Park last year, where his balls would have gone?
So he is a Crawford box gangster.
He's going to be a hero, a Crawford
box
hero.
That was the big graphic that was making its way around Twitter to show how Dana just absolutely robbed the Cubs.
Well, listen, if Cam Smith turns out to be a player, it's going to be good.
Yeah, Cam Smith is a key.
Listen, what the Cubs did, they're not just because he goes to the Cubs this year, you ain't guaranteed this guy. And I saw people going, well, why didn't they sign him? Oh, come on, people. Are you not paying any attention? Kyle Tucker was not signing anything. He was getting the free agency. He wants to get that gigantic bag. He ain't going to get Soto money. But that Soto contract changed some things. It changed things on top players all around baseball. He's not Juan Soto. But you know what? That just upped the ante for everybody, every contract. So it was going to be undoable for the Astros. Now, I saw where they're talking about Nolan Arenado. I cannot believe that this organization, after what happened with Jose Abreu. I cannot believe that this organization would make a stupid move like that. You can see his numbers failing. He's going to be 34. So you won't pay a guy 7 years who's 29, but you're going to pay a guy who's going to be 34, 35, and 36. That doesn't make any sense.
Whose best years were all in Colorado. I mean,
Right,
of course,
right.
everyone's best years are in Colorado, but his numbers, anything that you try to hang your hat on, 42 homers, 41, 37, 38, 41, all Colorado. And by the way, he was all in his 20s. He's now, as you mentioned, John, he's going to be 34. And we went through these numbers last week for those who didn't listen. His strikeout numbers took a scary jump last year in terms of his strikeouts to walks. His OPS took a big dip last year. His last 2 years, it's gone to 774 and then 719. Yeah. Everything is a blinking red light. Do not sign. Do not sign. Or if you do sign him, John, 1 year.
That's it. That's fine.
And then
That's
he
fine.
plays third, and then Paredes plays first.
Well, no. You got to trade for him. You got to pick up his contract. So there ain't no 1 year. This is you're picking up the guy. So
well, how many years does he have left on his deal?
That's a great
yeah,
question.
I'm not sure that he has more than 1 year.
I will have to look it up.
I'll look it up right now.
719 OPS, 16 homers, 719 OPS. That is unacceptable, especially where he was and where he is now.
Yeah, he's got looks like he has, come on, computer. Come on, internet. Come on, Spot Track. He signed a 2-year deal.
Spot Track always takes a while to come up.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, Spot Track takes a while.
The Cardinals are let's see. Why is Spot Track not working? Well, he signed a yeah, I gotta see. It's taking too long. I'll have it in a second. Maybe Spot Track servers will work here in a second.
Yeah, I don't know why, but Spot Track always takes a lot longer than anything else. I don't know why. Anyway, regardless, you don't pick that up. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Here we go. So he has got yucky. No,
yeah, like 3 years left.
Oh my God. So many years left.
No, don't do it.
Oh my God. Get Bagwell out of there.
That's not Bagwell.
This year he's making 21. Next year he'll make 16. The year after he makes 15. So at least it's sliding downward, but it's still 3 years of guaranteed money. It's not backbreaking money, and you might be able to get the Cardinals to take on some of that money too.
That's what you'd have to do too. Yeah. But even still, you got to do a guy. You want a guy that's not on the way down,
because he'll be in the lineup. That's the problem. Forget what he costs. He's in the lineup.
I mean, a 272. I don't care about that. 272 hitter that with a 719 OPS, a power hitter that had 16 home runs. No, thank you. No, thank you. I'm out.
Do you know his contract? He's getting deferred money until he's 50 years old.
Oh, really?
You know the Dodger deal? The Cardinals did the Dodgers deal for Ohtani. The Cardinals did this where his deferred money started when he was 31 years old at $2 million per year, from age 31 all the way to age 40, and then it turns into a $3 million payout from age 41 to age 50. Well, so he's got one of these retirement contracts going. So he's chilling. He's good no matter what.
But your logic, for your philosophy, your logic doesn't make sense, Astros. If a guy's 29, you will not give a 7-year contract, but you'll give a guy who's going to be 34, 35, 36 a 3-year deal. What? It doesn't make any sense at all. No sense at all. Stop. You saw what happened with Abreu. Don't do it again. All right, back to the Texans on the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, you got John Daspit.
And John Daspit is the lawyer whose name is on the building. I mean, it's the Daspit law firm, and he is someone who has led the very biggest cases they have. He will lead the case when they have to really go through all the Astroworld debacle where you had the people dying and loss of life. You had the injuries. You had all that happen with the concert a few years back. John has a lot of different clients from that, and it's a longer process. And, in the meantime, John does a great job of taking care of people, making sure they get to the hospital, get the medical stuff checked out, all of that, because you need to have that looked at. You need to have that seen, even if you don't have insurance. He understands that. Time missed from work, you're going to be compensated for that in this lawsuit, because John is going to collect all of that from the insurance company, from the company where you were injured, whether it was on the work or at a location or by someone else on the roadway. There's an insurance company there to provide relief for that, and John is going to make sure they treat you fairly. He passionately pursues justice for the injured, and if you're the injured, you got a great name on your side with John Daspit, because he's going to fight, and all of his lawyers will as well. He's got like 60 lawyers on staff to make sure that everyone gets personalized, customized attention. It's John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. Your home to fight the big insurance company is John Daspit. 713 call now. That's 713 call now.
Kind of talk about my peeps over at Game Day Men's Health. They're popping up all over the city, so you don't have to worry about that. And in the next couple of years, you're going to have Game Day Men's Health all over. But you don't even have to worry about that. It doesn't have to be all that convenient, because they will give you the testosterone to bring home, and then you can do your own shots, which is different than the other guys. Everything about it is different. When you go there for the first time, a free consultation. The other guys ain't doing that. They're charging you up to $150 or even more, I think, at some places. That's ridiculous. Do not do that. Go to Game Day Men's Health, find out where you are, let them tell you how you can get to where you need to be. Are you injured and you need healing? Because they can help you with that. Are you workout warrior and you want to stay, active in the gym and you want to be better in the gym? Are you sluggish at work or in the bedroom? Whatever the case may be, they help you there as well with permanent solutions, not just a quick fix. So Game Day Men's Health is different. It's just different. It's different for me. I was with Testosterone Place for I don't know how long. I mean, I've been taking testosterone for a while now, and it's just better at Game Day Men's Health. Try it for yourself. See it for yourself. Go find the location nearest you. GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This is so true. Hey, can you believe what that local team who struggles with offense did over the weekend? No, not that one. The other one. No, not that one. The other one. It seems like all our teams right now.
Oh,
the Cougs, the Rockets, the Texans.
And sometimes the Astros.
And now it's going to be, now the Astros. I don't know how great they are defensively. They weren't that great last year. So they did have 1 Gold Glove, but no, it's the Rockets. Oh my gosh, make a shot. Goodness gracious. How awful was that? It was just awful. They listen, as is, I love this team. I love how hard they play. I don't want to see anyone go. You just got to be really, really careful not to mess with the chemistry. But man, you need a shooter. You need a shooter. You need somebody that can make baskets. Because this team, holy crap, another 3 for 15 out of Fred. It's just brutal. That's the guy that you love.
The
That's the guy
backcourt
that you
can't. It's hard to fade this inefficiency in the backcourt. Fred is making $40 million a year. If Ime picks him back up, if Rafael picks him back up for the option year, John, when he's shooting this poorly, like, is Fred really offering something that you can't replace in the free agent market, or maybe even with Reed Shepherd next year? Is Fred really this valuable? His job has been completed. This is a hungry team. It's an aggressive team. They play defense. They're more serious about being pro basketball players. Your job is good here, Fred. We'll always remember you. Thanks for your service. Now beat it. We're not picking up this option year unless Fred wants to take about $6 million. That's what I'll offer him.
no.
That's my offer.
I mean, can we stop putting out Sheik Van Vliet pictures?
They call him Jihad Fred.
I know.
I still don't exactly know
the beard,
the nexus of the beginning of it. Like, who was the first one to do it?
I don't know who did
I thought
that,
it was Roosh Williams, but then the Hater Report, which is just a really nasty Twitter account, seems to hate Rockets, by the way. Yeah, it's, if you haven't seen it, it's quite something.
Yes.
It's a picture of Fred in like headdress, and I mean, it's full.
Yeah, no, in the desert. Yeah. Yeah. So are you with me? Are you with me that they got to get somebody who can score?
Well, it's getting hard to, you see how hard it is to get over the top when you can't score. They played neck and neck with that team. And then just eventually the offense just wouldn't allow, as soon as Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, as soon as SGA got going and some of those threes started falling for them, it was a wrap.
Yeah.
Because Oklahoma City can defend also.
Yeah.
And good defense and bad offense, not great.
Fred and Jalen combined 8 for 29 and 2 for 19 from 3.
I mean, how can you win a game like that?
You can't win like that. And yet they were in the game the whole way up until
who they beat just the other day. It was Oklahoma City. They beat the other day shooting
Golden
terrible.
State.
It was Golden State shooting terrible from 3.
Yeah.
That's an example of, okay, you've got enough at home to beat Golden State in a game like that. What you can't do is go to a non-home game, and frankly, really anywhere, and shoot like that against a team like Oklahoma City. The Rockets are a good little basketball team. They're a scrappy team. They're going to be in the playoffs, but this Amen can't shoot. Jalen is way too streaky. Fred is now way too streaky. You just are dealing with, and golly, Alperen sucked the other day. Man, he was a complete, he was the most passive I've seen him all year long.
Okay, so he's taken over as best player on the team. Amen is the best player on that team. Tari, not Tari, not Alperen, not Jalen. Amen is the most consistent, brings it every night, brings unbelievable energy, brings unbelievable defense, all the intangibles that he brings. Amen Thompson is the guy that is the best player on this team right now. And I don't even know. I don't even think it's close. Tari has.
I'm not going to argue.
Tari's falling off a hair.
I mean, statistically, it's still Alperen, but in terms of game in, game out, playing at a high level, it's Amen.
No,
Amen's at a high level every game.
He's got 7 rebounds, 3 steals. He's got. I mean, it puts points up, rebounds, steals, defense, everything about him. Everything. He's good. You got to find a guy, though, that can fill up a basket, make a jump shot, make a 3-pointer. Goodness gracious. I mean, it's just like the Cougs. It's almost identical to the Cougs.
Mm-hmm.
Almost identical.
Yeah.
Find a shooter.
It's getting pretty frustrating, but to me, you've always got Jalen Green as a trade piece. I don't think you're tied to that. I don't think that contract is a Jalen is an explosive scorer. He's not a great 3-point shooter, but there's going to be a team somewhere where you can facilitate a 3-team trade and you can move him if you need to. You're probably going to have to change construction of this team a little bit when the season's over. Not now. It's unlikely to be this year. But when the season's over, you make a decision on Fred and then you make a decision on Jalen, because if you feel like you can't win with that lineup, at some point Amen needs to be a full-time player. You free up some space for him. And it could just be Reed Shepherd is your Mark Price point guard. He's your shooting point guard. It's not like this offense is run by a standard point guard. It's not run that way anyway. So you just need Reed Shepherd eventually to get comfortable. Defensively, Fred's going to be better in terms of I say he's going to be better. He's stronger than Reed Shepherd, but Reed is going to be, I don't care what Reed's shooting right now. Reed is going to be an elite shooter. He's going to be fine. He just needs to get into the flow of an NBA offense, add a little play strength, and just get used to the speed of the game. Amen Thompson needs to be playing 36 minutes, 37 minutes a game. He just does. And you can't do that until Jalen's gone. So I think Jalen is I think you're eventually going to have to get away from Jalen. We're in year 4 and the shooting is it's just not improving at a fast enough rate. And he's a high volume shooter. So that's not ideal. He's so beautiful when he goes to the rim. It looks so good. He's such a nice finisher. There's things he does that I like a lot. It's just, if you want to win a championship, you're going to have to recognize the elements that you need to change along the way. And right now, you're right, John. Scoring is going to be a major, major issue, because these games, when they bog down into the half court, you're just too streaky.
Yep. 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 Yeah. All right. 743 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Time to play. What have you learned this weekend? Brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. So you give a call, you get one sentence. What have you learned this weekend in one sentence? Okay. You get one sentence to tell us something that you learned about life, about your family, about your boss, about your whatever it is, about a girl you'd never seen before, whatever it is. You got one sentence to tell us what you learned this weekend, brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. I want you to have a healthy head of hair. That's what I want. And that's where Doc Linville comes in. If you're looking for the best way to get that hair, okay, and it is the best way. The other way, where they cut you and then it's the blood all over and then they try to paste it on your head, it's awful. It's awful. The neografting is different. It grabs in the roots of the hairs and you put it back in on the top. And it's not like right away. It takes 5, 6, 7 months. And now all of a sudden you're like, holy cow, look at all of these little sprouts on the top of my head. And it's awesome. It's awesome. I mean, obviously my head is not perfect, but boy, it is so much better. So much better. I'm so glad that I did it. And you'll be glad too. 975hair.com, especially if you're younger. Do it now. Don't wait till you're bald. Do it now. 975hair.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. Time for What Did You Learn This Weekend in One Sentence. I want you to come in and give us the lowdown. One sentence. That's all you get. One sentence. Okay. So I'm gonna start by saying I learned that I make a great sugo because I was finally affirmed by my family this weekend who knows gravy.
Oh, it's a special moment when you get that
It was
family
special.
affirmation.
Yep. Yes, I did.
Because you can't trust Wendy. She's from South Louisiana.
No, they don't know.
Yeah.
But my family knows, and I got that affirmation, and I feel special. I am special.
I learned that one of my favorite little restaurants is closing down, while restaurants that serve really terrible food that dogs should not eat get to stay open.
Well, some of those are closing.
And that same restaurant group had produced another awful meal for my wife.
But that same group also has closings too. So
yeah, there's some stay open, some stay closed. That's true.
All right, 713-780-3776.
Dell learned Tua is not that good.
No, Tua sucks.
And it doesn't pay to be a Tua stan.
No, what I learned is no matter what the personnel is, Bobby Slowick still can't handle a Ravens type defense.
That's true. They don't.
We have not discussed that.
That was Anthony Weaver too.
We have not discussed it because of how great the Texans defense was.
No.
But woof, how many total yards did the Texans have?
Not as many as you would hope.
207 or 206. Wow, it was awful. All right, let's go. As soon as somebody gets off, you get in. 713-780-3776. Keith is first up. Keith, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
I learned this weekend that Deion Sanders' three kids, Shador, Shiloh, and Deion Sanders Jr. know that Deion Sanders doesn't look at them the way he looks at Travis Hunter.
Yes.
He loves them some Travis.
Yeah.
Did he have a moment where a look?
No. Oh my gosh. Yeah.
I didn't see it.
Of all of his kids, he loves Travis Hunter the most, followed by Shador, and then the other two are just guys.
Right. The other two are guys.
He's even said that too. Like, I don't love them as much. I was like, okay, that's probably
good to tell him. As you are, you love your kids.
Play better. He just says, play better.
That's it. Then I'll love you more.
Tackle
Who's
better,
next,
Shiloh.
Uncle, I actually go with Woods. Woods, what have you learned?
I learned that one tough season for the 49ers has Kyle Shanahan looking like Matthew McConaughey on Dallas Buyers Club.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Wow. He's skinny now?
He looks disheveled.
Oh,
he looks disheveled. I don't think he looks that skinny, but remember Matthew McConaughey took like 3 years to get his look right after that movie. It took a while. He got down to like 160 pounds or 155 pounds.
No, that was awful.
And it took him a while to get his whole aura back.
All right. Who's next, Del?
We moved to Uncle Freddie. What have you learned?
I learned that no matter how many times it happens, NFL players will never learn to run through the goal line with the football in their hand.
Twice it happened yesterday.
No, so I thought the one guy was just changing hands. He wasn't just dropping it.
The Bengals? He didn't drop it, but it still wasn't a touchdown.
But Jonathan Taylor dropped it.
Jonathan Taylor, just the dumbest.
That's the most selfish.
You're playing for they needed to win that to have a chance at the playoffs, and that robbed them of all of their momentum because they were controlling the game at that point.
I thought that the Bengals defensive back was changing.
Cam Taylor-Britt. Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
It wasn't the same, but it wasn't a touchdown.
No, it wasn't a touchdown.
Change hands when you cross the goal line. There was no reason to change hands. He was changing hands for his celebration.
Right. But Jonathan Taylor dropped it on purpose. That's just the most selfish thing I've ever seen. Who's next, Al?
Ocho, what have you learned?
Yeah, I learned that after chasing down Taylor Bullock yesterday, I have a much better appreciation for how fast Achane is.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Holy crap.
Well, I mean, he was a 4.2 track guy or 4.3 track guy. He's a real track guy.
He had an angle, but still.
He's a real track guy.
And and it saved them. It saved them a touchdown. I mean, the Texans got a field goal out of it, but that's it. That's it. Who's next, Dale?
Carlos, what have you learned?
I learned that Derek Stingley is hands down the best cornerback in the NFL.
Oh,
You're gonna have to prove. Well, I might argue that the guy in Denver is the best. Pat Surtain, I think he's the best pure cornerback. But I mean, Stingley is in the top 3.
Is he all pro this year?
I think Stingley will be either first or second team all pro. Yes, I think he'll be one of the top 4 corners. Yes,
I think so too. I think he should be one of the top 2. Is he better? Is he going to get more love than Sauce? That's the question.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm going to look at both their stats, but we'll keep hearing what people.
Well, Stingley had better stats last year.
Well, I mean, like cover, like passes, defense, and all that stuff.
All right, Dell.
Tom on a mobile. What have you learned?
Tom on a mobile.
Hey guys.
Hey.
So I learned, just like Johnny Boy, I can whip up a mean gravy as well, but it's best to keep it in my pants, if you know what I mean.
No, absolutely not.
You don't mix up a mean gravy
in your pants.
You
don't. No one's eating pants gravy.
Well,
that sounds terrible. Who could even sell that anywhere?
I don't think they would call it pants gravy.
Houston Dab says Travis Hunter greater than Stingley. Shut up.
Travis Hunter's not even going to be a corner.
You're not even.
I talked to wide receiver. I talked to NFL teams like, no. He's definitely a better wide receiver than corner. He's not going to be a full-time corner. So no, he's not.
Did you hear CJ? We'll hear from CJ in a little bit. He wants Sting to play. He wants him to play some wide receiver. That would be cool. Get him some reps at wide receiver because he can track a ball now.
Have more catches.
He can track a ball. Who's next, Dale?
We go with Rodney. Rodney, what have you learned?
Rodney, what'd you learn?
Hey, good morning, guys. I learned this weekend that the Philadelphia Eagles are the best team in the NFL, and Bitcoin is $105,000, baby.
Man, it keeps going up.
Oh.
It keeps going up. I got back in DraftKings after I stayed out, immediately went down. I am the biggest jinx in the history of the stock market. Like literally, the ghost of me was there when it crashed back in the 1900s. It was.
You started the Great Depression?
I must have, because as soon as I got back in DraftKings, it dropped 5 points.
Oh.
4 full points. I'm like, how does this happen? I get out and I lose out on tons of money. I get back in and I lose what I had. I'm a jinx.
1929.
He made the Great Depression about him.
I know.
That's talent.
I know. That is something. He wasn't even alive. Who's next, Al?
We go to Underrated Mess. What have you learned?
What's up, fellas? I learned that if the Texans run another toss play to any side of the field, I may punch my neighbor in the face.
Oh, my God. Well, your neighbor, why is he catching it?
I know, because he's closest.
He can't punch Bobby Slowick, so he's got to punch his neighbor.
Yeah.
Well, just how about keep your fit? No, let's not punch people because the Texans are running pitches. Okay.
Well,
I'm not going to govern how a man responds to a
This
play
is what did you learn? What I just learned is that he will punch somebody for that. That's what I learned.
I caught it early in the game when they ran a wheel route and on third down, and it was like, what are we doing?
They're short.
Nico, we got all, and we're running a wheel route on third down and 4. What is wrong with us? Okay. All right. We suck. Well, we did suck. Offensively, what in the bleep is going on? Dell, who's next?
We move to Peter. Peter, what have you learned?
Morning, gentlemen. I learned that I'm concerned for John. It sounds like he's phone calling from someone's basement where he's trapped.
Have you had to put any lotion on your skin yet?
I have not had to put any lotion. No, it's not me that would put the lotion on my skin. I am not. I'm being held. I'm in my brother's office, as a matter of fact, right now. So it's very nice. No one worry about me. I'll blink twice. I'm fine.
We're worried that you may have to put the lotion on your skin, or else you'll get the hose again.
It sounds like that. They're that deep. Is that it?
Well,
it does.
it's tinny. It's not a great quality. It sounds like you're being held
Like
hostage
in a
somewhere.
well.
Yeah, in a well.
And then a
Like
well,
you're shouting up from a well. Yeah.
or it gets the hose again.
All right,
Who's
we
next?
got a couple more. Other Eric, what have you learned?
Morning, gentlemen. I learned that North Carolina really believes Bill Belichick is going to sit in living rooms, drink bad coffee, and make promises about playing time.
or they'll just come there. They'll just have their bagman go there with a check, and Bill Belichick will just do Zooms. Because the old recruiting style is not. I don't think it really works that way anymore. Where I don't know. Maybe the head coach goes in and visits with the family. But let's just be real.
No, he does. So
close the deal.
The top guys, you just have to. The deal is just what's your routing number.
Well, sure, but
that's really all it is. Look at all the quarterback movement.
Everyone can transfer money.
Yeah,
you got to sell a dream still.
Like, Coach, did you bring your routing number? It's nice to see you, but have you seen my Super Bowl ring? That's fine. Where's your routing number?
Well, all his former players are like, what? He's going to recruit? Like Tom Brady's like, what? What are you talking about?
No, I think we all know how that's going to go.
Yeah.
We got one more special guest, the head coach of the Birmingham Stallions.
What?
That's what it says. What have you learned?
I learned this weekend that we have extended.
Keith, you can't call him twice. Cut it out. At least change the voice a little bit. If you're going to call in twice.
I learned that we... No,
you're not. That's Wade Phillips, isn't it? No, he's in San Antonio. Who's the Birmingham Stallions head coach?
I don't know. And
well, you're about to find out.
It was Summy, right? And now or was he? I forget.
You were about to find out.
Oh, we weren't. Keith.
Skip
no,
Holtz
Keith
is the Birmingham Stallions.
Who? Skip Holtz?
Skip Holtz.
Oh, all right.
I think.
All right. We were going to get a Skip Holtz call. Boy, why'd you hang up on that, Del?
I don't know why I made that decision. Why I made that decision.
Yeah. That was a poor decision for all the listeners.
Apologies.
Yeah.
For Keith, Skip Holtz.
Hey, thanks everybody. You guys are awesome. Congratulations. We love doing what did you learn this weekend in one sentence, and you guys are fantastic.
Brought to you by Game Day Men's Health.
Game Day Men's Health. Thank you. Game Day Men's Health. Locations all over and growing. And it is going to just get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And you know what's gotten so big, and it's crazy because Chastain Ford was just a mom and pop, right? It was just a regular, a family, but it is just grown huge. And you know why it's grown huge is because of the way they go about their business. It started with mostly commercial vehicles because they give a great price, customize it exactly how the business wants it to whatever their needs are. No add-ons, no markups, service as well. How about service that will come to your business? That's right. They've got mobile units that can come and fix the vehicles at your business. That's service, okay? And that's happening in Chastain Ford. Right now, you got 1.9 APR for 60 months on a new F-150, Explorer, or Escape. Those are great. It's unbelievable deals. And they're throwing in $1,000 holiday cash, no payments for 90 days. ChastainFord.com, the home of no dealer add-ons, no hidden fees, total transparency every single time. You've been looking for a Bronco Raptor? Well, they have one in stock with $12,000 off. You're looking for the best deal that you can get this holiday season. If you're buying a Ford, there's one place to go. It's on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. It's just 5 minutes from downtown Chastain Ford.
Taqueria Serrandas is here for your Monday. How do you get Mondays going? Well, it starts off by getting by a Taqueria Serrandas to grab your breakfast tacos. And then, if you want, you come back and you go watch that football game tonight over at Taqueria Serrandas, because Arandas sports bars are inside the Taqueria Serrandas. That's where the Arandas sports bar is. It's right there at the bar, where they have it tricked out with a brand new menu that's just for you. Now, you can get your authentic Mexican favorites, as always, but they've got bar food waiting for you as well. Drink specials on beer and margaritas and Bloody Marys or whatever it is that you want. They've got it for you. But I'm telling you right now, there's no better opportunity to have a great time with your friends than at a Taqueria Serrandas. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, dinner, or if you're watching a game, this is a great spot to pull up. I had someone ask me about the tamales. They brought the tamales in. They're championship tamales. They've got this unbelievably high rating from the Chronicle, and I had them for myself. Blown away. My family blown away. Pork, chicken, the best place to pick them up, the Arandas Bakery. So head by the bakery, get all your sweets, your pan dulce, and all of your tamales for this holiday season. It's Taqueria Serrandas.
Hi, welcome back. Let's talk Texans football. And it was all about the defense yesterday. It was all about Derek Stingley. 2 interceptions. They had 3 total picks. Kalen Bullock got his, and he was tackled on the 5-yard line. We talked a little bit about that with Devin Ancient. He ran him down, and it cost the Texans because they couldn't score. Holy cow, dude. You got 2 touchdowns. How about Nico Collins, 2 touchdowns, 17 yards. 17 yards for Nico. I mean, talk about no production whatsoever. Tank had 26 yards. Joe Mixon, 33 yards.
Tank
17
didn't have
for Nico, 17 for Mechie.
Tank has no 100-yard games this year. I don't think he's even close to a 100-yard game. No. He did against the Jets. Yeah, he had 6 catches for 6 catches for 126 yards against the Jets. But I mean, he's been below 50.
1 game, yep.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of his games he's been below 50 yards. It just has not been the same. 2 touchdowns. It's just not the Tank is just not really a factor. I expect to see Mechie or Woods get a catch at about the same pace as
Mechie
Tank.
had a ball right in his hands that would have been a huge play, and he drops it.
Dropped it. Yep.
He doesn't hold on to it.
In the last
Mechie,
4
that was a
games,
big play.
in the last 4 games, John, Tank has 10 targets in his last 4 games. No, I'm sorry. He has 10 receptions. He has 12, 16, 17. He has 18 targets in his last 4 games with 10 catches. It's just been it's been nothing. Tank hasn't scored. He hasn't scored since the second Indianapolis game. You have not had that explosive element. Defenses have basically learned to take away what the Texans like to do. And the fact is, C.J. Stroud and Bobby Sloak have not made the proper adjustments. The Texans, and I found out about this midweek, or later in the week, actually, that they are going to play Blake Fisher at right guard and at right tackle, and they were going to bump down Titus Howard to left guard. It's their best offensive line. Their potential to have their best offensive line is pretty much what they had yesterday from a pass pro standpoint. You have 3 tackles on the field. You're still going to give up some pressure. I mean, it's not going to be perfect, but it's going to be better at left guard. The run blocking will suffer, as we saw. The run blocking was a little hit or miss. It's hard to win when your running back gets hip dropped every other game and is injured. And you saw Joe Mixon gutted it back out, got back on the field, but he went out, looked like he was in trouble. He gave everyone the thumbs up, got back out there, had another run or 2, and then kind of hobbled off the field. So he's not at 100%. Won't be this next week, more than likely. In fact, wouldn't be shocked if we heard that he doesn't play this week so that he can get ready, because you got postseason coming up. And they're going to have Joe Mixon at his best. So I'm not sure on that hip drop, if his ankle is an issue, I'm not sure I'm playing him until he says it's good to go. You got 3 more weeks. You may get your butts kicked because your offense isn't doing enough to beat teams like, not to beat the Ravens. So that's for damn sure, and probably not beat Kansas City. Between their unbelievable luck and their opportunistic defense, doesn't even matter if Pat Mahomes is having a great year. You still can't beat them. So I don't know. I think the Texans may have
what are we forgetting about the Bills?
Forget about the Bills. I mean, you may have gotten your last win. You may have gotten your last win of the season yesterday, but
no. Listen, they're favorites against the Chiefs with Mahomes' ankle.
Yeah, we'll see if Mahomes plays.
You know what? You want to talk about that's a 9-6 game coming up on Saturday.
Yeah.
What two teams that are struggling offensively, mightily offensively, two teams that have defenses that swarm, that attack the quarterback, swarm. That's right. And I don't know how they're going to score. I don't know how either team is going to score, to tell you the truth. I mean, it's incredible how inefficient this offense is, and Mahomes. Now the Browns have a pretty good defense, and they'll come after you as well. But they just put up 21, and Mahomes couldn't finish the game with his ankle. Carson Wentz. What if Carson Wentz starts against you?
Oh, what if you get beat by Carson?
Is that?
What if you get beat by Carson Wentz?
Why
how
would you
terrible is
like
that? I mean, it is crazy. Patrick Mahomes, 22 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. He's got 3,348 yards, a quarterback rating of 64, a QBR at least. C.J. Stroud, 3,248 yards, 17 touchdowns, 9 interceptions, a QBR of 52-2. C.J. he threw a touchdown. He actually made a couple of really nice throws. The touch where you could see him panicking a little bit, but then he threw to the right and threw the touchdown to Nico Collins in the end zone. And there was that one where, as he was getting knocked down and sacked, he completed a pass, which was a really nice improvisational completion by C.J. Stroud. But I mean, once again, he was 18 to 26 for 131 yards. He threw the 2 interceptions. Like it was an efficient game. It was not an explosive game. That was not what yesterday was going to be. But it is. I want to be able to focus on them winning the division and how good the defense played. But we would be remiss if we did not mention that this offense right now, the way it's going, I've taken a wait and see attitude with Slowick, because to me, you got to let things play out a little bit. Bobby Slowick is going to be a Texans OC next year too. For those of you who are praying on his downfall, you can pray all you want. It's not going to change. But what is going to change is that I think he'll interview at a couple places. I don't think Bobby Slowick is going to get that head job. I thought for sure he would get a head coaching job this year, but there's just not a lot you could that Bobby Slowick can hang his hat on confidently in an interview because they're going to ask, well, what happened with C.J. Stroud this year? Well, what happened with your protection? Well, what happened with your offense? There are people who ask football questions in these meetings. Usually, a lot of times it's an owner, and then you'll have a GM and sometimes a different player personnel director or whatever the case may be. And some of them know some football stuff, and they'll ask him, and they'll put his feet to the fire, and he can either blame other people, which is never a good idea when you're in those interviews, from what I've been told, or he will take some level of responsibility, which also, is going to be a challenge, because what do you hang your hat on this year if you're Bobby Slowick? Like, he may get interviews because he's from the Shanahan tree, but there's really nothing this year that would lead people to believe, oh man, this is a guy when the adversity hits, because the adversity has hit the offense and they're still haven't gotten out of it. They still have not manufactured their way out of, and this is with a really good running back, and they still haven't, they got Nico Collins back. I mean, 23 against Jaguars, 20 against Miami. You scored 27 and lost against Tennessee. It's just, in the game where you beat Dallas 34-10, C.J. Stroud had no touchdowns and an interception. Like, Stroud has not progressed. He's shown minor regression this year. The Stroud thing was going to get Bobby Slowick hired. Now it could prevent him from getting hired based on how CJ's playing this year.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. One of the things I learned this weekend, Did you see the Travis Hunter taking pictures and his girlfriend is sitting on the couch?
His girlfriend has
And
got
she's
to
like,
go. That cannot. I'm praying on her downfall. I can't have that
apparently
kid.
there is
You don't want him to have to deal with that, do you?
someone outed her that she worked at a strip club and she was a stripper at one time, and she said she was a bartender there, but she was 18. I don't. There is a Harley Dugan.
Wait, what was that? What, you say she could have been a bartender or a cocktail waitress?
Yeah.
I mean, it's working at a strip
was.
bar, but it absolutely could be the case.
You can't be a bartender at 18. Anyway,
you can be a cocktail waitress.
You remember that? Yeah, she said she was a bartender. Yeah. You can't be a cocktail waitress either. You can't serve drinks.
Well, because all those rules in strip clubs that everyone follows.
Yeah. That everybody.
You
follows.
also can't have champagne rooms.
Do you remember Tom Brady when he was at the podium at the Super Bowl and he's tearing up and he was asked a question and he couldn't even get it out? Who's your hero? And he said, "My dad."
Mm-hmm.
They got that Tom Brady, only they asked, "Who is Derek Stingley?" And it's Tua. And it says Tua, and it's Tom Brady going, "My dad." Derek Stingley is Tua's dad.
Sorry,
okay,
to correct you, but apparently in Colorado you can be 18 years old to bartend, but you must be supervised.
It was in Atlanta.
In Atlanta. Is it? Can you be 18 years old in
Google
Georgia?
That? Since you're trying to be well, actually, Dell, why don't you Google the liquor laws
because
of
they have
Georgia?
Different rules for different states. It's not strictly 21 years old everywhere.
Cheetah.
18 years old in Georgia.
Cheetah's big time.
You can be 18 in Georgia and be a bartender.
See? Why are you hating, John? Let that girl bartend. Because you guys seem to think the big story is whether or not she was a bartender at a strip club. I think the big problem is she's clearly with She said, he's not my type. I typically wouldn't like him. Then why are you with him? If he didn't win the Heisman and wasn't a football player.
He's taking pictures after winning the Heisman with all these people.
What am I supposed to do?
Sit here?
Yeah, sit there and keep your mouth shut and wait for the second contract. That's what you're supposed to do.
Travis came on either right after the Heisman on a stream or yesterday and said all the hate is leading his girlfriend to sit around and drink all day. So you guys relax and leave his girlfriend alone.
What did he say about John?
She's sitting around drinking all day?
She's dealing with the hate she's receiving by sitting around, being depressed, and drinking all day.
He said that?
Yes.
Well,
on a stream, yes.
Well,
so maybe relax.
Ooh, there's some ugly things being said about her in the chat.
Yeah, that's the point. That's what he's talking about. I don't know how old she is. I don't know how
Next
old
Tuesday
the young girl is, but I don't know. What's she like? 21, 22?
I don't know.
Perhaps.
We just don't want to see Travis. Look, Travis has had a rough go with his father. He's had Deion as second father, basically. Now Deion's about to boss his whole pro life around where we'll tell him where he can and can't play, which, is just what Deion does. But what we don't want to see is him, seems like a really good kid, really nice kid, very good football player. Want to see him do well. We don't want to see him get tripped up this early in his career by
what?
By someone who may not have the best intentions for him.
Speaking of which, happy birthday, Hannah. It was Hannah's birthday this past weekend, right?
Hannah who?
So happy birthday.
Hannah who?
Hannah McNair.
What do you mean?
See the Texans
why do you
put out
say
the post?
speaking of which?
Yeah, how is that the transition?
And then the other one's a female.
No.
Does she not have Cal's best interest at heart?
Yes.
Well, everything we just said was about something negative, and then you say speaking of which.
Speaking of which, happy birthday!
No,
Hannah.
that's not what you are supposed to say. You should. The implication is that she doesn't have Cal McNair's best interest.
Well, on the other side of the coin,
that's not true.
Yes, I
didn't say that.
Lance.
Speaking
Hunter's
of which, is saying in that same vein,
two women, two females that are married to guys who are famous.
Lance closed his. She's not married yet. Lance closed his statement with, "We don't want him to get tripped up." And then you said, "Speaking of which,"
yeah, you should have said on the other side,
on the other
side
of the coin,
Hannah.
We've got Hannah McNair.
Speaking of which, speaking of the other side,
because you know what Hannah McNair does? She sits there quietly. She looks up at Cal while he's talking, making sure he doesn't say anything wrong. And then she takes a little side seat. She knows, like she doesn't, but when she needs to jump in and say something, she will. but she doesn't boss. Cal still does the interviews. Cal still does all that stuff. Now, you can see Hannah there hoping and praying that he says the right things.
Does he?
But she's done all.
No,
Oh yeah.
She
When's the
doesn't
last
chime
time?
in?
Okay, when's the last time you saw
She always
Cal
chimes
McNair or
in.
Hannah
What are you
McNair
talking
say
about?
something
She always
wrong?
chimes in.
Oh, and when is the last time she said something bad?
She always chimes in. You're wrong.
No, when they're both
in.
there. But when Cal needs to speak, Cal's the one who speaks. When he's doing a press conference, it's him. She doesn't speak at press conferences.
Oh, okay.
She doesn't. She knows her role. Get the team back on track. Get rid of Jack Easterby. We know the deal. We applaud you. And you can pretend that you're just right there on the side of Cal and you're shepherding. She's done an amazing job. Hannah's done an amazing job of getting this stuff back on track.
She's been amazing.
Please don't speak ill of Hannah McNair on this show right now.
I said
won a division champ because of another division championship because of Hannah McNair. So please stop.
2 in a row, Aaron. Okay, 2 in a row. Okay, back to back AFC South champs, Aaron. Time for you to talk about Craig DeSurf.
Craig DeSurf is pretty much the champion of car salesmen. If there was an elite car salesman, it would be Craig DeSurf. And you know why? Because he doesn't sell you. He just says, look, I want you to be comfortable when you come in here. And whether it's Buick, GMC, or Chevy, we're going to have a truck for you. We're going to have an SUV for you. We're going to have a vehicle that you love. We're going to get the price as low as we possibly can. We're going to get every dealer cashback incentive, the best finance rate. We'll work with you on purchase or lease depending on what you're doing, and we'll try to get the monthly payments exactly where you need them to be. We'll answer any and all of your questions. What they're not going to do is sell you on something. That's not what they do. That's not their mode of operation. What their mode of operation is to answer questions and to make you feel comfortable shopping for what ends up being a big ticket item. Let's face it, cars and trucks and SUVs, they're big ticket items now. They're your second home here in Houston, the Houston area, your home away from home. And so they want you to have something that you love, and they want you to be comfortable and relaxed in the process to make the decision, and they're never going to hassle you. And that sales experience, along with the pricing and the selection and everything that goes with it, is why they sell cars year after year to some of the same people from the same families or the same workplace, because people speak and that word of mouth travels. And out in Angleton, they got a great spot. It's Gulf Coast Chevy, Buick, GMC.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. I just put it in there, Del. D'Amico. We got CJ talking about Stingley. We got D'Amico's post-game. It may be a little superlative, but that play that Stingley made to seal the game, we'll hear D'Amico's take on it. I just put it in the rundown, Del. That is as good when you've got a wide receiver as good as Tyreek Hill did nothing. Tyreek Hill was non-existent. When Waddle went out, Sting got Tyreek Hill, and the first interception. Now I don't know what Tua was thinking. He just throws it up there, and Stingley's right there, and he catches it. But then the second one to end the game was incredible. When Tyreek Hill's got both hands on the football, and Stingley takes it away in the air and falls to the ground. That is you don't see a play like that. You just don't see it. And D'Amico thinks it's the greatest play he's ever seen. Here is D'Amico in the post-game press conference. Not press conference.
Hey, man. Great job, man. Great job. Hey, man, that's probably the best play I've ever seen. All right? Best play I've ever seen. For you right there to close it out, man, ask you to cover and man coverage and lock guys up. That's what you do. Keep doing that, man. Heck of a player. Proud of you, man. Way to win the game for us right there. Yeah.
That was in the locker room after the game. He gave him a game win. He gave him a game ball for that play and the two plays.
They're very close. They're very close to having. I mean, it's kind of feast or famine at times on the back end, but they are very close to having one of the premier secondaries in the league. I think there may be, figuring out a second safety. It's not going to be Jimmy Ward. Either figuring out the second safety or using Jalen Petrie as a down safety and getting a true nickel, or getting a second outside receiver and bumping Kamari Laster inside. Whatever amalgamation that they decide to go with, they're real close to having a really, really top flight secondary. And they already take the ball away. Now it's just a matter of tamping down some of those big plays that they've given up. Although the Dolphins didn't hit them with a single big play.
One more. I mean, just because Laster, Kamari missed a game. What, he missed one or two games, and you can't have that. They need another. Yes, they need one more good corner just for depth, for one thing. Because you can't have Petrie. You can't play him in the slot anymore. Let him come back. Let him be that safety. Let him roam. Let him Let him come. Let him blitz. Let him do all of those things. But he's not a nickel corner.
No, but he's at his best when he can freestyle a little bit. He's like Honey Badger. You don't want to.
Yeah.
Honey Badger wasn't nearly as good when they tried to play him over the slot. He's at his best when you let him, run downhill and make plays. Not move backwards on backpedal and open, and transition and try to stick with routes. That's not you're actually putting him in a position to do what he's least effective at. Don't do that.
What did you think of the I heard that Titus Howard is a tackle and that's all there is to it. But apparently,
so I was told to tell you something.
He's a left guard.
I was told to tell you something. And Dell's the one who told us that. Dell, you said in the bio it says right tackle only, right?
It did. I don't know if it's still says
I
that.
was told to tell you that is old, that he had that coming into the league, and it was a reference to something that was said in the draft about him.
Oh.
It was not a comment on don't try to play me at guard. I was told that is something that has been there, and it's old, and it was a reference to, it's kind of a chip on the shoulder. Now, by the way, he's a right tackle, but it was a chip on the shoulder comment about someone calling him a right tackle only because he wasn't athletic enough to play like left tackle. So we've been under the impression, because of Dell, he led us to believe this, that
I led you to believe that.
Yes, you led us to believe
by reporting what was there.
That Titus Howard was a malcontent in the locker room.
Never called him
You
that.
led us to believe that he was not going to be a good teammate, not
Never
play guard.
said that either.
And yet there he was, starting the left guard, being a great teammate.
Was he a great left guard?
Another win for him. Another win at guard. I don't know. I'll have to see. I don't remember being upset with him. I know Patterson. I saw Patterson miss protection. Saw him miss his protection once. I saw him with an early snap that turned into a fumble. So I'm not sure that I love Patterson starting that much.
Do we think a Kendrick Kenyon, Zachary Taylor guard option, as opposed to having Blake Fisher play tackle, particularly how that game trended late, was a good decision?
Well, Chop got him. I mean, his rookie on rookie, and Chop got him on one. Chop was a phenomenal athlete with great bench.
Yeah, they're going to give up
I thought
sacks.
Fisher did okay. I mean, Chop's just he's an elite athlete. So, hey, to me, Fisher's going to be your future right tackle anyway.
Well, yeah, and listen, put your 5 best. And if it's going to be Kendrick Green or Kenyon Green or somebody else that they just picked up, no, put your 5 best on the field. Blake Fisher is one of your 5. Without juice, then Kendrick Blake Fisher moves into the 5th slot as your best offensive lineman. So play all 5. Don't put somebody weaker on the left guard position when you're going to get CJ killed. No. And Titus did okay. I mean, well, listen, it wasn't the offensive line's fault that they didn't do anything yesterday. I don't believe. I mean, I just don't. They're just inefficient.
They ran the ball 20 times for 77 yards, and CJ 18 to 26 for 131. It was one of their worst offensive performances this year against the Dolphins team who gave up yards to Aaron Rodgers.
And they covered.
I'm asking whose fault. He said it wasn't their fault. Whose issue was it then that they played so poorly offensively?
Well, so they were robbed. So they didn't execute down by the goal line again twice with field goals. You had just once. You had so one of those was a field goal. One of them was one of their classic 44-yard field goals.
They were set up twice, once by the defense, once by a special teams play.
Yeah,
for touchdowns.
I mean, it helps. They also had one where they were moving the ball and they had an early snap fumble, as I just mentioned with Patterson. That was a negative. The offense wasn't good. There's really what were you trying to trick me into telling you how? You know what? Have you noticed what he's done, John? We won a division, and Dell's trying to pick at us and get us in arguments about how bad the Texans' offense is.
I asked you. John said it wasn't their fault. So whose fault was it
the
for the
offensive line's
performance?
fault?
So whose fault? Well, he mentioned a bad snap. We mentioned sacks given up. So whose fault was the poor offensive performance?
It's just Anthony Weaver's too good on defense.
The one you were making fun of all week. Okay.
Anthony Weaver's too good. I do think the Texans now are officially scouted, and that's that. I mean, how can you not say that? You show them simulated pressures, and they don't know what they're doing. Brian Flores showed it to you. Then it got really bad with Green Bay after that. And ever since then, I mean, the word is out on the Texans. Whatever it is from a schematic standpoint, teams know how to play the Texans. They've taken CJ away. CJ is wildly average this year. Tank Dell's become a non-factor. They can't hit explosive plays down the field with the way that they have schemed them up. And you're frankly just Bobby Slowick is not able to play chess right now and make the alterations to get the offense in rhythm. It has no rhythm. They don't play in rhythm anymore. And it's like, it's just really, and I came to this conclusion yesterday, John. You know how this happens where this is who the Texans are and this is who they're going to be all year. They are not, when you're this late in the season, there's not the only time I've ever seen it happen was with Eli Manning and the Giants. But pretty much every other time ever in history, you are who you are. And the Texans are not going to all of a sudden be a different team after this is who they've been for the first 14 games. They're not, over the next 3 and into the playoffs, they're not going to be a different team. So it's really going to be in the offseason. You're going to play the season out. You're going to get into the playoffs. You're going to get eliminated. And then the offseason is where you're going to have to figure things out. Slowick and CJ are going to have to go to the drawing board, and they're going to have to get better. They're going to have to adjust and counterpunch to what defenses are doing, and there's going to maybe be some changes personnel-wise. But, John, I don't think they're going to get any better. Like, we're this late in the season. There's nothing new that's coming. This is who you are.
It's less than who you are. Listen, I guess it wasn't the offensive line's fault, but they did give up 4 sacks, and they ran the ball for 77 yards. One came on a 35-yard fake punt, and one came on a 15-yard reverse. So basically, in regular offense, they had 27 rushing yards to go along with 131 passing yards.
So I will ask again, John.
Well, yeah, the offensive line wasn't great. But listen, Bobby Slowick's got to take his. CJ's got to take his. The receivers aren't getting open. They got to take theirs. The offense is just stagnant. It's just not good. They can't score in the red zone. I mean, it's just not good. That's all there is to it. And, I guess we could keep blaming the offensive line week after week after week, but, everybody's got to take theirs. Then fix something. Then do something. Change it. Do something.
Well, they came off a bye and didn't fix anything.
Nothing. It was bad. It was really bad. So they got to, and then the defense was great. And here they are, and we're lauding them. But listen, I watched Buffalo. They're not the Raven. The Lamar throwing the ball around yesterday. Holy crap! Of course, it was the Giants. But I mean, they're not the Ravens. They're not Buffalo. They're not the Steelers. They're not the Chiefs. If you're going to go power ranking in the AFC, the Texans are at best they're fifth. I don't know. The Chargers looked bad yesterday.
Chargers got punked. Now Herbert was hurt, but man, Tampa Bay went in there and slaughtered
them. They smacked them around.
Slaughtered them in the second half. How about the job Todd Bowles was doing? But they slaughtered him in the second half. That I don't know. I mean, look, the Ravens, I guess the Chiefs, and the Bills. The Bills are right now in their own category.
They can't stop anyone, though, the last couple weeks.
No, the Bills have given up 90.
No. And that's a concern, especially when you give up a late touchdown that blew the second half
that's
cover.
Your concern. But overall, they've been giving up a lot. They gave up a lot of points last
Many people are mad that you literally had Buffalo plus 170 to win the second half, and then they give up the touchdown with like 10 seconds to go. Many people are mad about that.
86 points the last 2 weeks they've given up. 86 points. That's a lot of points. And Josh Allen can't keep. I guess he can't keep saving. I don't know.
Well, he is.
Dude, he is a superhero.
He is. And I've seen Patrick Mahomes do it in the past. Right now, Josh Allen is playing at just a completely different level of football. This is absolutely insane how good he is right now.
This is as good as we've seen a quarterback play, and I mean, he's incredible. He is just incredible with not a lot around him. I mean, he made Ty Johnson a superhero yesterday.
Did you? By the way, though. It's because the Lions have nobody left. The Lions are on their fourth and fifth. They're now on, let's see. They lost another cornerback yesterday. They have lost 3 defensive starters on the line. They've lost 2 starting linebackers, a starting corner. Like Aaron Glenn, they lost 3 more guys. Carlton Davis looks like he's out for the year. Dan Campbell said Carlton Davis and Aleem McNeil. Oh, only their arguably their top corner and their top defensive lineman left. Aiden Hutchinson's already out. So their top 2 defensive linemen will be out for the year. Their top cornerback out for the year. Both linebackers. Like Aaron Glenn is playing with a bunch of practice squad guys. And that's not hyperbole. He's actually playing with guys from his practice squad and other practice squads. It's one of the reasons Ty Johnson got matched up on linebackers, because Joe Brady just said, let's just target their linebackers. We're playing practice squad guys. 95 yards on 4 catches to Ty Johnson in the first half alone. Yeah. That was incredible. And then, but this is a big concern. Buffalo's defense really has stunk recently.
Yeah, no, it's 86 points. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Of course, those are 2 really good offensive teams now. I mean, those are 2 of the best offensive teams in the league with the talent that they've got on both sides. Both of those teams, the Rams and the Lions.
Did Goff get to 500 yards passing yesterday? He was at mid 400, and then they had the late drive that scored. Did he get all the way to the 500 mark? I mean, it would have been in a losing game though, so who cares? Well, and it was, and frankly, it was just 494, 5 touchdowns, 494 yards passing.
All right, we got to break it. Wait a minute, are we still? Oh, gosh, we're way behind. Look what you did. Look at what you did to this show. All right, we got a break. We got ship talk coming up next right here on ESPN 97. There was a lot of ship talk going on around the country yesterday. I got to talk right now about Nico Nico's. Look, they've got a gift card right now, $50, and you're going to get $10 off. So you buy that gift card, and then you say, hey, listen, I bought that gift card. I want the John's Lucamales. And they're going to give you a half order of Lucamales if you buy that card. The gift card is, if you're going to eat at Nico Nico's anyway, why not get a gift card where you get 20% off? You're getting 20%. Buy it for yourself if you're going to be eating there anyway. But it's also nice, very nice, if you got clients or if you've got employees or whatever, give them a $50 Nico Nico's gift card and it only costs you $40. What? That's right. So if you're looking for the best way to have some fun this holiday season, a little stocking stuffer or whatever, Nico Nico's. And by the way, if you're having a party of any kind and you need food, you need catering at NicoNicos.com, catering at NicoNicos.com. The food is fantastic. I'm telling you, that might be one of the best burgers I ever had in my life. That's how good their burgers are. And that's not even their specialty. Get everything, all the Greek food that you can possibly want, Greek salads for everybody, or gyros, or whatever it is that you want. You've got the best in Greek food right there. Nico Nikos, NicoNicos.com, or get the app, the Opa app, and you save and get free food on that as well. It's Nico Nikos. Tell them you heard it right here.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Hey, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John Lance along with Dell. Okay, so Friday we're going to be at Republic Boot Company. Dell and I are going to be out there. Lance is going to be on the phone. You're going to be on the show, right, Lance? But over the
I
phone.
am. Yes.
Yeah. And then on Monday we're at Nick's place for the for Christmas party, and we want you all out there. And by the way, tomorrow night as well at Hugh O'Connor's Pub. We got the Soccer Matters show out there.
Yeah,
Hugh
Glenn
O'Connor's
Davis.
Pub is at 5010 Dinkin Street in West U from 5 to 8. Free Soccer Matters t-shirts, Capelli soccer balls as supplies last. They're going to have Aston Villa, Earl Barrett, David Fletcher, Jean-Luc Blackburn, Chris Canetti, celebrating the World Cup coming to Houston. So Soccer Matters at Hugh O'Connor's Pub. I'm going to try and get there as well. I'm getting back into town tonight, so we'll see if I can't make it out there tomorrow. But trying to support our guy. He is the best. So love Soccer Matters and Glenn Davis and all that they bring to the table. It's time for ship talk, and there was a lot of ship talk going on this weekend. Del, what you got for us?
Well, we're going to start from something earlier in the week. Bill Belichick, the new hire at UNC. Well, their big rival in the football field is NC State, and freshman quarterback CJ Bailey for NC State, getting ready for a bowl game, was asked about the Belichick hire. And let's just say he's not worried about Belichick or NC State, or UNC.
Bill Belichick can get it too, man. We go 5 years. You know, we go. No matter who the coach is for UNC, we go kick them.
What would that mean to you, though? That you could potentially
it means
beat
a lot.
Belichick?
I can actually. That means a lot that I could play against Bill Belichick. You know, meet him. You know, but shoot, if he comes to play, we go kill him. We gonna kill him.
These kids don't care about Bill Belichick.
I don't care about him, man.
No.
What is it going to
mean
be to you if you could beat Bill Belichick?
Well, how about this though?
He hadn't done
He's the
anything for 4
quarterback, and
years.
guess who is going to design the defense now to kick that kid's ass?
Well, let's see if college.
If there's one thing Bill Belichick can do, it's design a defense.
It's not X's and O's, it's Jimmy's and Joe's.
And let's see if Bill Belichick can teach college kids the intricacies of his defense on that level.
Which is unlikely. And here's the thing, his defense, I don't know if that's going to work against the way that the field is spread, the different hashes that they have. Like, Bill's got a lot of work cut out for him trying to implement the same. I mean, his philosophy will still be to take away the best player. That's a whole lot harder in college football with the way they can spread it out. And then Bill's also going to find, man, there's nothing you can do about it. If somebody's wide receiver is way better than your corner, it's all about recruiting. You better go recruit. You better get that checkbook out and go recruit with your.
Mm-hmm.
You do that pen recruiting. That's the only recruiting that matters now is with the pen.
You don't need a pen. That's direct deposit.
Well, yeah, that's true. That's why
you got to write an actual check.
All right, what else?
Let's move to Tim Settle. Tim Settle, after the win yesterday, was asked about their upcoming schedule, and safe to say he's not afraid of KC or Baltimore.
Kansas City and Baltimore know what I do. They know what I bring, and there's nothing's going to change. You know, I got a sack on Lamar. I've been in Pat's face. I don't care. I don't care who they got blocking. I don't care who's out. I don't care who's in. I got to deal with me. That's just what it is. If you don't respect me, I'm going to make you earn it. I'm gonna make you respect me.
Tim Settle
what started that? Why is
I don't know. Tim Settle is a breath of fresh air, though. He's a good interview. He really is.
I guess so, but I don't know what made Tim was. He was kind of on one there before the question was asked.
No, he's not happy with him. He's not happy with either of those teams for whatever reason. What's next?
Well, controversy in Philly was about the lack of passing game last week. They were not great. It's kicked off with A.J. Brown. Here's Alex Smith on Countdown talking about A.J. Brown being right.
The passing game was abysmal, and I don't think this is about a prima donna receiver that's upset about not getting the football. He understands, listen, they get into the postseason and they throw the football like they did in this game, they're not going to win. And Jalen Hurts missed so many opportunities. Time and time again, A.J. Brown was open in this game. He is the primary receiver in this offense. He had a one-on-one, and he was open, and they didn't get the ball to him. This is the second play of the game. Every team in the NFL scripts their first 15. That is A.J. Brown on the deep route. I promise you he is the first read in this progression. It's a top-down read. There's number 2, Devontae Smith, 3 in the flat. Look how open A.J. Brown is. I mean, you have to put this ball up. This is unexcusable. Instead, we check it down for a 4-yard gain. Again, Jalen Hurts, he is so methodical and risk adverse, and it's coming up too much. He's way too cautious in this game. My point is, he had 4 targets for 40 yards. He should have had 10 targets. There were 5 other plays in this game where A.J. Brown is one-on-one with the defender and winning and not getting the ball, right? It's not complicated. Jalen Hurts struggled in this game. I don't know why he was double clutching these balls. Turn it loose. It's not that hard.
It's interesting because he can get away with that because he's taking if that had just been him being negative about Jalen Hurts with legitimate quarterback evaluation from a former quarterback, he would have taken grief. But because he's doing it from the standpoint of being on A.J. Brown's side to an extent, I don't think he'll take as much grief. But what he said is interesting. Jalen Hurts is risk averse, can't cut it loose. I think that probably tracks. I haven't studied him, but I also think that Jalen Brown and the Jalen Hurts and the Eagles are winning a bunch of games. And Saquon Barkley is going to be Offensive Player of the Year. And Jalen Hurts is still getting down at the 1-yard line and scoring a bunch of their Philly push and all whatever it is. They're scoring a bunch of touchdowns that way. I don't know if you can win a Super Bowl without taking some chances to hit big plays. I don't think you can beat the Bills without being able to take big plays. But do you have a big problem with him being a little risk of I know it's not ideal, but also he's not turning the ball over.
But now go look at Alex Smith's yard per pass. He was a guy who always checked down.
Oh, yeah, he's known as check down Charlie.
He would not risk averse. He never threw the ball downfield.
That's interesting. I didn't even think about who the messenger was there. That's right.
Alex Smith would say, if I had A.J. Brown, I'd be less. But yesterday in the game, Philly, they beat the Pittsburgh Steelers at home. Jalen Hurts went for 290, and A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith both went over 100 yards and with 11 and 12 targets each, and they both scored a touchdown. So Jalen Hurts sitting down at the presser, his immediate response to everyone was this.
So that's what y'all want to see, huh?
Last year Jalen Hurts had 15 interceptions. The year before 6, the year before that 9, the year before that 4. He had 15 last year. He has 5 this year. I think Jalen Hurts probably is being maybe a little too conservative, but you know what? They're getting wins.
They got 2 losses.
Yeah.
What the hell?
They're held to
they're one of the best teams in the league.
They're getting held to a higher standard because they're a Super Bowl team. But let's move to this. Kirk Herbstreit, his son is going to Michigan.
And his dog, he's got a new dog named Rascal.
Well, it's not Rascal. I think it's like a Ben or Pete. I don't know which one in this
I
line.
think it's Ben.
Whatever.
He's not going to double up on Ben.
Whatever puppy mill he got the dogs
Pete.
from.
He does puppy mill. Will you stop, Dell? It's probably a rescue.
Sure. Kirk looks like the type. He loves a certain breed, but a particular
blondes.
At least in dogs. a particular Columbus radio host isn't a fan of Kirk because also Kirk said that it would probably be better for Ohio State to go on the road because they'll get booed if they go 3-and-out against Tennessee in that first drive. Well, here's a Columbus radio host responding to Kirk Herbstreit.
By the way, I like how everybody's just discovering now that Kirk Herbstreit's a douchebag. Like, I've been talking about this for 20 years. Welcome to my world. Now, there's stuff behind the scenes, and there's some personal stuff that goes into my story. But this is a guy who's always been ashamed of college football fans. This is a guy who makes his living talking down to you. Mm-hmm. For some reason, people still eat it up. They think he's the everyman. Oh, look at him. Well, no, because look at him and his dog. This is the.
That was Mike.
Sounds like you.
That was Mike Ricciardotti. Not a fan of Kirk Herbstreit.
No.
Well, he's right. He is embarrassed by Ohio State fans. If you were an Ohio State guy, you'd be embarrassed by your fan base too. That's the worst fan base in all of sports.
Well, it's an aggressive fan base.
Yeah.
It's a likes to fight fan base.
They're the biggest a-hole fan base in all of sports.
For those who don't know, Kirk Herbstreit also moved out of Iowa because he moved to Nashville, if I remember correctly.
Ohio.
Because
Ohio he moved out of.
Yeah, what did I say?
Iowa.
I'm sorry, I meant Ohio.
I'd move out of Iowa
and he moved to Nashville. Well, he just
everybody moves out of Iowa.
The fans kept because he wasn't a total homer for them.
Yeah,
they basically started making his life a living hell, and he just got out of there. So there is a history like Ohio, even though he played at Ohio State, he's kind of persona non grata for a lot of Ohio State fans.
And now his kid's going to Michigan. He can't walk back into that stadium now.
I got a friend of mine whose wife, he and his wife are big Aggies, and his daughter Longhorn.
Oh, yeah, well,
but he's actually okay with it. It wasn't really a problem.
No, but fans aren't going to be. And you can be just as fine with your kid, but fans aren't going to be.
No.
All right, you got to talk about Quick Assist right now.
Quick Assist is your ticket anywhere. Well, it's your ability to sell tickets anywhere. I'm going to have some tickets that I need to sell, but I don't think that they'll be able to sell them because they're in the sports world. So pro basketball, pro football, Major League Baseball, college football, let's say you end up getting tickets to one of the major bowl game or national championship game. Let's say you get your hands on a national championship game tickets, or maybe to the game in Jerry World, one of the semifinal games, and then you find out you can't go. And so now you got 2 tickets, 4 tickets, 6 tickets that you want to sell. Go through Quick Assist. What they do is Quick Assist says, okay, sign up, then upload your tickets so we have them so that we can move them instantly. And so then they list them on 12 to 15 different ticket sites, all the major sites, the ones that you would potentially list them on yourself. Here's the difference. They do all of them. So you've got a maximum number of eyes. Then they do dynamic pricing, which is their algorithm creates the pricing based on what the market is doing. And then from there, it will go up or down based on supply and demand and how hot the market is. You're going to sell your tickets and you're going to get the best amount of money for it. They'll take a little commission and you do nothing. It is hands-free, no hassle, easy peasy, because you are able to make all of the moves from your couch doing nothing, just watching on your phone as your tickets sell. And once they sell, they'll get them to the person. They delist them. They handle all the heavy lifting. You get to make the most money for your tickets without any hassle. It's Quick Assist. Go download the app today if you'd like to take advantage of it. It's Quick Assist, ASYST, Quick Assist for your ticket anywhere.
All right, Houston Powder Coaters is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Robin and her great team over there. 5-star Google reviews. Been all the experience that you could possibly need. I mean, it's not. It is difficult. I'll tell you that because she's going to tell you whether or not you have patio furniture that you can save, or car parts that you can save, or maybe an old refrigerator or whatever it is that's metal that you want to save. She's going to tell you whether or not you have that ability. You want to save it because the metal that they were using back whenever is better than the metal that they use today. You're going to get more out of that patio furniture, especially if it has sentimental value. Then you definitely want it. So Robin is here for you to help you work that out. But there's so much primping and priming that goes into this thing. It's amazing, and they'll pick it up absolutely free, deliver it back to you absolutely free. If you are somebody that has patio furniture that you want available for February, March, April, because it's going to start to get nicer where you sit outside, do it now. Do it now. Go to HoustonPowderCoaters.com, HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Start the process. Tell Robin that you heard it right here. The best place to get your powder coating, Houston Powder Coaters. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Texans win, and Pat Mahomes is hurt. So they play on Saturday, and it's a day less for Pat Mahomes to get back. Texans start as a 3-point favorite. I just find that hard to believe in Kansas City. And the Texans are a 3-point favorite with or without Mahomes. Should they be 3-point favorites?
No, it can't be. It can't be actually available. It's got to. That must just be a number. I don't think it's available for anyone to bet because it's too like. Why would you do that when you don't know the status of Mahomes?
Right. Well, I mean,
I don't see it available right now on real places.
Let me take a look. I'm getting on my bookie.
Yeah.
Well, that was the line that came out after the game.
Yeah, it's an interesting line. They wouldn't make it available until they know what's going on with Mahomes. Mahomes is worth about 7 total points. I mean, Mahomes is going to be an enormous jump.
I've got it right here, 2.5. Yeah, I've got. You can bet on it right now. At
my bookie. Texans 2.5.
Texans 2.5.
Well, you take the points.
You have to.
If Pat Mahomes is a quarterback, it goes to right away. It goes Kansas City 3.5. Yeah. You got all kinds of middle action in there.
Although their offense hasn't, even with Pat Mahomes and the Texans' defense is stepping up.
They've lost 1 game.
No, I get it, but they're not good offensively.
And the Texans' offense isn't good either.
No. I don't get me wrong. I agree with you. You take the points.
If Pat Mahomes is starting, what is Kansas City? 5.5?
A hobbled Pat Mahomes? No.
They're still a favorite, even with a hobbled.
They're still a favorite, but by 3, maybe 3.
Okay.
I think 3 tops. A hobbled Pat Mahomes is, especially with this pass rush. Let's not forget, the Texans have the best pass rush in the NFL.
Even without Pat Mahomes, I mean, even with Carson Wentz, I'm making that at best a pick 'em. At best. How are you making the Texans a favorite? The Texans offense against, I mean, are you kidding me? We just got done talking all this long about the Texans offense and the issues they're having. And now you face Spagnuolo and Chris Jones in the middle of that defense. Like, where in the world do you think the Texans points are going to come from?
Well, what this is telling me, Lance, is that they want you to take Kansas City.
Well, I don't care what they want. The game.
They're begging you to take him.
That's fine. I watch how the games are played, and the Texans' offense does not match up well with Kansas City defense. It doesn't. I don't care what the point spread is. I'll throw the point spread away. You're basically telling me that the Texans are going to beat Kansas City. I'm asking you where the points are going to come from. You can't score against. You can barely score against Miami. How are you going to score against Kansas City? Probably going to be cold weather, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's a chance. I'll have to look it up, but there's a chance that you're going to have inclement weather. You're an indoor team. You haven't played in bad weather this year at all. You could end up playing in cold weather. It could be in the 40s or whatever, maybe even colder. on the road against Chris Jones in the middle of that defense where you're soft as baby turds. And then you have to worry about Spagnuolo dialing up his defense. Like, I don't know where your offense is coming from.
As it stands right now, you're looking at weather in the mid-30s.
That ain't great for
And
Houston.
that's the high.
Man, that's crazy that anyone would hang a number with Houston being a favorite. Carson Wentz is an NFL quarterback. He's been a starter. It's not Pat Mahomes, but, man, just being able to throw to Noah Gray and Travis Kelce and, give reverses and jet sweeps to Xavier Worthy, who had another 20-plus yard rushing touchdown. I just think that's insane that anyone would hang a number with the Texans a favorite in Kansas City. That sounds insane to me.
Well, and again, if it's crazy, then there's a reason for it. And I think they want you to take the Chiefs.
Good. Then you'll win so much money. You'll win so much money.
Because the Texans are going to go in there and beat their ass.
Okay. Hold on. Yeah. Say it again.
The Texans are going to go into Kansas City and beat their ass.
Clip it. Now you're clipped.
Mm-hmm.
Now you just got clipped.
Oh, I got receipts. I want that receipt.
You want the
smoke? I want that receipt. Yep, I do. I ain't scared of it. Back to back.
John's a dine and dasher when it comes to stuff like this. Receipts. I want that receipt. You just leave the restaurant without paying.
No, I never. Well, once.
I'm not talking about in your real life. I'm talking about
real
these
life
things.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like greatest season in Astros history and all that stuff.
And then
Mm-hmm. Oh, no. I wore that. Okay. I wore it.
No, you kept leaning into it. You didn't say, man, I was really wrong there. You just kept saying, this is the greatest.
No.
Instead of just saying, woo, that doesn't look good. You never admitted to that being a terrible take.
Mm-hmm. Well, it wasn't their best season, I think. I've admitted that. It wasn't really their best, but it was still a great season. Overcoming all they overcame to get to the playoffs.
Did you feel great once the season was over about the team?
Lost 2 straight at home in your team.
Regular season where they bounced back after a horrid start. That's gut.
You lose
that
both at home
nuts.
against Detroit and your team disintegrates.
The bottom of the 7th inning in Game 2 against the Tigers, were you starting to reflect on how great the year was? Were those the thoughts crossing your mind? Reflecting on how great it was?
I'm pretty sure there's receipts on that too, so I'm not going to say anything.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure there's receipts on some of my texts. On some of my texts.
Not just your text, but the game on.
Oh, no.
Afterwards.
Actually, I was like, I said, in the 7th, I said they're still going to win this game, and they're still going to go on to win the championship. Actually, I did say that.
I mean,
and I was a little off on it, but I was close. I was close on it.
Well, now I found out that the Texans' offense is going to go in and beat the Chiefs' ass.
That's right.
In 30-degree weather. Okay.
Yep.
I'm sure Slowick's going to have I'm sure Slowick and CJ are getting ready to dial it up for some big numbers.
Listen, nobody is
Bobby Spagnuolo.
Nobody's more dialed in than Bobby Slowick.
It's really Steve Spagnuolo, but I call him Bobby. If you're a coordinator from now on, you're Bobby.
So
Bobby
Nico
Spagnuolo,
Collins,
Bobby Brady.
So Nico Collins, when asked about Nico Collins had 2 touchdowns yesterday, which is always great, right? 17 total yards. 17 yards on one of the best receivers in all of football. And asked,
the clip you put on was a duplicate of the CJ clip, like the link. When I looked at it.
It was.
Yeah, you copied
so you don't
and
have
pasted the same thing. Yeah.
Oh. Well, that's technology. What am I going to do? Well, okay. Then let's hear from CJ. Here's CJ after the game. Is this on Stingley or is this on the CBS?
Which one do you want?
Do CJ on CBS.
Okay.
And you know what? The kid, he is something special because the first thing that he thinks of is Grant DuBose and Jesus. And you know what? He never wavers. Doesn't matter how good it's going, how bad it's going. CJ's got his faith, and I love that.
CJ, congratulations on the win today. We'll get to the offense in a moment, but I have to start with your defense. 3 massive interceptions in key moments, 3 sacks, a couple of fumble recoveries. How imperative was that unit in this win today?
Yeah, first I just want to send prayers to Grant. That was a tough situation right there. Just hoping that he's okay. Praying for his recovery and he can get back on the field. But glory, all the glory goes to Jesus Christ. And our defense did amazing. Like they held us up, and I feel like we played complimentary football today. We can always be better, but, they definitely were flying around, and I'm glad to be on this side.
Yeah, how about offensively? 2 touchdowns to Nico Collins today. Did that run how you thought it would coming off the bye?
Yeah, it's always a little rust knocking off that first game back after a bye, especially such a late one. But I feel like since we had a groove for 13 weeks, coming back was a little easier. I got here on Monday, practiced, and then Tuesday got off. Wednesday had a great week of practice all the way to Friday. So, yeah, when you practice the way we do, you go out there, you knock off rust a little faster.
Sure, and you got a gauntlet coming up. This was your first game of 3 in 10 days. You got the Chiefs and the Ravens up next. How do you continue this momentum?
Relying on the Lord for me, and I just, praying that He gives us the strength to get through these 10 days, but not just get through it, but, excel through it. And I believe that we can do it. Our strength and conditioning guys do a great job, training room. So, we have to be in there a little more these next couple of weeks, but we're excited and we're ready for the challenge.
Thanks so much, CJ.
There it is.
He lifts you up with interceptions. He lifts you up with pressure off the edge. He lifts you up with field goals from 50. And the Lord bless this CJ's right hand. Bobby Slowick calls the plays for gains of 3 to 4. He even showed the Tank Dell was still alive. He raises you up with young Kalen searching for interceptions. And every time D'Amico looks kind of confused on late game time management situations. Thank you, Lord, for humbly blessing us.
Well, I'll tell you this. CJ is still blessed. Jameis is not. Jameis asked for the Lord to take away those pick sixes.
Did he throw a pick six?
No, he didn't.
He didn't throw a pick six per se, but he threw a lot of. He threw 2 picks in the end zone.
He asked for
only
pick
the other
sixes.
end zone.
That's not what he asked for.
He asked for pick sixes to go away, and the Lord stepped in.
The Lord blessed him.
The Lord, God is good
all the time.
God is great.
Took away pick sixes. He blessed us with interceptions.
He blessed you with the high ankle sprain for Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, he blessed us with an ankle sprain. I mean, he smited them, but they don't seem like a very holy team, the Chiefs.
Well, they do have a lot of.
Oh, Harrison Butker. Whoa, slow down.
Oh, yeah, actually. Harrison Butker. You mean the guy that had been? Is he still out? I think he's still out.
He's back. He's missing field goals for them.
Oh, okay.
Came back.
He missed like a 24-yarder.
How about Miami's kicker can make 68 yarders but misses extra points? Nice job.
Second week in a row.
That's my kicker.
Jason Sanders. He's a 50-yarder.
That's my fantasy kicker.
John's got a fantasy team that's literally a juggernaut. Like no one. If you lose this, John, it's the worst fantasy loss in history. Like you should be kicked out of the league. I know. If you somehow lose, who's got Josh Allen, Saquon Barkley, Alvin Kamara got you Devontae Adams, and Alvin Kamara was just ho-hum and got you 14.5 points.
Chase Brown. I got
Chase Brown. How about the year
Brian
Chase Brown
Thomas,
is having?
Thomas put up.
By the way,
36.
do you think I know Texans fans, we love to say, Cincinnati gave us Joe Mixon. Have you looked at Chase Brown? Cincinnati does not miss Joe Mixon.
No,
not one bit.
No,
Matter of fact,
not in the least.
My guess is Chase Brown has more yards and touchdowns than Joe Mixon based on the injuries. That's my guess.
Probably. What do you think of? Okay, we got a break. We got a break because we got to stay on time. But we're going to talk about the hip
Chase
drop.
Brown hit 1,000 yards yesterday. Chase Brown has 1,011 yards rushing and 7 touchdowns rushing this year. They're fine. Cincinnati's fine.
No, Cincinnati's okay. Offensively, it's their defense.
Are they bad?
They're icky.
I can't wait. I want to see Buffalo take on. I want to see Cincinnati, Detroit, or Cincinnati, Buffalo, and see if they can get to 120.
Time to talk about Jim Fiume. He got to 36 or 37 now, 36 or 37 years at Gulf Coast Windows. And you don't get there unless you do business right, first of all. Secondly, you don't get there unless you have a great product, right? You don't get there unless you are, somebody who is esteemed in the industry. When you're talking about the Pinnacle Award from the Better Business Bureau, that's Jim Fiume. Jim Fiume has the Pinnacle Award from the Better Business Bureau. which means he stands behind his work. The warranties are fantastic. You're not worried about the warranty when you're buying a window. What you're worried about is having the best window that you could possibly have. And that's what Jim Fiume will give you at Gulf Coast Windows. Be it the wood clad, be it the aluminum window, be it whatever window it is that you are buying from Jim Fiume, it's going to be the best. It's the best. It's the best in class. Everything that he does he does not sell you anything that isn't top notch, the best. Okay. And doors, same thing. The doors are French doors, sliding patio doors, storm doors, wood clad doors. They're going to be so heavy, so such the best that you could possibly have. It's what he does. It's what he does every single day. And he's been doing it for over 30 years. So you're looking for that window or that door, 713-849-5454, 713-849-5454, or GulfCoastWindows.com. Tell Jim you heard it right here.
Make Republic Boot Company. First of all, come see the show on Friday. Republic Boot Company, there's going to be live shows. First two shows are going to be live from Republic Boot Company. It's a great chance for you to come say hello. I'm sure they'll have breakfast there. You can experience what it is that John and I talk about all the time with these boots, the 1836 boots that they have on the shelf that they can custom fit to your foot. Yes, you have a wider foot. They can work on it to get it custom fit for you. You're looking for a cowboy hat. You want to get a custom fit to your head. They do that as well. They've got jackets and blazers. They've got dress shirts. They've got bags for women. They've got all kinds of jewelry and other accessories as well in terms of T-shirts and drink, and water cups. And it's almost too much to name because there's so many gifts that you can have, but it's a slice of Texas history. As somebody who grew up here in Texas and knows all about Texas history, we were taught it in school. Man, this place is like going back and learning about Texas history all over again in a spot that has great clothing, boots, and outerwear for you as well. Make sure you're rodeo ready and get a great Christmas gift this holiday season at Republic Boot Company right there in the Heights. It's republicbootcompany.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
What did you think of the hip drop tackle? Did you think that once again? I didn't think it was the exact hip drop tackle on.
He didn't land
It
on his.
was.
I couldn't find where he landed on the. I couldn't
No,
find where he landed on the
kind of
leg.
switched over and landed on both legs. He didn't. It was. He started out as a hip drop, but then he kind of.
He swung his weight though.
Swung his. Yeah.
Well, that's
yeah.
the hip drop. He swung his weight. He just didn't. He didn't land on the.
And it cost some more snaps for him. I mean.
Yeah.
So
I'm not sure he plays. Once again, if his ankle's not at 100%, what exactly are you trying to prove right now? You've got. Look, you're not going to beat Kansas City or Buffalo or the Steelers or Ravens.
3-hole.
Could you? Ahead of who?
Ahead of the Steelers.
You think that's going to happen? You think you're going to finish ahead of the Steelers? I mean, I guess if you beat the Ravens, you'll have to beat them heads up to have a shot. Yeah. But look how hard your upcoming schedule is. I don't know that I'm going to have Joe Mixon hobbled into the playoffs because I'm trying to grind out a win, 1 or 2 wins in Kansas City, against the Ravens, against the Bills. If his ankle's not where it needs to be, sit him out. Get him ready for the postseason.
Well, so you're 1 game behind the Steelers, and you're even with the Ravens right now and the Broncos. So I don't know. Yeah, you absolutely have to keep on playing. You got to keep.
What's the benefit of being a 3 or a 4?
Well, you get the Bills in the second round at Buffalo.
Is that
sweet?
That's not fun, but Kansas City's not fun either.
Well, exactly. I mean, but if you're a 4, you're still getting a home game.
Which one would you rather play in the second round?
It's not who I'd rather play. Would I rather have Joe Mixon
healthy
first and go into battle for me 100%? Because it's not about where I'm seated. It's about is 28 ready to roll, or am I getting 28 at 90% or 28 at 70%?
So if you're the 4 seed though, you get the Ravens or the Steelers in the first round. You could get the Broncos. In the first round.
Yeah,
at home. I don't know that I want the Ravens in the first round.
You could get the Broncos. I think you more likely get the Ravens.
More than likely, unless the Ravens beat the Steelers, and then you get the Steelers.
Yeah, either way it works. I don't care. I just want to have Joe Mixon because without a running game, I don't see how you have any chance. I mean, the passing game is below average this year, and the protection is not great. And so you got to have the running game to give you a chance. To me, play good defense and run the football effectively, and hope that CJ can hit some big plays to Nico Collins. That's your
which conference is tougher right now? With the Bills, the Chiefs, the Ravens, it's probably got to be the AFC. But the Lions, Eagles, Vikings, Packers, Commanders, Bucks, and Rams.
I would say the AFC. Yeah, I would definitely say
the Seahawks. The Rams or Seahawks.
They'll play each other to close the year for that.
Yeah.
I think it's definitely AFC. I mean, if you want to look at the top 3, it's Philadelphia. It's the Lions, Philadelphia, and who's the third? The Vikings, yeah. Versus let's call it right now, it's the Chiefs, the Bills, and the Steelers.
Or the Ravens.
Right. But now it's the Steelers.
Right now it's the Steelers.
I'd still say AFC. Well, the Bills are substantially better than I think the Chiefs, even though they beat them. They're the only team that beat them so far. They beat them handily. I mean, they beat the Chiefs handily, and they beat the Lions handily. Now the Lions are almost they're at a critical point defensively where they've sustained so many injuries that I think it's cost them a chance at a Super Bowl this year. You can't lose Aleem McNeil. Imagine us losing Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson. That's what they just lost, and Derek Stingley. Our top corner, their top corner.
Right.
That's what they've lost. I don't see how they can win. You saw they can't defend.
Too, right?
And plus Christian Harris. We'll take out Christian Harris and Aziz Al-Shair. So take all those guys off the Texans. That's what you are dealing with. Oh, and by the way, To'o is also out for the year too in this scenario because that's what they're dealing with Malcolm Rodriguez.
In that scenario, just so everybody's not confused.
Yeah.
Just so everyone's not confused.
So you're not confused.
He's fine.
In the scenario of what the Lions are dealing with, take him out. You see where you are? that's why the Lions have, I don't think they have any prayer. They simply can't stop people. Aaron Glenn can do everything he wants, and it doesn't matter. He doesn't have enough players on the field. So now you look at that Lions team and you look at the Eagles team who, yeah, I would say, give me Lamar Jackson, and Josh Allen and Pat Mahomes, because ultimately you still want to have the best quarterbacks taking on Sam Darnold, Jared Goff, and Jalen Hurts. Yeah, I'll take the AFC.
Yeah. Man, the Vikings win today. You got 3 12-2 teams, and the Lions, I don't know that, like you said, with all those injuries. And the byproduct of that is going to be that Aaron Glenn probably doesn't get a head coaching job, which is a shame. Well, I mean, because they're not going to finish all that well.
Well,
there's a chance that people look at that and go,
I mean, they scored a ton of points yesterday. They can still score.
Yeah.
I don't know. Why would that hurt Aaron if you know that they've got 7 starters out with injury? Why is that on Aaron Glenn?
Well, still, you're going to look at the numbers and go, okay. I mean, I'm sure a lot of teams will.
I give Aaron Glenn a 50% chance of being a head coach next year.
Yeah, I would give it if his defense was healthy. I'd give it a lot higher.
Ben Johnson will be a Chicago Bear, I think, and then Aaron Glenn, I think, has got a decent chance. We'll see who else gets fired, because we still. I mean, Doug Peterson could get fired. I wouldn't go to Jacksonville. That's a trap. I don't want anything to do with Jacksonville. It feels like a trap situation.
There's only 32 of those jobs
for your career to die. I know, but I mean, next year Aaron Glenn, for example, would have Aleem McNeil and Aiden Hutchinson back next year, along with Carlton Davis, a second year for Terrion Arnold, Brian Branch. Like, my linebackers are back. I got no problem cruising. But Aaron's in his is Aaron getting close to his 50s?
Oh, Aaron Glenn is, yes.
All right. I think he is.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So maybe he would be. Oh, he's 52. So maybe he would be a beggars can't be choosers situation. I just have a lot of confidence that their defense will be good again and he'll get another shot. Go interview as much as you can, but man, that Jacksonville job looks like that looks like one that I don't know if you can win there.
Yeah. Gilbert's on the line. He wants to talk
Gilbert
about the
got
Texans?
his food, and the Texans won and covered.
How about that?
Imagine that.
Hey, Gilbert.
Hey, how you doing? Where are you at, John?
I'm in Chicago. Where are you at?
What are you doing up in Chicago anyway?
Well, I came to see my family. What are you doing?
So anyway, you brought me the steak last week. That's why the Texans win.
Yeah, that's why the Texans won. You need another one this week, right?
Oh,
I don't know. What's his name again?
Oh, who brought it?
Remember his name?
Will?
Was it Will?
I started with him.
No, I thought Will was. Well, you might have got a DoorDash driver. I don't know. No. It was Will.
He went.
It was Will. Will went. Yeah, Will was his name. He's the one who said he did some light housekeeping.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I know. What's his name again? You know, he said bought me a steak.
Will.
Yeah,
What's that man's name again?
Will.
Yeah, Will. Yeah. Anyway. So anyway, I like to say that, Will, you better bring me a steak because you see the Kansas City can beat the Kansas City anyway now.
All right.
And one more the steak party at this year, John.
What's the what?
Christmas party.
Christmas party's at Nick's place.
Next Monday.
Yeah, next Monday, Gilbert, the 23rd. You coming?
23rd, what day that be? Friday
Monday.
or what?
Monday.
Next Monday, 1 week from today.
I'll be on a Friday. Well, why is it on Monday then? Why is that?
Well, it's closest to Christmas.
Christmas.
Day.
Yeah. Yeah. You gonna come?
Well, no, I don't think I can make it anyway.
No, I don't think it's a good. Honestly, I don't think it's a great idea.
I would buy you a steak there.
Yeah, I don't think it's a great idea.
Hey, I got an idea. Why don't you tell Nick to make me a pizza, pepperoni,
and bring it over.
Yeah, Nick's place. Bring it over.
Yeah. Okay. I'll tell Nick.
Yeah, he'll do it.
Yeah, Nick will do it.
Nick's a good person. He'll do it.
He is a very good person.
I don't want to hold on a second. I don't want to skip out on the part where Gilbert said, "Bring me my steak," or the Texans lose to Kansas City.
We should break that down. I wasn't.
I haven't seen Nick in a long time. Anyway, how's he doing?
Nick, how's he doing, John?
Nick's doing good. No, he's doing real good. Okay, but wait a minute, Gilbert. Now what, Del?
I didn't delude myself into thinking Gilbert was asking for Will's name to thank him on air, but I did not think he was only trying to figure out his name to demand another steak.
A second steak from the same guy.
He's got to bring another one
from the same guy.
You better.
Yeah.
Bring me.
Will, sorry, Will.
It was a very clear threat.
Or
was
the
made.
Texans are going to lose to the Chiefs.
No good deed, Will, goes unpunished. Okay?
Yeah, don't forget that.
I blame you two for this. Not for Gilbert asking for
It's not on me. I'm a great person.
But for setting the narrative that Gilbert decides whether teams win or lose. Now he's latched onto it. And now he's using it as threats. I blame you two.
No. Yeah, we've been threatened before by him. I mean, this is nothing new.
This isn't our first threat from Gilbert.
I know, but you have lended credence to it. Now
It's
he
true.
thinks he can get away with
We
it.
have empowered. No, we've empowered Gilbert, but he's also created losses.
The results
do
speak for themselves.
How about your teams? In some cases, were just average and they lose games.
Hey,
one more thing,
What
gentlemen.
is that, Gilbert? What is it?
What somebody go to Texas game? Give me a Texan division cap.
That's
anyway.
right. Go to the team
They don't
store.
have those, Gilbert.
Go to the team store.
They don't make those, Gilbert. AFC South.
One more thing, gentlemen. It is literally just a Christmas list for Gilbert today.
Yeah.
I want my steak. I want my French fries. I want my corn on the cob. I want my pizza. I want my head. You'll get nothing to like it.
Doesn't matter, Brian. But AFC South champions 2 years in a row, Brian.
Division cap anyway.
Division cap. Who's going to get that done for him?
Jeez, I don't know.
I don't.
Couldn't be me. I got to work on football players. I got a lot of stuff to write up.
We don't go to NRG Stadium, Gilbert.
I don't even go anymore. Yeah.
Well, Will is called in.
Let's get Will. Hold on, Gilbert.
The
Hold
guy
on.
you demanded a steak from is called in.
Yeah, we heard about division cap. Let's get Will in here. What's up, Will? Thanks for bringing Gilbert a steak last week.
You're welcome. Gilbert's welcome. Everyone's welcome. Texans covered. Everybody made a bunch of money. If you dropped a little like I did. And Gilbert's getting another steak today. We're gonna beat the Chiefs by 10.
Oh my God!
That's what I said.
It matters now that Will's buying steak. Has some credence.
We're going to beat the Chiefs, and but one thing I'm concerned about is Gilbert is like a goldfish. He'll put all food in front of him that he'll eat, and when y'all do this Gilbert eats thing, we have to like kind of make it vaguely nutritional.
Yeah,
because like if I bought him a 5-gallon bucket of corn on the cob, he would sit there and methodically eat it until it was just gone.
Yes,
it
he
was
would.
just husks of corn. So to avoid Gilbert being like 600 pounds in 6 months or whatever, we either need to get him on Ozempic or just
I want a division cap.
Or a Texas division cap, apparently, which also helps with weight management.
Yeah, it's not food. You can't eat it.
Gilbert, don't eat lunch today. Skip it. You're getting a steak from Chili's, same fixins, fries, corn on the cob, whatever. And I'm looking forward to this victory over Kansas City.
What'd you think about that, Gilbert? Gilbert, what do you think about that?
Steak today.
What's that?
He just said he's going to get you a steak today for lunch again.
Well, that sounds good anyway.
Did you hear what he said, though? He's getting peas and okra for you as your sides.
I like fried okra. I like steak and
French fries
and
corn on the cob.
Corn on the cob.
Yeah.
Okay, quick question, because this is Will was kind of alluding to this. At some point, would you be open to potentially a Caesar salad with chicken on it, like grilled chicken?
No, I like that kind of chicken.
Yeah, I didn't think you didn't like grilled chicken, right?
No.
Would you be open
like
to
steak and corn on the cob.
Yeah,
steak
we
and
know
corn on
that.
the cob? Is there any chance that you would eat any quinoa or maybe something that more whole grain type
Some
of
shrimp? How about some shrimp?
How about some shrimp, Gilbert?
Some what?
Shrimp? How about some some peeled to eat shrimp,
Yeah,
like shrimp
boiled
cocktail?
shrimp.
No, I just like steak and
corn on the cob,
steak
corn on
and
the
corn on
cob.
the cob.
French
Yeah.
fries, and Dr.
Well,
Pepper.
You know, I mean, that's a lot of protein and non-carb. And then French fries are a starch, so it's not that unhealthy of a meal.
Yeah, you do mix it up. Yeah.
Egg rolls may be too carb loaded for him.
But
I don't know.
he's also an egg roll fan, if we're being
Yeah,
honest.
he is. Yeah, no, we're not. Don't mention egg rolls when you're bringing steak, because then there's not going to be appreciated.
Gilbert, will you eat fish tacos?
No.
What's that?
No.
Will you eat fish tacos?
No, I like tacos anyway.
No, we don't want.
You don't like tacos?
No.
What about meat? Well, what about tortillas with meat and beans and cheese in it? Well, we're not. Well, we're going in a different direction there with it, but
no.
I don't believe him. I think
Listen, he's got his go-to. Don't try and change him, man. That man's those spots ain't changing.
I may have to bring him your tamales, John, that I've got in the freezer.
No, you don't want my tamales. You leave my tamales alone. You keep your hands off my
Well,
tamales,
Will, thank
Gilbert.
you for the win. I feel like this is just the beginning of a weekly call.
No
from
problem.
Gilbert.
I'm gonna drop off, guys, and keep listening. But Gilbert's getting the steak. Viva Stingley. Viva Tavondre Sweat. Hook 'em horns. Bye.
All right.
There
Look
it
at
is.
that. He made money on that game yesterday, so that's nice.
Hey, Gilbert, you got a lot of
Gilbert's going to benefit.
Hey, Gilbert, you better hope that the Chiefs win, or you're not going to have as much pull when you're. I'm sorry, the Texans win, or you're not going to have as much pull with the.
You better hope the Texans win.
Yeah, you better hope the
buddy.
Texans win, or we're going to start thinking that maybe you can't control the outcomes of games.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine that.
Yep.
Well,
Somebody better what?
Somebody better give me a text from the division camp
He's
if
not
they
done.
want to win Sunday.
More threats.
No, you said steak, and you got the steak.
John?
You're not threatening with the
What is this? An add-on?
No, Gilbert, no.
Is this a supplement to the meal?
Is he
you're
powerful
getting
or
the
not?
steak.
Is he powerful
No.
or not? Because this threat, same call.
That was a direct threat, by the way.
Do you?
Somebody better get me is how it started.
Yeah.
Or they ain't winning. All right, beat it, Gilbert. All right, you're getting your steak today. Let us know how it goes. We got a break.
We did.
We
Really,
got to talk.
truly
We
did.
have created. He is a monster. Got to talk about HR&P right now. You got a monster business, and your business is doing great, and everything is wonderful, and you're growing, and you're making more money, and you got more payroll, and you got to hire more people, and now it's getting complicated, and now you got to do the taxes on that. You got to make sure that the Affordable Care Act is all good, and now you've got HR issues that you've got to worry about because you got more people, and people suck. So here's the deal: is you need HR&P. HR&P will handle all of that stuff for you because you don't know about that stuff. That's not what you do. If you're in the payroll business, fine. Okay, I can see where you wouldn't want HR&P doing your payroll since that's your business. But if you're not in the payroll business, you don't know about payroll. You don't know about HR. You don't know about the taxes. You don't know about the Affordable Care Act. You don't know these things. And by the way, they're also experts in helping you get your 401ks or your insurance packages to your people. Those are all things that you don't know about. You don't know about those things, HR&P does. So let HR&P do their thing, you do your thing, and let them save you a bunch of money. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
Hey, there's a designer trunk show coming at Zadok Jewelers on the 20th and the 21st from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Really cool way to wrap up your holiday gifting with fine jewelry that you want underneath the tree. Marco Besiggio, Phillips House, the Zadok collection. It's all going to be available December 20th. Only at Zadok at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. I think I may have screwed up one of the names of the designers, but I can promise you they won't, because they have intimate knowledge of every designer. They have intimate knowledge of what the hottest metals are right now, of what the hottest designs are, of what the best fashion is. They will walk you through the entire process. They understand that you have a budget, and they'll stick within your budget. But if you want to spin big and win big, absolutely, Zadok is going to knock it out of the park. They have the best pieces, and a great opportunity is for you to get to the designer trunk show this December 20th. It's coming up on, Thursday and Friday, the 20th and the 21st. Don't miss out on the great opportunity for you to, Friday and Saturday, the great opportunity for you to find those perfect gifts for the holiday season. 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. For more information or to start the process of communicating right there online, go to zadok.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
9:44. It's the last segment. I can't do right now. John is the one who does News of the Weird.
It's not even News of the Weird. We're so late.
Wait, what is this?
It's the 9:30 segment. We're just really late.
Really?
Yes, oddly enough.
Damn you, Gilbert. And you know what? You mentioned it too. He started with a steak threat, and then he went, if you want to win, because he knows that this is what kind of scares us.
Negotiate with terrorists. And this is what you've done. Now
this is why they say it.
He knows.
You know, I never really thought about it, I've watched the TV shows and everything, and they tell you you don't negotiate with terrorists. Why is that? We're getting a lesson on that right now from Gilbert.
Once you bend, they continue to bend and see if you'll break.
It's the same thing with my kids. If I, we issued a punishment to them for things, and then because it's easier for us, we tend to like back off of them to make it more convenient for us. And now we have created issues with that consistency. Gilbert, if you don't push back on, of course, if you do push back on Gilbert, it doesn't really matter either, actually.
Yes, but at least you can have some self-respect. If you want to treat the Texans like they're your children, or the Astros like your children, and you're the president of the United States.
They win when he gets steak, though.
But he has said they would lose. You gave him a steak after he already said it, and then they lost. The Astros did.
Yeah, but he's still 3-1.
Or a hat. I think
he's
it was
still 3-1 with steaks.
I'm just saying, you're setting.
Yeah, that was
up.
a hat. He threatened a hat.
Now he's threatening a hat again.
Yeah, he's threatening a hat. A loss for a hat. Yeah, division champions. Yeah, we're not doing it. And Gilbert's in no shape to be traveling around. And
while you two are the president in the scenario, and your teams are like your children, and now the terrorists have kidnapped your children. Now you have to see if you're going to do what they want. I'm the vice president. You should be able to recuse yourself. I take over and go, no, Gilbert, it's not how this show is run. You don't dictate to us.
Because right now he feels like he's the king and we're the sorry people.
And you've allowed him to take that mantle of king.
Yeah, it's on us.
So afraid.
Why do I see John just sitting there texting?
He's trying to
on his computer.
I don't know.
Is he going to do any more of the show?
I don't think.
I just see John just sitting on his phone. If you're streaming, you can see he's just sitting on his phone texting without a care in the world.
We were told that if he disconnected and reconnected, that the quality would get better.
Okay.
The problem is he cannot reconnect.
We got this. The Gilbert bus is cruising, and if it drops below 55 miles per hour, the bus explodes.
He's Dennis Hopper from Speed.
Yep. That was Hopper who was the bad guy, right?
Yes.
Yeah. What about this? Mr. McClane. Is there any way he is John Clay? I can't remember what his real name was. the bad guy, Snape. What's his name? Who's dead?
Severus
Alan
Snape. Hans Gruber.
Yeah, Hans Gruber.
Yeah.
Alan
Rickman, his real name?
Is he does he strike you as Hans Gruber at all?
I don't think he's that maniacal. I think he's pretty straightforward.
He's not Buffalo Bill, so
No.
don't even send that in.
No, I don't know what he is. I just know he's effective.
Yeah, he is effective. We haven't since the early. We may wait, but to do it tomorrow. But we just spent a little bit more time talking about the Rockets Cup. I assume you watched. There was, it was fun. I can't
Meaningful
lie.
basketball's
I
fun.
like the intensity. I like the intensity of the cup, the defense. Somehow that game ended up higher scoring because it got out of control. I like the intensity of that game. The intensity they showed in the first half, both teams. I have a funny feeling that the Rockets versus the Thunder is going to end up being a major battle in the Western Conference for years to come. I really do. I just can't help but think the age of these two teams, some of the players they have on them, their ability to maneuver rosters still because they've got some flexibility from a roster standpoint. I just think, and the coaching, I think Thunder Rockets is going to be your big Western Conference battle starting probably next year. It's going to be a major, major factor moving forward. I feel really good about both teams. I really do. And I don't come away from that game upset. Like I'm bought into a Rockets process. I know it's not happening this year, but I just want to see them get better. I want to see them more competitive. There's all these little things I want to see that I think are the process for greatness. And I think they're hitting those landmarks, even if the results will be a little hit or miss. I still think they're hitting those landmarks, and I think they're in great shape. It's going to be up to Rafael Stone and probably Ime Udoka and, frankly, the Tillmans. I mean, the Fertittas, both Patrick and the father, Tillman, to make smart moves this offseason. Don't go too crazy, John. Don't go too crazy.
I would not put it past that they are going to make moves this season. They have. I don't want to say. Listen. They want to win, and they want to win big, and I think that they see the deficiency. Well, I don't think you mess up the core. I think you do have to make some kind of a move, and it's going to hurt a little bit. You got to make some kind of move that you can get more consistent scoring. They're not going to win big in the Western Conference as is. I just don't believe that.
What's their core?
Their core.
What do they consider their core?
The core is Alperen, Amen, Tari,
and Jalen. They see Jalen as core. Although they wouldn't have paid him. They wouldn't have paid him what they paid him if they didn't think he's a core player.
But they paid him. But listen, that contract is not trade unfriendly.
No, it's not. He's core, but he's core tradable. Yeah, it's tradable.
He is still tradable. He's still tradable. I think that you could see. I could see Jalen in a package.
Yeah. 100%. I could too.
Does he considering how he's played this year, and you mentioned the deal, 33, 36, 36. Those are the years and the money over the next 3 years. Is right now the way he's playing a value contract for anyone trading for him?
It depends on what you need. I think you'd have to go to a lesser team.
But is a lesser team willing to pay
an
inefficient player that type of money over the course of 3 seasons?
Oh,
just
they
because
have
he's young?
Yeah, there's teams who do it all the time.
But
this is the NBA.
Well, they do it. They pay their own.
He can be that. He can be a 22 to 25 point per game scorer if he's the primary scorer on a team.
Well, he shoots enough here to do that. He just doesn't shoot well.
Right, and he's averaged 22 a game before. But I think NBA teams will see. Everyone thinks that you can get him right. Like we can get him right. We can get his shooting right. He'll grab some rebounds. His defense has gotten better. He's a very good penetrator. He's quick off the dribble. It's hard to stop him. He gets in. He can finish around the paint, around the rim. We know who he is, and we know his deficiencies. I think there will be some other teams, because this always happens in every sport all the time, where teams say, whatever his problems are, we can get it right. And you always look at somebody else's treasure. somebody else's not trash, but someone else's shiny objects as a treasure. Jalen's a shiny object. I don't think he's a treasure.
Yeah.
I really don't.
All right, we got to break it there. We got News of the Weird coming your way next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Del, why don't you tell the people a little monumental stuff?
Yeah, if you were looking for a treasure, you need to go to Monument Chevrolet. They have been in business for 50 years, and they have been selling cars to generations of family for that long. So what does that mean? They are serving the community the right way, getting people the greatest cars, getting people the great service that Monument Chevrolet provides. Just go to monumentchevrolet.com and check out the inventory and check out the prices. I mention the prices because when you see them on the website, they're the same prices you're going to get once you go out to the dealership. No hidden fees, no upcharges. Whether you need a Colorado, a Silverado, a Trax, whatever you might need from Monument Chevrolet, the price is the price. And the people selling you the cars are the best in the business. They want you to become part of their family because they treat themselves like family. People have been working there for 20 years, whether it be 20 years or one. Their family there at Monument Chevrolet. And remember, they've got great deals celebrating the 50 years in business, because they understand what it means to be in business that long, and they want to pass those prices and those deals on to you. So check them out at monumentchevrolet.com. Just go to Monument Chevrolet at 3940 Pasadena Freeway off of Beltway 8 and 225. And remember, Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
A Michigan woman, Jenna Gerwatowski, took a DNA test for fun, which led police to her grandmother and charged her with murder. He got in a cold case from years ago, from 1997. Her grandmother was arrested because her granddaughter took a DNA test. That's bad luck. That's just bad luck, if you ask me.
That is.
Well, plus, killing people is not great. Right?
No, it's not ideal.
No, I think killing people is probably bad.
Unless it's it's a healthcare sector, and then you become a superstar. Apparently.
Apparently, people might be taking advantage of a bad situation, which is something new. A walking tour of spots connected to Brian Thompson's murder by Luigi, the CEO of United Healthcare. You can take a walking tour. Do you want to take a walking tour of murder sites or what led to his murder?
I mean, I don't, but I'm sure there will be people.
Oh, there are. Oh, there are. Make no mistake. People are paying to go see how it all went about and how he got killed. People suck, though. That's true too, right? People do suck. You don't eat the snow in Rumford, Maine. Apparently, brown snow is falling from the sky.
Ooh, that doesn't sound promising.
No, you heard of don't eat that yellow snow.
Yeah.
I'm absolutely not eating brown snow.
No, I'm not eating. Well, first of all, I'm not a snow eater because we don't get snow here. But secondly, no, if anything is brown or yellow and it's not actual prepared food, I'm not putting that in my mouth.
No, don't eat brown snow. That's just all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Immediately stop using Immediately stop using balloon blowing kits, says Health Canada, because they will cause hallucinations. To me, this is going to prompt a lot of people using balloon blowing kits.
What does that mean?
They get hallucinations.
Is this like to blow up balloons? Just basic?
Yeah.
Because you're lightheaded or something?
I guess, and you're going to get hallucinations. I think this is a bad thing to tell everyone because you know how people like to have hallucinations.
Do they?
Yeah.
People like to hallucinate?
Yes. Aaron Rodgers loves to hallucinate. That's what he does.
It's done him a lot of good this year.
You know how many people have dropped acid? You know what that is? Hallucinations. And if it's a lot cheaper, the balloon blowing kit, I'm in.
Oh,
I'm in.
You're in?
Man.
They just told you not to do it, and now you're in.
Well, people always tell you not to do stuff that's great. Okay? Whatever. What else? We are done. Bell is next right here. Don't forget, Friday will be at Republic Boot Company if you want to stop by and hang out with us. And on Monday, Nick's Place, 2713 Rocky Ridge. Tomorrow night, our good friend Glenn Davis is going to be in West U doing his show from 5 until 8. I thought his show started at 6. Let's see, are those guys taking off early? That's BS.
Maybe he's going to be there at 5 to meet him.
He's going to be there at 5.
Oh, he's going to be there.
You don't have to use the time to insult.
That way, he can be there early to talk to people.
It's like, hey,
I don't want
are the killer bees taking an hour off those lazy? Oh no! Wait.
Yeah. So he's going to be at Hugh O'Connor's Pub, 5010 Dinkin Street in Westview tomorrow night. I'm going to try and get there as well. So that's it. We're done. Have a great day, and we will talk to you again tomorrow, everybody. I right now want to talk about Hogue, Hogue. Hogue Landscape Services. And listen, there's nobody that's doing what these guys are doing. There's nobody that's doing what they're doing. Matt and his team are just, it is the technologically, when you see what they put into it, when you see how they are going to be able to, what they're going to be able to turn your backyard into, it's incredible. Go to Hogue, HOGUELS.com and see for yourself. This is not just we're going to trim your grass and plant some flowers. We are putting in pools. We're putting in putting greens. We're putting in basketball courts, pickleball courts. We're putting in fire pits. We're putting in outdoor kitchens. It's incredible what they do. Not Yes, I mean, it is. So if you're looking for your backyard to be something special, but this holiday, give that to the family. Give it to the family that you're going to get something special this house, a backyard that everybody's going to love. Hogue, HOGUELS.com.
Welcome to the show. And I'm putting Sean on the spot immediately because we haven't had an opportunity to play this very much. And I said before the show, or at least last week, would we get an opportunity when we came back on Monday? So, in a game where the Texans scored 20 points, yes, we will get to the positives. And maybe you think this is a positive too, but I'm going to let Sean decide. In a game that they scored 20 points, CJ Stroud does throw for 2 touchdowns. They have less than 200 total yards of offense. And they took advantage of turnovers, special teams plays to win 20-12. So, CJ's numbers, 18-26, 131 yards, 2 TDs, a passer rating of 106.4. But somehow QBR less than the guy who threw 3 picks and turned the ball over 4 times overall. I don't know how that happens, but that's what happened in the box score. So, Sean, did he shred him? And you only answer by either your voice or the sounder.
No, he didn't shred him. 130 yards. He taught
a passer rating over 106.
When you really lean on the passer rating, that's when you know the actual stats aren't, or the more digestible stats aren't good.
Mm-hmm. So we don't get to play it.
No,
I would have looked at you in a very negative light if you had hit that button.
130. Come
on. They win the game thanks to their defense and a great performance taking the ball away. And as I mentioned, the special teams play that accounted for 35 of their 77 rushing yards.
35 of their 181 total.
Yeah, a Frank Ross special as they got down to, inside the Dolphins 10 and eventually scored a touchdown. CJ made another play where he held the ball to the last second and found Nico Collins. It happened in the first half too. So the Texans win 20-12. Their defense played well, actually great, forcing 4 turnovers, getting after the quarterback a little bit. And we talked about it on Friday, how we would feel about this team after the game. And I think we both said it really depended on the quarterback because we didn't expect the blowout. Maybe we didn't expect the scoreline to go this way. I said, take the over. I think it was 46 and a half, maybe 46 when I first said it. And if not for the turnovers and the special teams play, did the Texans break double digits? I don't know. Game flow certainly matters. They would have been in different situations trying to score if not for those turnovers. But hey, you take it. You get to 9-5. You win the division. But if the morning show is any indication, I don't think people are excited about the win. In fact, I don't remember a call about the Texans. We had what have you learned, and people discuss things not Texans related. We had our Gilbert call. We had Gilbert's Uber Eats call as well. A guy who is going to feed him again to guarantee a win over the Chiefs. But as far as excitement over the game, I don't think it's there. Other than, you win the division, you're in the playoffs. That's cool for the second year in a row. You can pull out the Bill O'Brien sounder at any point. Brian T. Smith's not there to bother. Well, Bill O'Brien's not there to bother anyone. He's in Boston College, but Brian T. Smith's not there to bother anyone. But am I wrong to say it feels like the vibes of a AFC South Bill O'Brien team, division champion? We'll take it. We got to lean into the fact that we won the AFC South again. But
doesn't matter, Brian. But AFC South champions 2 years in a row, Brian.
Yeah, but you guys are back in the.
Doesn't matter what it looked like. Back in the playoffs. Looking forward to the playoffs.
Exactly.
Go ahead. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, you did. You did mean to interrupt. You're very clear on that. Doesn't matter what it looks like, Del. AFC South champions, back in the playoffs. And that's the positive spin for the offense. The defense, we can sing their praises all day. They turned Tua into an impatient quarterback. He did some things in that game that he had not done all year long, and I think a lot of it has to do with something we talk about when it comes to C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud is not the quarterback he was last year for several factors. I think the one we point to the most is just the accumulation of pressure and hits he had to deal with throughout the year, maybe a lack of trust in his offensive line. And I think you saw that with 2 backup tackles and the way Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson, the rest of that defensive front, got after Tua. You can game plan around one inexperienced tackle who may not be very good. The Dolphins had 2 because Kendall Lamb, former Texan, did not play. He was inactive along with Teron Armstead. So Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson got to go after Patrick Paul and Jackson Carman, a cast off from the Bengals. And when Jalen Waddle goes down, Tua got back into the mode of force feeding Tyreek Hill. And the Kalen Bullock pick was one where it's in a realm where you're in a spot where you can score points. We know Kalen Bullock returns it. Devon Achane chases him down. The Texans only can kick a field goal. But the reason Devon Achane can chase him down because he was wide open in the flat with the blocker in front. Does he get a first down? Who knows? But that's a play in the past that Tua has taken, particularly in his recent run. He just throws that ball out to Achane. If it's a 4-yard gain, whatever, but he's not forcing the ball into coverage. The Texans' ability to push that pocket and speed him up and make him impatient, I think, led to a couple of those picks. The Stingley first pick in the second half was the same way, I think. If Waddle's out there, if he hadn't been hit before throughout the game, I think he maybe checks it down. If you don't get the first down, so be it. Kick a field goal. Now it's 20-15. He force-fed Hill, and that played into Stingley's game. And he made, let's just say, a routine play on the first pick. The second pick, D'Amico Ryans called it the best play he's ever seen. I think I would say tone it down. I know you're in the post-game locker room. It was a great play. But the best play you've ever seen? So I'll ask you this, Sean, because, the morning show gets into a debate about, hey, Dell, we're going to make fun of you and your quarterback. Should Tyreek Hill, a superstar receiver, make that play? If you look at that ball, I'm not taking anything away from Stingley, but should superstars on both ends, DB and receiver, when you get 2 hands on the ball, who makes that play? Should Tyreek Hill make that play?
You have to wonder if he's not nursing the wrist injury from when he got arrested.
I didn't even think about that.
But yes, the number 1 player in the NFL top 100 should probably make that catch.
Sean's referencing the players.
Jamar Chase makes that catch.
Oh, Justin Jefferson makes that catch.
Nico Collins probably makes that catch.
Tyreek Hill, sure. He's 5'8" on a good day, probably. But he rises up, gets 2 hands on the football. That's a play you have to make. Now, credit to Stingley for making the play.
Yeah.
But that's not a 50-50 ball. That's probably, at best, 65-35.
I was thinking right in that range.
Yeah. And Stingley, the 35% makes the play. So he gets all the credit in the world for making the play. But sometimes you got to look at the guy who didn't make the play. And that ended the game.
Yeah. But it was the greatest play.
Greatest play D'Amico Ryans has ever seen. I don't think it's the greatest.
I mean, he played for the Texans for a while.
Played for the Eagles, too. But he's also watched Fred Warner.
Yeah, when you think about coaching. Too,
yeah, he's also coached maybe the best linebacker of a generation. And Stingley may be becoming at least one of the best corners in football. We'll see how his career goes. But it was a defensive standout performance from the tackles to the ends, just forcing the Dolphins to game plan around him. So, Will Anderson forces a fumble. Danielle Hunter comes on late, makes a big play on one of the Dolphins' final drives of the game with a sack. Once it became apparent that they're going to have to drop back and throw the football, things got scary and a little sketchy for the Dolphins' offensive line, and Texas take advantage of it. So they get to 9-5. What does it mean? It means they win the division because the Colts fell apart in Denver. And I guess the concern now is Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon suffers another hip drop tackle that wasn't penalized. And is he going to be available in a short week against a Chiefs team who may be missing their quarterback as well? So, but right now, all you can say is, we'll take it. Bobby Slowick, I don't want to put you on fraud watch, but that Anthony Weaver defense let Aaron Rodgers do whatever the hell he wanted to last week. He comes in here this week, and you are a turnover special teams merchant for your points. I'm thinking Texans legitimate drives where they didn't benefit from turnovers or special teams play. I think 17 of their 20 points came off of that. I think the first drive of the game was the only drive they did not benefit from turnovers or special teams to score. And after that, it was like, thanks, Tua. We appreciate it. Thanks for setting
Doesn't
us up.
matter, Brian.
That's
AFC
right.
South champions
My
2 years
name's
in a
not
row,
Brian.
Brian.
Yeah, but you
Just cut it off. I don't need the sorry to interrupt.
Because that's a lie.
Yeah.
First off.
You 100. Well, you wouldn't have said it if you didn't mean to interrupt.
No, he did mean to interrupt. He just had to get it known that, or let it be known that he's an AFC South champion for the second year in a row. I don't know. I don't think D'Amico had that attitude, but he was pure football coach. You know, you won a game. Your defense won the game for you. You got to love it. Don't question me about my offense, though. Not today. Well, the offensive questions we can save for a different day, but not today. That was a great team win.
It was a great team.
Yes. 2/3 of the team.
The defense,
special teams,
the special part of the team, offense,
bus
Nico
ride,
Collins.
offense, bus riders.
They were
bus riders yesterday.
Really, like it was just the greatness of Nico Collins is the 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, he's floating around. CJ's not pressured, buying time. He finds his open space. Touchdown. Those are how that went. Other than that,
just how Bobby Sloak drew it up.
Yeah, I saw people crediting Bobby Sloak for a great play. If it's a great play, it doesn't take 8 seconds to score. Great plays generally don't take 8 seconds unless it's like a 90-yard touchdown. An 8 seconds.
Even then.
An 8 second. Yeah, even then. An 8-second play when you're 5 yards away from the goal line. It's probably not that great of a play because it was deciphered pretty easily by the defense, and the greatness of your players found a way to make it work.
Yeah.
You said it, Sean. You didn't think anything was going to happen over the bye.
I mean,
Can't say you're wrong.
If anything,
they were worse.
Yeah.
We'll get into the offensive line change that they made. It was one that broke. Was it? Now it was broke late. Aaron Wilson reported it, I think, Friday after the show. I did not see it coming. We thought it was going to be some combination of Zachary Taylor or Kenyon Green. Neither one of those guys played. It was a switch from when you have your right tackle moving in to guard, and then you throw Blake Fisher out there. Blake Fisher had some good moments and some bad ones, particularly late when the Dolphins knew you're just going to throw the football. It got a little hairy for that offensive line, but they held up just enough. So getting to that, got the Rockets in the NBA Cup. A trade that happened in baseball for your Astros happened after the show was over. We'll talk about that. Kyle Tucker no longer an Astro. It was a foregone conclusion. We were just waiting for the prospects / major leaguers to come back, and we have word on that. So I'll get into that too. So a lot to get to here as we're just getting started. But first, I want to talk about MyBookie. MyBookie is the place you go to if you want to put some money down on the game tonight, or any game really. We are just days away from the first games in the CFP, the first time ever that it's a 12-team playoff. We have those games coming up. We have NBA action, regular NBA action, not NBA Cup action. That'll conclude on Tuesday. So there's a lot to take a look at if you are looking to put some money down. Just go to mybookie.ag to do that and use that promo code BET975. So if you like what's going on tonight in the NFL or the NBA, take a look. Maybe you are a big college basketball fan and you know a good line when you see it. You can do that too. From the bowls, the college basketball to the NBA, it's all there for you. Promo code is BET975. And remember, every Thursday, you get a free play. And all that means is if you lose, doesn't cost you anything. And if you don't, well, you keep your money. All that is there for you at mybookie.ag because you can bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So the Texans are division champions in part because of what Jonathan Taylor did yesterday. Beyond it's selfish and how could you do that to your team, I'm trying to think of a more embarrassing thing to happen to anyone in sports. Like, if you go through all of the lists of bad moments for an individual, where does that rank? Giving away a touchdown because you didn't run through the goal line. We've got the Nick Young celebrating a 3 before it goes in, and you miss it. We got getting crossed up so bad you fall down, and a guy makes a 3. That's very embarrassing in basketball.
Dunked on.
Baseball, well, yes, dunked on is one too. In baseball, forgetting the number of outs and tossing the ball away if you're an outfielder.
Yeah, I was going to say it's more embarrassing for an outfielder than for even a pitcher, I feel like.
Yeah,
if you like strike him out and you start walking off and then, one more. Nothing. Like that's better than, just toss it into the stands.
And there's a runner on, they come around the score because of your error. I don't think there's one more embarrassing in football than not crossing the goal line and costing yourself and your team a touchdown. It's got to be top 2 of the most embarrassing events other than the Paul Pierce. That might be the most embarrassing thing for anyone.
Yeah, but
period.
That's an isolated incident.
There's that Florida running back maybe 7 years ago who had a stain. But as far as actual events that don't involve bodily functions, I think dropping the ball before you cross the goal line. Cam Taylor-Britt, I think it happened to yesterday too, but his was trying to switch hands to celebrate. So it's bad. You didn't have to switch hands, but at the goal line when you're alone.
I feel like that one's worse.
Because why?
Why are you switching hands?
Yeah, you weren't even trying to screw it up. You just did.
Like, it's also, it was an accident. Like that's I think that's what it is.
It was an accident.
It's a mistake.
Yeah.
It's an actual mistake. It would have happened 15 yards down the field.
True.
Dropping the ball in the end zone's like, at least you made the active choice.
Yeah.
Also, I feel like Jonathan Taylor was very close to getting in.
He was very close.
That's probably the closest one. Where I was like, the first time I saw it, I was like, how is that not a touchdown?
He had a better angle. And then the debate came up about how come not every game has the down the goal line.
I get why Broncos Colts doesn't, though.
Well, it was playoff implications, Sean.
Yeah. Jonathan Taylor took care of that for us.
Yeah, the Colts, amazingly enough, aren't completely out of it because the Chargers got their ass kicked by the Cardinals. And we know we had a team in town against the Texans who felt like do or die for them. Now, the road is very narrow for the 6 and 8 teams, the Bengals and the Colts and the Dolphins. The Colts, at this point, I think have the best shot because they have the head-to-head against the Dolphins, but they all have to hope for the Chargers to fall apart down the stretch and then overtake them to get to 9 and 8. Or if the Broncos lose their next 3, although the Colts would probably can't catch the Broncos because they've already lost the head-to-head. So the Broncos look pretty much in. They do have a tougher schedule than the Chargers, but the Chargers haven't looked great the last couple weeks, and Justin Herbert's still limping around. So if we're thinking of any team who started the weekend 8-5, well, the Chargers are the only one who did not get to 9-5 because the Ravens and the Broncos both won. The Chargers are the one who's more susceptible at this point because they do have the Broncos next week, and then the schedule gets easier. But who knows?
They have to have a Raiders.
Yeah, they have the Raiders to close out the year. But if Herbert's still going to be limping around, it would be just like the Chargers to find a way to blow it again. So we'll see. But it looks like Broncos, Ravens are either, at least in the Ravens case, either your division winner or a wild card spot. And of course, the Broncos are pretty comfortable. So we're looking at a one spot race for the final playoff spot in the AFC with the Chargers 2 games up, but in a little danger because their quarterback ain't healthy and maybe they're running out of gas a little bit. So we'll see how it goes for them. Okay. Sean, how much of the NBA Cup did you see? Not the Hawks Bucks. I mean, I wouldn't blame you for not watching that.
Okay, good. I was watching Craven during that.
Oh, you might not have been alone, but
it felt like I was alone.
we'll see.
The box office numbers tell me I'm alone.
Yeah, and also you might be one of the few who liked it or not. We'll see.
I'm not sure if I liked it.
He's not sure. He's not sure.
I'm not sure.
That's probably a no then if he's not sure, because Sean likes a bad movie. If he didn't like Craven, he ain't alone there. I'll tell you that. So Rockets go down to the Thunder in a game where every Rockets loss feels like this. They torture you defensively, and then they torture us watching them play offense.
Yeah.
This backcourt ain't sustainable as far as winning anything meaningful. And I'm talking about even a playoff series. I'm not saying let's go out there and win a title or get to the Western Conference Finals. This backcourt can't win a best of 7. They are too inconsistent. You're not going to get enough consistent performances from the Van Vliet Green backcourt to win a first round series. Home court, not home court, it doesn't matter. Just look at the teams you might be facing. You're going to be at a distinct disadvantage and have to depend on your defense to hold teams under 100 to win games like this. Unless you just turn teams over, get out in transition, crash the boards, which is their formula. You saw it. When it came down to it, there's not enough juice there, and then Alperen didn't have a great night either. So the Rockets go down. I like the Cup. It's competitive. People care.
Yeah. It was nice just seeing a game where, like, again, teams approach it like it's a must-win game. Because I mean, I know in the Warriors game, the Rockets only played 8 players. Like they really shortened the rotation. I know in this one, I think was it both Şengün and Van Vliet played 40 minutes. So you get like rotations that treat it like it is meaningful. Smith, Jabari played 40 and Van Vliet played 42. Thompson played 30. Yeah. So you get teams like actually going for it, which is, it's interesting to see how Ime Udoka approaches a must-win game. His first must-win game, I guess second to the Warriors game, of his Rockets career. I was not impressed by it. The way you phrased it was perfect. It's like every Rockets loss, just Fred VanVleet starts 0 for 7, and then you go from there. And yeah, unless you get a decent Van Vliet night and a good Şengün night or a good Green night, it's hard. It's hard for this team to win.
Yeah, you mentioned 0 for 7. It feels like for Van Vliet.
Just the ball's tipped. He's 0 for 7.
Yeah, forget about it. Yeah, just include that in the number.
Divvy it up whenever you want, but he'll go into halftime 1 for 9.
Yeah, when they roll the basketball out, he's starting out 0 for 7. He has to try to overcome that. The team does too. They combine Green and Van Vliet for 2 of 19 from 3. 2 of 19.
Yeah.
Both put up tour dates. 5 of 14 for Green, 3 of 15 for Van Vliet. 12 and 8 points apiece. Yeah. They scored one more point than threes taken. 20 points and 19 threes taken.
Yeah.
That was the type of night. The defense, particularly in that first half, awesome. I mean, they held the Thunder to 41 points. The problem is they only scored 42 of their own.
Yeah, it was a example of like this was actual 2 good teams actually playing defense and not just terrible offense. Like you could tell that these guys,
there was a lot of effort.
Yeah.
It's just that the Thunder, as we keep saying, have the likes of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. So no matter what the deal is, he can be right enough that they can overcome. 14 of 15 from the free throw line. He's known as someone, at least if you're an opposing fan, as someone who gets the benefit of a favorable whistle. Getting to the line 15 times and making 14. That'll work. Jabari Smith, 6 of 7. But you look at the rest of that starting lineup. Dylan Brooks only 1 time. Şengün 1 time. Fred VanVleet twice. Jalen once. So they could not use the free throw line to kind of mitigate their issues shooting the basketball, and they go down. But it's a nice moment to be there, to play against one of the best teams in basketball, maybe the best team in the West, and at least fight for a half. Look, the Rockets never quit. It just at points felt like, okay, They're going to continue to shoot this poorly. Şengün's not going to play well. I don't like your alleged best player getting outplayed by Isaiah Hartenstein.
Yeah, that's not good.
That's not great.
I mean, but you saw it with Zubac too. You throw a Euro big man out on him.
Well,
he's got nothing.
He's not a Euro.
Zubac?
No, Hartenstein.
He's German.
Is he? He has German nationality? I know he's German, but is he an American or a German?
I thought he played for the German national team.
Yeah, but was he born here?
Listen,
Did he play ball here?
I don't have his paperwork in front of me.
Speaking of German, your papers. He is a German American, but he born in Eugene. He ain't a Euro.
Nike campus.
He played for the German team because hey, that's how he's going to get to play, possibly in the Olympics. But he was an American-born player.
Yeah, but he didn't play in college. He didn't play college basketball. He played the Artland Dragons.
Yeah.
And
okay, yeah, he moved to Germany in 2008, so I'll give it to you.
A team with the squiggle over the Z.
Whatever that might mean and how it affects the pronunciation, sure.
Yeah, and then Rio Grande Valley Vipers.
And
the Rockets. And then the Vipers again.
This is a tricky one for me, whether he's a Euro or not. Born in America, but a lot of his time playing basketball was overseas as a young player. So I'm going to give it to you. Barely. Yes, another Euro smack Şengün around. All right. Yeah, he's got problems with Euros. You know how Draymond would treat a Euro big man. We saw how he treated Şengün.
Yeah.
Draymond tries to bully. I'm going to need some of that from Şengün. I know they're one of you, but you need to start bullying European bigs. Maybe not go to the Draymond level, but at least play better against them.
Yeah. Let's see. Do we have a Sabonis on the schedule coming up?
At some point, there always will be a Sabonis.
Pelicans? No, off the top of my head, they're all hurt.
Everyone on the team, it feels like.
Pirtle. You're going to play the Raptors. Is Pirtle European?
Didn't he have a big game against the Rockets earlier this year?
You're stretching my.
Did they play the?
I don't think they played.
Okay, maybe I'm remembering him dominating Bam. I think that's might be what I'm remembering. So they have not played the Raptors yet.
Ooh, and then Gobert, 2 days after Christmas. Second night of a back-to-back.
Sabonis went for 27 in their game earlier this year. Kings Rockets.
Yeah.
Şengün was good too. He had 24 and 8 and 6, but the Kings won that one. Sabonis goes for 27 and 7 and 4. So that was a wash. But the last two nights, he got washed.
He really did.
So Rockets go down. Don't have great performances from their young stars, and then their established veterans don't play well either. So the Thunder move on. They'll play the Bucks for the Emirates NBA Cup title on Tuesday. Normal basketball back here. Not for the Rockets, but for the rest of the NBA tonight. Let's also I see you. You want to talk Astros. Kyle Tucker, now a Cub. They acquire what appears to be, with the Bregman news, feels forthcoming that he's not going to be an Astro anymore. They acquire a third baseman, a veteran they can put there, and then they get Cam Smith. Not the Cam Smith who, it's probably too inside baseball to make the reference to Cam Smith who works here. But for people probably don't know who. Some people know he is, certainly.
Off mic, we've been making that joke.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm sure. I haven't made the joke yet. I haven't been around you guys enough to make the joke. But yeah, they acquire Cam Smith. How that deal is going to be decided, is Cam Smith going to be great as now the Astros top prospect now that he's been acquired? We will see. We can talk Astros with La Salsa when we come back. Anyone else want to get in? 713-780-3776. We will be back.
You are back with
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So the Astros trade Kyle Tucker. Paredes comes in. Cam Smith comes in. And how do we pronounce this gentleman's name? I've seen it pronounced or heard it pronounced multiple ways. The big story for him is he's a local. There's a picture of him with his family at some golf course and someone there has an Astro hat. Everyone's like, yeah, we'll bring back a local.
It was at Carlton Woods.
Yeah. He celebrated. I don't know if he got the news while he was already playing or he celebrated by playing at Carlton Woods.
I saw that he was already, he was starting his round when he got the phone call.
I don't normally credit Lance with much because why would I?
Lance Zierlein?
Yes, No, not Lance McCullers. Lance Zierlein, yes.
I mean, that's true for both.
Yeah. Well, I can't credit Lance McCullers for anything. He never pitches. Never does anything anymore. But how about we don't care so much that he's local? Does that matter? I mean, for, I guess, socials but as far as a fan, I don't care that he's local. What's that got to do with me?
Especially
Hayden Wesneski? Is that how we're going to pronounce his last name?
I guess Wesneski. I don't think I've ever heard it said out loud. Especially when it's like a pitcher who might be a bullpen arm, might be a back end starter, where you're like, and he went to high school. So like, I don't care.
It's like C.J. Stroud and his pass rating from yesterday.
Yeah, it's like
we all saw the game. It's fine. Hayden Wesneski, glad to have you, but
Sure.
I don't particularly care that you are a local product. But he's part of the trade.
Can you be Cy Fair's Yusei Kikuchi? Let's find out.
Yeah, I care less about the Cy Fair part and maybe a comp to a pitcher they traded for recently and pitched really well. Be one of those guys. If I can comp you to one of those guys, we're good. Or if you want to be Kendall Graveman because you're in the bullpen, I don't know. Whatever it might be. Pitch well, great. You know what's not such a great story? Remember, was it Blair Henley? He was not local to Houston, but local to Arlington, getting a start for the Astros, and his family sitting there, and Space City Home Network is praying for shots of celebrating outs, and all it was like, oof.
He didn't get outs.
He got out.
He got unout.
And the family was so exhausted they barely applauded when he got the out because of the anxiety of watching their guy get bashed around. So, sure, it's great for the TV. It's great for the socials. But if you ain't getting outs, that stuff's gonna end pretty quickly.
Yeah.
So Hayden Wesneski, Isaac Paredes, and Cam Smith, the players were acquired from the Cubs for Kyle Tucker, and it was said since we last spoke that right now, if you look at the outfield, I think Dana Brown said it. Right now, you're looking at Chaz and Jake nearly pinned in as your starting outfielders next year. Woof. What a come down. What a come down, because also they don't want to put Jordan in left a lot. He looks to be your DH for most of his time. The Jake Myers, Chaz McCormick outfield, I feel like that's not good. Sean, you saw a lineup where they're not even in 7, 8, 9. They're almost in the middle of the batting order.
Yeah, it has the top 4, I guess, who you expect, where it's Altuve, it's Jordan, it's Paredes, Yiner, in some order. I forgot what the order was. And then it gets to John Singleton, Pena, Chaz, and Jake Myers.
You hit me hard with the John Singleton stuff.
Yeah.
The John Singleton is a reminder that,
there's also a first base problem.
They defaulted to him last year because they really didn't have anyone else. And at this point, now, plenty of time. It's only December. And who knows? Maybe it's Nolan Arenado season. Who knows?
I also didn't love that.
Yeah. He's got years left, and he's declining.
Here's worse Alex Bregman.
Mm-hmm.
That's not much cheaper.
Mm-hmm.
Huh? Yeah? Excited?
Huh? Older? Worser? And sure, it ain't 7 years for $210 or whatever Alex Bregman's going to get, but it's giving Abreu vibes, which are bad vibes.
Yeah, not good.
If you're unaware, those are bad vibes. Jose, not Brian.
Because you're just tuning in.
Yeah. In case you didn't take a look at the Astros season last year, Jose Abreu vibes are bad vibes. Let's get to La Salsa before we go to break. He wants to talk Astros. What's up?
Hey, Deportes Jelly Belly.
It's not my name.
Hey, I just wanted to say RIP to Kyle Tucker. Thank you for the memories and not showing up in the playoffs. But I watched 2 movies yesterday that were pretty badass. Sorry for the cursing.
It's not a curse.
It was Terrifier 3 and Monkey Man. Have you been able to watch those? That's it. Thank you.
I've seen Monkey Man. I have not seen Terrifier 3 because I haven't seen Terrifier 1 or 2. I am not going to watch them out of order. Terrifier 3 is exactly what you think it is, except I think it involves a clown. But apparently it's one of the more brutal, horrific movies that you can watch. And if you're into that sort of thing, check it out. But I think you need to have the story, and you need to not be jumping in the middle and start with Terrifier 1. I watched the first part of Smile 2. I don't know what it is. I like Smile 1, but maybe it's because it's Princess Jasmine in the movie. I'm like, do I want to see Princess Jasmine, the live-action version, obviously, tortured for an hour and a half or so? Am I looking for that? Naomi Scott's the actress. I didn't mind Kevin Bacon's daughter being tortured. His act, well, he has a actor daughter, and she is the main character in John's in there. She's the main character in Smile 1.
Kevin Bacon's daughter.
I mean, I don't mind it. She comes from an acting family. It doesn't bother you as much. But Princess Jasmine being tortured in Smile 2. She plays a woman who was a pop star, and she had a horrific accident earlier in her life, and she's just recovering from it, trying to get her career back, and chaos and madness and death ensues. So I'm just getting started. I like it so far. I just don't know if I can get past it. You're singing some version of A Whole New World. And now look at you. Being tortured by smiling villains. All right, Lazy J, I see you. You want to talk Rockets. I can't think it's going to go positively for the Rockets, considering who's calling in. If you want to get in on anything, 713-780-3776. Rockets, Astros, Texans. We'll get back to the Texans as well, because there's plenty of sound. We'll hear from D'Amico Ryans. I alluded to him talking about the best play he's ever seen. Well, we'll hear him talk about that in the post-game celebration. We will be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
We were talking some transfer portal stuff during the break. One guy who will remain at a school, not transfer or go to the draft, is Drew Aller. Drew Aller, the Penn State quarterback, looking to get ready for a run in the CFP. He has let the world know, I'm not effing leaving. I'm staying. I want to continue to play at Penn State. Meanwhile, his backup, Bo Prabula, made his decision last night to transfer. So if an injury takes place, I guess, is it Tyler Warren all the time for Penn State? But their short yardage quarterback backup, Bo Prabula, is like, I don't even want to be around for a potential national title run. I know James Franklin. He ain't got it in him.
I'm not taking those hits.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be cannon fodder.
Yeah.
To go get your first down, I got to go find my next spot.
I'm going to start on an American athletic team.
I'm sure there'll be a spot open for him if he wants one. So just at least as far as quarterbacks who you might have been looking for in the draft, Drew Aller won't be one of them. Count your team lucky. That's Penn State hate, but I still don't buy the Drew Aller stuff. We will see what he does in his biggest games today. All right, Lazy J wants to talk Rockets. What's up?
Hey, Dale, good morning. Yeah, I want to talk to the Rockets, man, but I had a quick question for you. I heard on the last show that Gilbert was extorting y'all for steaks and stuff like that.
Extorting the city.
What happened if he upped the ante and, asked for a lady of the night for the Texans to go to the Super Bowl? Is one of y'all, taking one for the team and getting them one?
Well, he's not even getting steaks from the show. He's getting steaks from a listener. Will, for the second week in a row, is going to give Gilbert a steak on Monday to continue to ensure Texans victories. I would answer your question as a no. I don't think Gilbert's looking for that. I think he feels like a no contact guy.
Okay.
Just give him a VHS tape, or maybe he's updated himself to like a DVD and it'll be fine. I don't think he's looking for, as you say, a lady of the night. Anyway, dirty, filthy. I don't think he's looking for that.
I got you. Okay, yeah, he probably has a whole VHS collection, man.
Yeah.
Probably has in alphabetical order, too.
Well, I
want to talk to the Rockets. I want to talk to the Rockets, man. I had to sleep on the couch this weekend, man. I went to a baby shower, and I was being Adele, antisocial, man. I was watching the Rockets game on my phone, and my wife was pissed off about that. But, man, the Rockets, man, they looked horrible. I mean, I don't know what's wrong with Van Fleet, whatever. It's like, is he the worst point guard? I mean, he needs to take a lesson from Allen Iverson, man. Learn how to drive to the basket and finish. I think he's the worst finisher that's in the NBA right now. I mean, Eason, I think he was balling out in the first half. He doesn't come in the third quarter until like the last 5 or 6 minutes of the game. In the third quarter, like him and Thompson was balling out, man. They should have been on the bench. And then as far as like the defense for the Rockets, man, like Jordan said, you reach, I teach, man. I feel like just try to stay in front, man. Stop reaching. Every time they was reaching, they was driving to the hole, man. Love the show, Dale.
Appreciate it. Look at you, just breaking down the game because you got punished.
I know. He was I thought he was watching the game at a baby shower.
He was on his phone, and then because of that, he had to sleep on the couch.
Okay, so yeah, on his phone.
Like, what is he supposed to bring at a baby shower? Is he supposed to be active and engaging?
Present in the moment.
He was present, just not
physically. Yeah,
he wasn't mentally there, but he's physically there. I think that's all you can ask for. Like, a lot of you don't know Lazy J. I only know him as someone who calls and he'll come to a station events. I don't know him. We don't know these people. But what's he going to bring to a baby shower? Just let that man sit there.
Conversation?
Not likely. You heard him.
What?
Let that.
Talking about.
Yeah.
Talking about the rotation.
Does the new mother want to talk about the Rockets reaching instead of teaching? What does he want? What does she want to hear from? Hey, man, the Rockets can't stay in front of anybody. And Fred VanVleet's one of the worst finishers in basketball. She ain't looking for that.
What's going on with CR7?
Oh, he'll probably has stuff about the Saudi league that he can impart as far as wisdom to the baby shower. I'm sure they're looking for that too. But he brought Fred VanVleet as one of the worst finishers. Is he the worst point guard for a current playoff team? I know you don't have them all in front of you. I'm just going to... you can pull them up. It's not that hard. We've got the internet. The Thunder, worse than Shea.
Yeah.
Worse than Ja.
Worse than Ja.
Rockets are third. Worse than Kyrie.
Yes.
Worse than Jamal Murray.
Yes.
Yes. Worse.
That was very kind of you to even wonder.
Worse than
Jamal Murray hasn't been playing well. He's been playing better than
worse than Tyus Jones.
He's better than Tyus Jones.
This version of Fred?
Let's see what version of Tyus Jones we're
The one who has to just distribute to Bradley
Yeah,
Beal?
I mean, that's part of it, is that if Tyus Jones was told, like, hey, you have to you have to shoot, you have to be the leading shot.
There
shot
are
taker on the
roles
team.
that guys fulfill, but Tyus Jones, averaging about 13 points per game, almost 50% from the floor, over 40% from three, 7 turnovers, 7 assists, 1 turnover, 7-1 assist to turnover ratio right now.
Fred's up there too. That is the one thing about Fred VanVleet, is that he does not turn the ball over.
I feel like his shots are almost like turnovers.
Yes, at this point, they are.
So, better than Mike Conley?
Mike Conley's probably has better numbers.
Mike Conley's playing better, certainly. Yeah. And then Steph at 8. So, better.
They settled on the court.
Fred did help break the streak with that big jumper.
Exactly. So he'll be a legend in this town forever for breaking the streak.
Of course. Of course, we go to Cleveland. Darius Garland, no. Drew Holiday, no.
Brunson,
no.
Suggs,
no. The Heat are interesting because they benched Terry Rozier, who has been terrible, even worse than Fred. So if we're just going by what their starting lineup is, Tyler Hero would be their starting point guard right now.
Come on. He's not actually a point guard, though.
He's there in the lineup.
Yes, I understand that when they turn it in.
Yes,
Tyler
he
Hero.
is not actually a starting point guard, but I'm not going to put Fred against a bench player.
Well, because he got benched. He was playing so badly he got benched.
He's not their point guard anymore, though.
Okay.
So it's either Jimmy or
sounds like the Heat could use a point guard.
Not that one.
Fred VanVleet.
It's either Jimmy or you want to go point Bam or you want to go Tyler. Which one do you want to choose out of those three?
The 3 best players
on
their team?
They're the guys who handle the ball the most.
Okay.
Tyler Hero.
He's worse than all of them.
Yes.
But he is better than the guy who got benched, who was the starting point guard.
True.
Who
but no
one
longer
of the greatest coaches of all time decided was going to be their starting point guard.
Yes. If we did this thing
two of the greatest coaches of all time.
If we did this thing 2 weeks ago, Fred would have someone he's ahead of as far as the playoff are concerned, but not anymore. Dame, no.
Well,
no. Trae Young, no. Tyrese Halliburton, yes. This version of Tyrese Halliburton. So Fred's probably better than 2 of the top 8 in the West and the East.
I don't know. Halliburton.
He hasn't been good this year.
42% field goal.
Well, he's shooting better. Sure.
35 from 3.
Well, if you go by shooting numbers only, no, Fred's never going to win any of these. VanVleet's never going to win any of these.
Has 8.6 assists to 2 turnovers a game. So he has a worse.
But does winning matter? Because his team stinks, and Fred has a top 3 seed.
Well, they're a playoff team.
Okay, then I guess he's only better than 1 point guard.
Whoever. Oh, yeah. No, they're the 9 seed.
He's only better than 1 starting point guard on a playoff team right now.
Oh, God, they're 12 and 15.
Wait, which one did we give him? Did we give him Tyus Jones? Is that the one we gave him?
I forgot.
Yeah, I don't think. Now that I look at it, I don't think he's better than any of them. Sorry, Fred.
Maybe Tyrese Halliburton.
Okay, now you want to give it to him. Okay, let's give him Tyrese Halliburton.
I didn't know that. I knew that they're 8 seed. I didn't actually look at their record.
Yeah,
they're 12 and 15.
Yeah, they're 3 games below 500 as an 8 seed.
They're not a winning team. They're literally they've lost more than they won.
So we'll give Fred over Tyrese because at least the team's
winning. What an upset.
Well, hey, we'll take it for Fred. He hasn't been great, but the Rockets have been able to overcome that backcourt, and it's something they're going to have to deal with. It feels like over the course of the entire year. All right, we'll get to the Texans stuff when we come back. We'll get back into them. We'll hear from D'Amico Ryans about his corner, one of the best cornerbacks in football. He had a great day against a great wide receiver. So we'll get to that when we come back. We're going to be out at Republic Boot Company on Friday, and the Christmas party will follow on that Monday. The ESPN 97.5 2024 Christmas party will be out at Nick's place. It'll be all the shows. Start with John and Lance and take you through the Killer Bees. Come hang out with us. There'll be games, prizes to win. You may have to do something for those prizes that you don't enjoy. Mainly eggnog related. At points, we've had people try to manually defrost like a T-shirt in an ice block. Don't know if that's going to happen on the Nick's place floor, but hey, want to come out, watch the shows, win some prizes, watch John get progressively drunker if he hangs out all day. There'll be buckets of beer, I'm assuming. That's part of the deal.
I mean, even by like 9:30, he'll be
he'll
drunk
have a couple of Coors Lights before the show's over. The question will be for him, if he's going to hang out all day, then you'll get to hear him either whether you're there or listening on the radio yell at the people doing the show. Yes,
Yeah.
he'll be heckling the shows. Yes, because that's what he does.
Can't wait.
Yeah, it'll be great.
He'll definitely be there to heckle this show. So
Yes, I mean, if we the thought of him sitting out there, because it's happened before, and just him screaming because he's prompted by people sitting next to him, something I'm looking forward to. It's gonna be awesome. So a Christmas party, December 23rd, out at Nick's place, just a week away. Next Monday here, and join everyone and say Happy Holidays or Merry Christmas, depending on how you vibe. Apparently in England, they say Happy Christmas. I've watched enough TV the last week or so, Christmas-themed shows, and it's Happy Christmas, they say.
I don't like it.
Neither do I. In fact, it got a little meta because I watched Carry On Netflix. Good movie. It featured who was in Jason Bateman as the villain. It's a departure, but he has got the Netflix deal with. He did Ozark, so he's still doing stuff for Netflix. He plays a villain, and Carry On is part of the deal. He has to coerce a TSA agent to let something through, and the actor is English. He is an English actor, and for some reason he probably wanted to sneak this in. Hey, how come we don't say Happy Christmas? All right, buddy, I know what you're doing here. You're English, and you wanted to cram that in because no American thinks that way. No American goes, how come we don't say Happy Christmas?
Yeah,
cut it out. You would know Taron Egerton. He's from the what are those movies called? The Kingsman movies. He is the lead in those movies. He plays the TSA agent who has to battle Jason Bateman over a terrorist plot.
Wait, is this entire movie Jason Bateman talking to a TSA agent?
Well, there are other people involved, murder, but the main characters in it is the TSA agent and Jason Bateman talking to him through an earpiece.
Oh, through an earpiece. Okay.
Yes.
I thought it was him just like, no, please let this bag through.
No,
it's overweight, sir. No,
it's not.
Weigh it again.
It's not Jason Bateman from Arrested Development. It's not that version of him.
Here, let me take it out. I'll wear 3 different shirts.
No.
Now it weighs enough.
No, he is a criminal mastermind trying to actually, he's kind of a fixer. He's trying to make something happen for someone else, and the TSA agent gets involved, and of course, this TSA agent won't let it happen. It's like, hey, if you don't do this, I'll kill your girlfriend type stuff.
This guy wants to be a hero. Got it.
And part of the plot line is that he's not really a hero, so that's why he was picked. And then things flip because you don't really know me, and then all chaos ensues, some stuff like that. But it's good. Carry On Netflix. Check it out. That's an aside. Let's get back to the main thing. Make the main thing the main thing. That is the Texans. They get a win. They're 9-5. They win the division. Their defense plays great. The star of the show was that secondary, Kalen Bullock with a pick. We had Kamari Lassiter locking down guys. I gave you those numbers last week about the coverage. Kamari Lassiter and Derek Stingley, top 3 in coverage rate. Derek Stingley got tested because he shadowed Tyreek Hill after Jalen Waddle got hurt. And that injury pushed Tua into doing something he hadn't done really all year long, is get impatient and force the ball to Tyreek Hill. and Derek Stingley took advantage. The last one I wouldn't say it was a force. You got to make a play down the field with no timeouts, and Derek Stingley made a great play to end the game. Here's D'Amico Ryans in the locker room after the game, congratulating Stingley on that play.
Hey, man, great job, man. Great job. Hey, probably man, that's probably the best play I've ever seen. All right? Best play I've ever seen. For you right there to close it out, man, ask you to cover in man coverage and lock guys up, that's what you do. Keep doing that, man. Heck of a player, proud of you, man. Way to win the game for us right there. Yeah.
Is that just a coach in the throes of an emotional victory, or was the best play he's ever seen?
It almost sounded like you said best play I've ever seen from you. But I think he was saying for you to lock up, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, you can interpret it whichever way you want.
That's more true. Best play I've seen from
probably the best play he has made, and considering the moment and what it meant for the team to close that game out after their offense could not get a first down to end it. The defense and their play will overshadow what was an anemic offensive performance. As much as the defense dominated, particularly forcing turnovers and setting their own offense up, the offense did not do a lot to make people feel better about Bobby Slowick. Coming off a bye, they made the offensive line switch. They moved Titus Howard to guard. They inserted Blake Fisher, and that'll be their starting unit for the rest of the way unless an injury hits. And it looked like they had no consistency, no continuity. We broke it down early. 77 yards rushing, and one of them came on a special teams play. And another came on a end around. So we're talking about handing the ball off to Joe Mixon or others to a tune of what?
Like 20-something
yards. They weren't good. I asked the question this morning, who to blame for the offensive issues. I thought you look at the lack of production from the offensive line. Of course, you want to point at Slowick, you can. I mean, CJ was fine. He missed a couple throws. He held onto the ball long enough to let Nico work open for those 2 touchdowns. But overall, we're talking about a game against a Dolphins defense who is average at best, who is dealing with maybe one really actually capable linebacker. I said last week the defensive tackles were the strong suit, and that was even before they made the switch to move Titus to guard and move Blake Fisher out the tackle. We saw Chop Robinson take advantage of Blake Fisher late in that game. We saw Zach Sealer early and late in the game make some plays up the middle. So I don't think the offensive line acquitted themselves that much. Couldn't run the ball. Even CJ made a great play in that second half. It was on the same drive where they eventually stalled out, and then the fake punt happened on the first drive of the second half where it wasn't bad pass protection by Blake Fisher. Chop Robinson just fell off and made a nice play, and CJ made a better play, finding the open receiver for a first down. But I didn't feel great about that offensive line. I mean, the Dolphins have one legit outside pass rusher, and he became a force more and more as that game went on. Forced a holding call, got the sack on the third down before the final Dolphins drive. So you'll take the defense performance every day. I just don't know if you can expect to be put in that many favorable situations going forward and then still only score 20 points.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it makes it worse. It makes it worse that they they should have been in complete control of the game. They're only kind of in control of the game. And the entire time you're like, well, if they put a drive together here, then you feel really good about where they're at. You feel like they probably put the game out of reach, and they just never actually had that drive that took up time, moved the ball, and ended in points. Really.
Yeah, there was plenty of opportunities to put this game away, and a field goal probably would have done it. We saw how the game ended. Dolphins only wound up with 12 points, but the Texans, after their touchdown drive that benefited from the fake field goal, you start to look at, fake punt to start off the second half. You look at their drives. You had 3 plays and out, 9 plays, but only 26 total yards. And then the third drive of the game, which could have been the closeout drive, was 3 plays minus 5 yards. So it was 3 plays 3 plays minus 5 yards, 9 plays 26 yards, 3 plays 1 yard, and then the touchdown drive that benefited from 35 plus yards of special teams
half
yards.
of it came from
Yeah.
Dare.
And that led to a team total of 181 yards. So in a game where they forced 4 turnovers and the opponent only put up 224 yards, they're still outgained by 60 plus yards. Actually, 40 plus yards, excuse me. So Bobby Slowick, you don't avoid all the allegations, but your defense smooths over everything because they were so great. So credit to D'Amico Ryans for having a game plan. And you took advantage of an offense that was kind of falling apart. You had 2 backup tackles. Their 4th and 5th tackles started for the Dolphins, Jackson Carman and Patrick Paul, the UH kid. And then you had Jalen Waddle get hurt. And then you throw in Grant DuBose, a play we have not mentioned today. Grant DuBose, who just came off of IR after a shoulder injury earlier in the year. He was a young wide receiver that had the collision with Kalen Bullock that led to the stoppage of play, a long stoppage of play, where you saw the fencing position and then you think, okay, as bad as it looked, you think that might be a standard concussion. And the Dolphins that initially who were around him were standing up watching, and then you see the guys go from, okay, this ain't great, to start taking a knee, and the faces change. They go from, oh man, I hope he gets up, to a more pensive, nervous face, and you're like, okay, what is going on? Then you start to see, you come back from break, you see his helmet off and his shoulder pads off, and they cut that off to get to him, which I think they said there was an IV going, and then they used something to help him breathe. So I guess at some point we might get a breakdown. I don't know if McDaniel talks today. Maybe he'll give more of a breakdown on it, but that got scary very quickly. What about 3 or 4 commercial breaks as they kept coming in and out, trying to figure out when the game could get going again. Eventually Grant DuBose was carted off the field, I guess you want to put it. The EMTs were involved, making sure he was okay, and then the game goes on, and then the rest of it plays out the way it does. So there's so much rush to judgment on things when you watch this guy laying out the field, and people are like, well, he threw the hospital ball, or Kevin Bullock lowered his head all the what are we doing? Can we just?
People could not wait.
They could not wait to
blame Tua or to
come to the defense of their own guy. I'm like, what are we doing? We don't even know the status of this player. They're cutting parts of his uniform off. What are we talking about here? I don't get the rush to defend anyone or blame anyone.
It's because of the Azeez Al-Shaair thing. Is that Texans fans
are very sensitive?
So sensitive about that. So they immediately were gonna. I mean, there's the last 2 weeks. I mean, it helps that the Texans didn't play again. But every time there was like a hard hit or a late hit on a slide, you would, without a doubt, see Texans fans being like, "This is disgusting. Like, are we gonna have a full 3-game suspension about that? Like, chill out, guys. Like, oh my god." And so, yeah, the DuBose one, or the Grant DuBose injury, and then like the fallout. Like, I get if you're a Texans content creator on Twitter, 3 straight commercial breaks, there's not a lot for you to churn out content about.
You can hold out for 10 minutes.
You can wait.
Or 20, however long.
Yeah,
It's like, you don't have to tweet about whose fault it is, and
we need to see another angle.
And a penalty should be thrown on Tua for it. What are we talking about? Just hope the guy, obviously he wasn't going to get up, but just hope the guy is removed in a safe manner. He's going to be okay. We were typing about who's at fault. Why? What's going to happen if you place blame on someone? Is Tua going to get fined for throwing the football? No. Are you trying to preemptively keep Kalen Bullock from getting fined or suspended? Is that what you're doing? You think that's going to lead to anything? Hey, if we start the movement now, the NFL won't do anything about it. Trust me, Kalen Bullock's getting fined.
Yeah,
it's going to happen. If Pacheco can get fined for dropping his head on a run, like nearly his entire game check, Kalen Bullock's getting fined. It doesn't mean he's dirty. They're just going to tell you, keep your head out of the play. You want to blame? I saw people, hey, Grant DuBose launched when he's trying to catch the ball. What? Why? What are we doing?
Launch trying to catch the ball. You mean jump?
Or even dive? What are we talking about? He launched. Okay. I think it's an unfortunate play where a lot of events occurred that led to it. I don't think anyone's to blame. The NFL will have to place some blame because it was flagged. Maybe they retract the flag and go, hey, Kalen Bullock couldn't do anything but that. That'll be up to That'll be up to the NFL and the NFLPA to decide. But hey, maybe we just hope that Grant DuBose has a full recovery and we move on. Is that cool? Or do we need eventually when Kalen Bullock gets fines, some like defund the NFL? Because it can't be free Kalen because he probably not getting suspended. Do we need to defund the NFL? What's the shirt this week? If you disagree with the Kalen Bullock likely fine, what shirt are you printing out this week?
So many options.
Hashtag fine Tua. What do we want to do? What are we going to do?
Justice
for Kalen. What are we going to do to let everyone know you stand 10 toes down for the Texans? To prove to everyone that your fandom can't be questioned.
You mess with the Bullock, you get the horns.
But can you do that when a guy had to be hospitalized?
Probably not.
Yeah.
Probably bad imagery to use.
Yes. So perhaps this week.
I mean, we gotta talk about it this week. What
No,
else are we gonna?
No, perhaps this week, no one gets a profit off of something because there was a serious injury on the field. Trevor Lawrence, I just got a concussion. We can profit off of that, right?
He got IR'd.
Everyone gets concussed.
He got IR'd for his shoulder.
Not a big deal, right?
Yeah.
We print a couple shirts, right? All right. I'm glad Grant DuBose is okay, and I feel like that's how everyone should feel, but can't tell you how to feel. Although I'd like to.
That is the kind of conceit of the shows. Let me tell you how to feel. Not just this show, but sports radio in general.
Every show is telling you how to think and how to feel, even though they'll tell you, hey, we value your opinion, but really, we value our opinion more.
We'll argue about it if we...
Yeah, if we don't like it, yeah. You're entitled. Doesn't mean I have to agree.
Yeah. I do wonder how this next game is going to go with the Chiefs.
Oh, it's the convergence of the hard-hitting, quote-unquote, dirty Texans, and if Patrick Mahomes can play, versus the guy who extends plays and fake slides and all the things coming together.
No way the Chiefs play him. There's no way the Chiefs.
No, they can take a loss. They're 2 games up on the Bills. Now, they do have Pittsburgh on the road coming up.
On Wednesday.
In a short week.
The next Wednesday.
So you would think if Patrick Mahomes is even less than 80%, you sit him, and then you try to wrap up even if you could lose with Carson Wentz at quarterback.
Yeah.
But you also have a defense against the Texans offense.
Feel pretty good about that.
In 30-degree weather. So maybe you think you can win a game 10-7. Who knows? So I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if the 2 teams are missing stars, Joe Mixon and Carson Wentz. We have not talked about the hip drop, which may keep on a short week Joe Mixon out of that game.
I get that the Texans aren't literally locked into the 4 seed, but let's be real, guys. The Texans are going to be the 4 seed. I feel like if Joe Mixon has a hangnail, they should.
What are we doing?
Yeah, we'll sit him. Who cares?
I don't disagree. We'll see how healthy he is. We saw him laboring through the end of that game. Didn't look himself.
You have 3 weeks to get healthy for the next meaningful game.
Yes. At this point, 9-8. Are we talking if they lose against the Chiefs, are you just sitting CJ the last 2? They won't do it the last
Probably
2.
not the last 2.
They won't do the last 2, but the last one, the Texans should not be concerned with seeding.
No, because you're going to be the 4 seed. So don't be concerned about it.
I mean,
don't be concerned.
Mathematically, they could be the 3, but yes.
I guess if they beat the Ravens and the Ravens win the North with the same record as the Texans, if they both go 10-7, win the division, but the Texans have head-to-head over the Ravens, that's kind of what you need.
Yes. That's the path to a 3 and maybe facing a non-NFC North team and facing either the Chargers
Broncos,
or the Colts. Yeah.
I don't know.
Chargers or Broncos probably getting the 6th. We talked about it. The Chargers, Bengals, Dolphins, Colts thing is for the 7. But if we're talking about a 6 seed and you're the 3, it's either going to be the Broncos or the Chargers.
And I think that with this is where you feel the compressed schedule, especially with the two teams or two of the teams that are involved in this having I don't want to call it a major injury for either guy, but an injury that definitely looked like it in a normal week could probably keep them out. And then now they're going to have to play 2 games between Saturday and and Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
And they both have their division locked up. The Chiefs are actually, like you said, in a pretty good spot, even if they drop a game to keep the 1 seed, right?
Yeah, it would just force them to
have to play the rest of the season.
Yes.
But if you're talking about Patrick Mahomes, like I don't know. I get you want the bye, but you know what I want more from the Kansas City Chiefs? Healthy Patrick Mahomes.
I would agree. They prove now year to year, who knows? But they proved last year they can go on the road and go get a win. Well, 2 wins and go to the Super Bowl. So we got a real shot to not have Patrick Mahomes on that field on Saturday.
Like you mentioned, even no Pat Mahomes.
Yeah,
in Kansas City with that defense, I'm not like chalking it up as a W for the Texans. That's still going to be that's still going to be a tough one.
Yeah, it's it'll likely be a 30-degree weather game, which I don't feel great about the Texans playing in that weather. We will see what comes of that. We'll get to some tweets when we come back. Also hear from Bullock and Tim Settle on the hit. Tim Settle had an interesting post-game presser. He was at his locker room. He had a couple of things to say. He has some thoughts on playing Kansas City and Baltimore. Let's just say Tim Settle's not scared. We'll get to that sound as well. A couple more segments to go here. We will be back.
It's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye and his intrepid, most outstanding, arguably the greatest producer of all time, the one and only Sean Mapes.
Do we think we need to get Michael Carroll to produce one that goes, Del's on a pee break. This is why this is so long. He'll be back shortly. Or never. We're not quite sure.
Yeah, just have it be like 20 seconds long.
Yeah, Michael just rambling, just promoting Comicast. Should do that.
Maybe.
Yeah. We might. Hey, Michael, you want to do some extra work to promote your own stuff? Got something for you. All right, let's get to Pena, and then we'll get to some Tim Settle sound because he was on one after the game yesterday. What's up? What's up, Pena?
Yo, what up, Bill? Hey, man. I have a question about Monday Night Football. The app I use to gamble on, they're doing like a little promotion. If you get the right, choose the right player who gets the most fantasy points, you get $1. So it's just $1. But I thought I'd ask you. But I also want to talk about something else. But for the Falcons and Raiders games, other than quarterbacks and kickers, who do you think is going to score the most fantasy points? And this weekend, I checked off 2 things I wanted to watch. I finished Friday Night Lights, the TV show. Wasn't bad, it was pretty good. And Alien Romulus, the newest one, I think that's what it's called, Alien Romulus. And that thing at the end is that creature at the end. That's a creepy looking thing, man. Gave me nightmares, man. Thank you. Have a great day.
Appreciate it. I have seen Alien Romulus.
I agree. It is a creepy looking thing.
The final scene. There have been a lot of disgusting things that happen in an Alien movie. That one ain't getting beat by much.
Yeah, no, hats off to them.
Yeah.
They always top themselves.
Yeah, you had to top yourself.
Especially lately. They top them.
Yeah, I would say that's very loud. That's not from either of us.
No, that's from the bullpen, I think.
Yeah, that was very loud. Someone getting sound for the next show. But I would think as far as his fantasy football thing, you're asking the wrong person. I don't play fantasy football. Go with Bijan.
Or Bowers.
Bowers and Bijan. Take both. If you're looking for whatever you're looking for, as far as points are concerned, Bijan and Bowers. I've seen Friday Night Lights. There's a reboot coming. We didn't really speak it into existence because Hollywood productions take longer than, hey, we mentioned it 2 weeks before it happened and now it's happening. But it's coming. If you like Friday Night Lights, Pena, they're rebooting it. I think. I don't know. Is Tammy and Taylor going to be back? Is the husband and wife going to be back in that one? Coach Taylor and Tammy.
They said it's going to be different cast in the same universe.
Got it. So we might see someone show up, and we talked about this when we were fan casting who should show up from the old show, and in what role. Like Smash ain't doing nothing. Might as well come back for Smash. His career might be thriving. I don't know.
College running back coach recruiting
a bag man.
Smash
to be the bag man.
Yeah. Oh my God! With the NIL, they have so much.
They got so much to do.
Now.
We know Julie can come back. Maybe she's a teacher. She went off to New York, I guess, and then came back as a teacher. If we already said Landry ain't coming back, Jesse Plemons is too famous. He's got too much going on.
Taylor Kitsch is at the line of being too famous.
Yeah, Zach Gilford, Matt Saracen. He has done podcasts talking about the show, like
about Friday Night Lights.
Yes,
this
is episode 4, season 1.
Probably doesn't have much longer.
He actually does have a career. But he also did that, so he might be willing to come back as, I don't know, a quarterback coach for college recruiting. I don't know what Matt Saracen would be doing. Although he was an artsy guy too. He was in the art.
He was an artsy guy too.
Yeah, so I'm not sure what he wants to do, but yeah, we talked about this before, and now it's real. Pena, so be on the lookout. Friday Night Lights, the reboot. Of course, it'll be on Peacock.
Michael B. Jordan coming back?
Hell no, he ain't coming back. Hell no. As a what? What's he gonna do? What? He can't. He won't be there for more than like an episode. So what? In a reunion type deal? What's he coming back as?
Holiday episode.
Maybe
everyone comes back to Dillon, Texas for their family. I don't know.
He winds up dating Julie Taylor. Takes her from Matt Saracen. Coach Taylor's quarterback, state championship quarterback, and his other state championship quarterback are vying over his daughter.
That's
What?
Not bad.
I
Not
just
bad.
wrote, hey, writers, come at me. I got you something. If you could secure Michael B. Jordan, which I don't think you could. So there it is. What else did he ask about? Oh, we're done. We talked about enough of what he asked about. Let's get to Tim Settle. A couple things. Tim Settle and Kalen Bullock were asked about the hit. Unfortunate situation. We talked about the blame pie shouldn't really exist. Here are two Texans discussing the hit to Grant DuBose that had him hospitalized after the game.
Yeah, I think it's just the rules. Something this offseason has to get changed. You know, nobody wants to get hurt in this game. Nobody wants anybody else to get hurt in this game. But I think you have to change the rules. I mean, Kalen was just going for the ball and an accident happened. It wasn't purposely done. So, like I said, it's something the NFL has to look into, and we just got to keep finding around having fun and balling.
You know, the game's changing over time, but, you know, just play ball. Like, nobody wants to hurt nobody out there. You know, nobody's intentional. You know, nobody wants the game to be stopped for a long time, or nobody want to see nobody get stretched off. You know, we football, we here to play 60 minutes, entertain the fans, and win for our team.
That sounded like Will Anderson and Tim Settle. Now that I think about it, might be wrong on that, but yeah, it was Will Anderson and Tim Settle, not Kalen Bullock on the play. Kalen Bullock had some thoughts, pretty much echoed what they were saying. I'm not sure what rule Will Anderson wants changed. Helmet to helmet, going to get you flagged. Just what it is. Now, should we make more of it? No. Unfortunate incident because of the game of football. Tim Settle was less diplomatic when it came to the challenge ahead with the Chiefs and Ravens coming up. Tim Settle, who has been a surprise to me, I kind of put him in that, he's just another guy. When we talked about this earlier, well, even before the year started, about the Texans' defensive front and what they added to the interior, he has been better than I expected. He was good again yesterday. Here's Tim Settle on facing the Ravens and the Chiefs.
Kansas City and Baltimore know what I do. They know what I bring, and there's nothing's going to change. You know, I got a sack on Lamar. I've been in Pat's face. I don't care. I don't care who they got blocking. I don't care who's out. I don't care who's in. I got to deal with me. That's just what it is. If you don't respect me, I'm going to make you earn it. I'm going to make you respect me.
Tim Settle, the former Bill. So he's had big games against these two opponents coming up here. And you heard him. He's going to make you respect him. So, Sean, don't disrespect Tim Settle.
I won't. I never will disrespect Tim Settle because he has been good this year.
Yes,
he's been solid.
You heard him. A sack on Lamar. I've been in Pat's face.
I heard that. Yeah.
Respect me, and we'll see if he has to deal with Patrick Mahomes on Saturday.
How much experience do you have with Carson Wentz, Tim Settle?
Who? We'll see. Tim Settle. Worry about him, Joe Tooney. I don't care who you are. Tooney, whoever they're starting at left tackle, that kind of fluctuation, Jawan Taylor, whoever it might be on that offensive line, respect them. Tim Settle. He's had a really good year. Mario Edwards, when he's on the field and not suspended, he's played well too. Those guys they signed in the offseason that felt like depth pieces, they've been really good for the Texans. And of course, we'll see the status of Foley Fatukasi. He left that game, did not return.
Yeah, no, the Texans front has been everything you could have possibly asked for. The rookies on defense, Stingley has been awesome in the defensive backfield. I mean, even the linebackers, considering how little they've had their starting linebackers. I guess Aziz only missed 2 games now. Christian Harris obviously missed the rest of the entire season until yesterday.
Until today, yeah. I mean, yesterday.
But even when you see a Hewitt and a Toe out there, they can make plays. They're not completely getting victimized out there. So this defense from top to bottom, like what we thought was going to be the weakness of this Texans team, like going back to August and September when we're talking about them, we thought like the offense is just going to have to score a lot of points. They're going to be in shootouts and just holding on for dear life with this defense. This defense is like why you're a playoff team.
Yeah, you watch the game and then you saw the graphic come up about like feast or famine Texans pass defense. They showed like the pass rush, the hits, the sacks, and then you see the big plays, the average yards per play, stuff like that, where it's like, oh, okay, these are the things those numbers match up with what we've seen as far as the big play potential and even just some misses that could have added to those numbers. But we saw it yesterday when they're all connected and they forced the opponent to get impatient. Those guys can go get to the football. You had a great play by Stingley to end the game. Kalen Bullock with the diving interception. Of course, the Stingley play on 3rd down. which took away points. The way, well, when he's not kicking extra points, the Dolphins kicker has been really good. So if that ball is dirted or falls incomplete, you're probably looking at a 20 to 15 game with plenty of time to go. Instead, Stingley makes the first of 2 interceptions, and that held off the Dolphins, and eventually the Texans go on to win. So they win the game, 9-5, division champs. Offense been by far the most disappointing part of the team, and that's been over the course of the year, really. But we kind of know who they are. Are they Rockets like? Where it'll be the defense who may, at this point going forward, particularly with the teams you're going to face who are used to these type of games, like the Chiefs, the Ravens,
Yeah.
whoever you might see in the playoffs, where the defense will have to put the offense in favorable positions, because do we trust this offense to be able to drive the field 3 times a game to put up points against the likes of the Chiefs? And the Ravens aren't even a good defense, at least the numbers tell you.
Yeah.
They haven't been great, but I don't trust this offense to do that.
Yeah, I was gonna. It's funny you said, "Do we trust them put up 3?"
Yeah, they're not scoring 30. I'm saying, can
Yeah.
they get to like 17, 20, 21? Who knows?
No, because in my head I was like, they have 2 touchdown drives in them per game. And you said, "Do we trust them to get to 3?" I'm like, I don't think I do.
No.
I don't think I do trust them to get to 3, especially like if you're going with sustained, 60 yards plus, where you're not getting set up by your defense already in the red zone or wherever. I really have a hard time thinking that this team is going to move the ball against any good defense that they're going to play in the playoffs. So in that way, it's a lot like the Rockets,
Yeah.
where you think in a playoff setting. Now, you might be able to play like a team that's bad on defense in the playoffs, but for the most part,
The Broncos come to town, they're right in the mix of teams who you're going to have an issue with moving the football. Now, offensively,
Yeah.
you might do enough where it's like a 17-14 game. The
I-
Chargers are pretty good defensively, yesterday notwithstanding. So, as oddly enough, teams in the playoffs have good defenses. Coming to town, whether you're the 3, the 4, whoever you're going to see, it's going to be tough sledding. We got one more segment to go before we wrap it up. But first, Sean's going to tell you about Prize Picks.
yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. And you know what today is? It's the holidays. Not just today, all month long. It's the holidays, which means it's going to be pick miss on Prize Picks all month of December, where you can win up to 100 or 1,000, not 100, 1,000 times your money on Prize Picks. They're doing this all holiday season, where they're giving you a free pick. It's not 100% free. It is a 99% discount every week. And this week it is for Nikola Jokovic. They call him Saint Nick, as in Nikola. They don't call him that. They only call him that on Prize Picks during this promotion, where if he scores more than 1/2 of a point Christmas Day against the Phoenix Suns, you are a winner. So what you're going to do is you're going to go to the Prize Picks app, or you're going to download the Prize Pick app. You're going to use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup on Prize Picks. Prize Picks, run your game.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
We'll get to some tweets before we wrap it up. Pretty much people responding to the show. Dream Shake, big NBA guy, says, yeah, Tyus Jones is better than Fred VanVleet. Earlier in the show, we discussed, is Fred VanVleet the worst point guard for a current playoff team? It got a little sticky for Fred. I think Tyus Jones was the one guy that was him and Halliburton.
Tyus Jones, because of name, brand value of, if you just say Tyus Jones better than Fred VanVleet to people on the street, they're like, what? Yes. Or Fred VanVleet's, of course he's better.
The numbers tell you. The shooting numbers are never going to help Fred against any of these guys.
Yes.
That's going to take a hit for him.
Some of that is the role of Tyus Jones.
Yes, he has Durant, Booker, and Beal. He's going to get a lot of good shots.
He's going to get the easy looks where Fred VanVleet has to take the hard ones.
Well, doesn't have to take them. I think he chooses to take some, and that's the problem.
Either him or Jalen Green or Dylan Brooks have to take them.
Yes, well, Jalen Green's the only Rocket right now who can consistently beat someone off the dribble.
Yes.
Without help, without being a screen merchant. The problem is Jalen Green doesn't do that enough. And it leads to bad shooting nights. So, according to some of the numbers Dream Shake has dug deep on, Fred VanVleet's the 25th best point guard in basketball. I don't know if that's real. I don't know where you got those numbers from. That's tough. But I would not say, at least watching him all year, that I would push back on that too much. But his intangibles, leadership, the assist to turnover stuff, that's good. He's just not great shooting the basketball, and that's tough to overcome. No one plans on tearing their Achilles at the Christmas party because I don't think we're going to really do anything in the parking lot. Normally, at Klein's when we did it, this is from Putting for the Win. At Klein's, we would do the kickoff, onside kick, really. And you had to sprint for the ball, and if you won it, if you got the ball, you got like a necklace for your wife or something like that. I'm not sure we're doing that in the Knicks Place parking lot.
Yeah, because it's hard to do the risk reward math on it for a necklace versus what we would give away, either the station would or Knicks Place, where it's like a $50 gift card or something like a ESPN 97.5 T-shirt.
Would you risk hospitalization for a T-shirt?
Again, for a necklace, I get it.
Yes. Yeah, I'm not guaranteeing hospitalization.
But risk.
It's the risk. So, yeah, it is a risk-reward thing, particularly if you are not in your 20s. And if you're in your 20s, what are you doing getting a necklace for anyone? What are we doing? Stop it. Cut it out.
Hey, maybe
unless you're married.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, or maybe you just won the Heisman. Your girl's down in the dumps, and you because the internet's mad at her.
Yeah, if you
probably don't have time to go.
Yeah. Oh, we didn't even talk about this. As expected, Travis Hunter won the Heisman. Genty was second. Gabriel somehow, I would say his team is undefeated, so he gets that. Maybe the Pacific Northwest came in big for Gabriel. Doesn't have the numbers to match Cam Ward, but hey, whatever. When you're third or fourth, doesn't matter that much. Third, Gabriel, Ward fourth. And at the event, because everyone's filming everything, there's a video of when it's announced that Travis Hunter is the the winner. Dion has to nudge his girlfriend to get up. And then there's other video of her allegedly complaining because he's taking all these photos with people, and I guess she just wants to go. It's been a rough run. I think it led to Travis Hunter going online and going, my girlfriend's having issue with all the hate. Did he invoke? She's sitting around drinking?
I didn't listen to it
that was
all the way
caption.
through, but
I don't know if
it was
he's
on the caption.
Yeah, I'm not sure the context, but it's been a rough one. The over-under on that one. They're engaged.
Mm-hmm. They sure are.
Not married yet. Good luck to the happy couple or the not so happy couple at this point.
Right now, it's a rocky road.
Yeah, it feels rocky, but maybe that's just for the internet. Maybe they're great when no one's watching. Who knows? All right, we are done for the day. Gallant George are up next with no Gallant. It'll be Sean and Joe, who's back, and then the Killer Bees. So if we're done, what does that mean?
We did it!
We did do it. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
inside the 10.
Welcome into Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe George, Sean Mapes here with you from 12 to 3. Paul Gallant is out sick today. Hopefully he'll be back tomorrow. The Houston Texans beat the Miami Dolphins yesterday, clinched the AFC South championship for the second season in a row. D'Amico Ryan, CJ Stroud become the first ever head coach and quarterback combo to win the division in back-to-back years.
For their first 2 years?
Yeah, for their first 2 years together.
Wow.
So congratulations to them. Such a steep accomplishment.
Yeah.
Winning such a terrible division.
Oh, hey. They're the first. This is not the first terrible division in NFL history. So they're doing something right.
They are. Like, it is a good accomplishment. Like, to have that, to say that you're the first ones to do that. I definitely, like, you give them credit for it, but it's the AFC South. I mean, the Indianapolis Colts are throwing double passes going to the other team.
And you are limiting the parameters to teams that have a rookie head coach and rookie quarterback.
Yeah.
Where that is not always the case for either a rookie quarterback or a rookie coach. Normally one of the two. There's an established part there. But yeah, back-to-back AFC South champions. Doesn't matter what it looked like. It's definitely happened. We definitely watched a game on Sunday.
We did.
That was unique to every other game and interesting in its own ways. It definitely wasn't the same exact team from before the bye week playing after the bye week.
Oh, no. You mean Dario Gumbawale leading the team in rushing yards with 35 yards on the day on a fake pump play?
Yes.
Joe Mixon leading receiver on the team. What a weird stat line it is. Look, they went 20-12. Obviously, with the Grant Dubois injury, like, things are very strange. I mean, I don't even know. It was like 20 minutes like in real time.
It was a long time.
It was a long time.
They like went to and came back from commercial break like 3 times before anything happened.
Yeah, so like they're just waiting and waiting. Finally, we got an update today that he is still in the hospital, but he has moved his extremities, so that's a positive at least. But it was just a very, very lengthy delay. Look, CJ Stroud is 18 for 26, 131 yards, 2 touchdowns. They can't get the running game going at all. They make a big change before the game at offensive line. I was surprised to see that Titus Howard was going to be the starting left guard and Blake Fisher was going to be a right tackle. I guess I missed it while I was out that Juice Scruggs was hurt. Didn't realize it. No, until I saw Aaron Wilson's tweet. It was like, hey, Titus Howard's your starting left guard. I was like, oh, okay.
And some of that's bye week. They can kind of hide who's dealing with stuff and who isn't until like the last possible minute, I guess. But yeah, that was definitely a change. I know once they start practicing last week that it was Green and Zachary Thomas, not Zach Thomas, taking snaps at left guard. And so we were under the impression that it was probably going to be Green. I assume would just win that out of inertia of he was the starter before he got hurt. And so he's going to come back and still be the starter. If you're comparing him to Zachary Thomas, someone who you got off the scrap heap from a terrible offensive line of the New England Patriots. But yes, late Friday, early Saturday, it's going to be Titus Howard moving to left guard.
What was your? I mean, and we're going to talk a lot about the defense today because they're obviously the best story of this game.
Yeah.
But coming off the bye week, I definitely just felt a lot to be desired with the offense.
Yeah.
I mean, see, Nico Collins had 2 touchdown catches. That's great, but he only had 17 yards.
And both of them were outside. I would say safe to say outside the structure of the offense.
Yeah.
It was not how it was drawn up. It was purely just a chemistry between CJ and Nico Collins that made both touchdowns happen. And that was enough to be successful. It really was crazy watching the game knowing that the Texans were leading and that they were like one good offensive drive away from probably putting the game away, and just never getting that, or never getting any sort of consistent, efficient offense.
Yeah, I mean, they really didn't sustain any, significant drive that led to a touchdown. It's like,
The one was the first one after the after halftime.
yep, they had 9 plays, 70 yards, got the touchdown.
But 35 of those 70 yards was Dare fake punt.
Exactly. So that's why, like, it doesn't even like count the same in which, like, you would normally feel about a drive, because you stalled out and you ran a great trick play. Like, it's a great design.
Yeah,
The play itself, like,
Frank
needed in
Ross,
college,
salute to you.
got college football 25 and a PS5 over the weekend. So that's what I did on my days off. I was
fake punted.
Yeah, I was running fake punts and learning as much college football video games as I can. But the offense didn't look any better, and frankly, like, it kind of looked worse in a lot of ways. I mean, your first drive, 8 plays, 55 yards, you get stalled out, kick a field goal. I thought there was a chance they were going to go for it on 4th and 2, because we've seen D'Amico be aggressive in that situation in the past. But, like, you're on the Miami 26-yard line, so. But it's the Dolphins. Like, they have Tyreek Hill. At the time, they had Jalen Waddle. Like, you would think that they'd have. You're a little nervous about what their offense is going to do, but they just kicked the field goal, and the offense was the same old, and it didn't have the post-bye week bump that I was hoping for. And while the Dolphins have a good run defense, their secondary is not that talented. Like they have Jalen Ramsey out there, but he's not Jalen Ramsey of Jacksonville and Los Angeles anymore. So the offense just left a ton to be desired, and I think this is another one of those games where we've watched this game every year, every week, where it's just like, if you're playing a better quarterback, you probably lost. Probably would have lost.
Yeah, or even just a more whole offense on the other side, because like you said, Waddle goes out pretty early in that game.
Yeah.
And then coming into the game, they're playing the backup right and left tackles against Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson, which I would have said, good luck, guys. good freaking luck on that. And that's what you saw. They just were not able to. The Dolphins weren't able to move the ball. Their best offense was little screen passes and trying to get lucky breaking one of those off, which the Texans did a good job swarming and not letting that happen. But it was exactly the same script that we've seen so many times, where the Texans do just enough to win a game, which is hard in the National Football League, Joe. It is hard to win, but also we feel wholly unimpressed.
Yeah, it's you're right. It's hard to win, but it's hard to also not improve ever, it feels like.
It's hard to be the same exact team from week 2 against the Bears on.
Really? I mean, I don't think they were that great week 1.
That is true. At least they scored. Well, I guess they only got 29 points there. So that, in my head, that was more of a scoring outburst, but that was 29 points.
Yeah, I mean, at least they scored to start the second half. Like that is a positive.
Boom.
Of all a positive.
Keep saying how they can't score second half touchdowns, Joe.
Well, they've done it in the last 2 games now, haven't they?
Yeah, all they need is fake punts, or against Dallas, they need a pick six to make it happen. Yeah, no, this is the definition of same old with this team. If anything, it's the offense is regressing. You get 180 total yards in an NFL game, and again, you're leading for most of the game. Is just an insane thing. And I mean, to me, that is all. This just speaks to how good the defense is, like how disappointed we are in everything that happens when CJ Stroud has the ball is credited, and with the fact that yes, they still are AFC South, is credited to the defense that the Texans have.
Yeah, text here from the 832. Can you imagine if the Texans were just to have one great offensive explosion of a game for a team that was supposed to be a powerhouse in scoring? We've yet to see one game where they've rocked the NFL world. You know what I would give to be like to watch 2 back-to-back games like the Buffalo Bills? There's been 176 points scored in the last 2 Buffalo Bills games. I'd rather the defense be bad for a game. Just give me a shootout. Give me something more entertaining to watch on a Sunday. Like, give me a 48-42 barn burner against Carson Wentz and the Kansas City Chiefs on Saturday.
Yeah, if it's going to be a one possession game, which it's always going to be with the Texans, just bump it up a little. Bump up the scoring a little bit. I do think that just like psychologically, that is better for not just Texans fans, but just any fan base, is if you're winning shootouts close as opposed to winning rock fights close. It just feels like you're closer to being a real threat in the playoffs, which kind of feels like the Texans' days of, well, maybe they get it together. I think the bye week was their last chance to, if this offense really figures some things out in the bye week, if they get healthy and Bobby Sloak's in the lab, he works something out, and maybe we can see something new from this Texans offense, and that raises the ceiling of what we think this team can do. And then you come out with that performance against the Miami Dolphins. It's like, okay, so throw all that out.
Yeah, look, and even if you have a great performance, like you're potentially playing, Lamar Jackson, who just threw 5 touchdowns this weekend. It was 21 to 25 for 290 and 5 touchdowns in the like. That's who I believe that's how it's reverted back to in the playoffs now. Is Baltimore is coming here. The best thing the Texans, honestly, what they need right now is they need to find a way to the 3 seed, which is possible.
It is possible.
I mean, the Steelers are only a game ahead of you right now, but you would much rather face the Broncos or the Chargers in the first round of the playoffs rather than the Baltimore Ravens. And then
or the Pittsburgh Steelers. Like, even if the Ravens take the Steelers spot, you're just facing the Steelers.
That actually might be the best case scenario, actually, where you stay as the 4 seed and you play like a high ankle sprain for, I don't know, like the 5th year in a row for Patrick Mahomes.
It does feel like he gets specifically the high ankle sprain, where in my head, high ankle sprain means you're out for a month, but then he gets a high ankle sprain and he's questionable to return to that game, where you're like, how does his body work where he always gets this injury but never is out? Anyway, so I'm probably gonna play Carson Wentz on Saturday.
Really?
I
think so too.
I assume the Chiefs are going to hold him out at the very least. If he's not going to be 100%.
The schedule is complicated. To play on Saturday and then to play on Wednesday. If you're Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs, that's a tough decision to make. So, like, I think I'm kind of with you. I think we're going to see Carson Wentz, but it's Patrick Mahomes and he's a lunatic. We've also seen him come back early from these injuries and then immediately leave games. I think the Chad Henne game, when Chad Henne won a playoff game, was kind of like that situation.
Yeah,
where
against the Jags.
Mahomes wasn't really ready to come back, but they played him anyways, and then he got hurt again in that game. All right, so when we get back here on Gallant George, Paul's out. Hopefully back tomorrow. He's out a little sick. He's got the Texans flu. That's what we're going to call it. I also have the Texans flu. How far can the defense take the Houston Texans? Are they good enough to get you more than one playoff win? Are they good enough to just get you a playoff win? We'll hit on that next here. Joe George, Sean Mapes, Anthony Behind the Glass here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
The weight landing on the back of his legs. 3rd and 5, messy pocket, look out! Anderson knocked it away. That ball is alive! And it's recovered by Sweater. Fumble by Tua.
Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Another great play there from Will Anderson in this last game. He really has, I think there's a real argument he could have been, defensive player of the year if he was just healthy. And you looked at the odds early on in the season, he was about 4th or 5th in the NFL. Obviously, he missed so much time. Not so much time, but he missed enough time to where it's going to eliminate him from that reward. But he's another guy who's been, him and Stingley both, in what they've done as being these top draft picks for the Houston Texans defense. As frustrating as the offense is, they're delivering on all of these guys through the draft right now, defensively. I mean, Kalen Bullock has the pick. Jalen Petrie, when he's healthy, has been solid. Not been great, but he's been solid. Christian Harris has been really good when he's been out there. Kamari Lassiter. Henry To'o was super good in yesterday's game. He was all over the place.
Obviously, Derek Stingley Jr.
Yeah, Derek Stingley Jr. might be the best cornerback in the NFL.
Great game the entire time, basically wiping Tyreek Hill off the face of the earth. And then to clinch it the way he did, just taking the ball from Tyreek Hill's hands to in the game, absolute incredible stuff from, like you said, not just all the Caserio draft picks on defense, but especially the first one that he made.
Yeah, to have that level of, and look, his first draft obviously was it's a nothing burger. It's Davis Mills is the first ever pick that Nick Caserio makes in the 3rd round.
Oh yeah, I guess that was the first pick,
but
first real pick.
Yeah, his first real draft pick was Derek Stingley Jr. And after the rookie year, everyone was crushing Nick Caserio. It kind of shows you how much things can change over a little bit amount of time. But Sauce Gardner and Derek Stingley Jr. are both great corners. But Derek, to have that pick against Tua to end the game, to have the one he had earlier in the game, he was all over the place. And after the game, immediately, looking at Twitter and seeing kind of the reaction to what's going on, I started to see this, being thrown around of a Super Bowl quality defense. They're top 10 in both passing and rushing in the NFL this year. And if you're that good of a defense and you have an AFC in which you've already beat Buffalo, but obviously they're a totally different animal than they were when you played them. They've scored over 30 points, I think, in every single game since they acquired Amari Cooper. And I'm not even sure if he played in yesterday's game. He's not really been what you wanted him to be for the Bills. But Lamar Jackson, they've been really good this year. Derrick Henry slowed down a little bit. And you have the rest of the AFC. Can the defense carry them past a win? Can they get them a win in the playoffs the way that they're winning these games?
The defense can get the Texans a win, yes. Past a win, I have some issues. But we talked about it in passing with the matchup that they could get in the first round, the AFC playoffs, where if you do catch a Broncos team or a Chargers team who's kind of sputtering right now, that could be, you could 23-17 your way to the second round. That could be that kind of game plan. Now, if you're playing the Ravens, I have some issues. I have some issues with that. Seeing that you're really going to have to bank on playoff Lamar showing up as opposed to all the other Lamar Jacksons when the Texans have played Baltimore in the past. So I think that it's very easy for the Texans, or not very easy. It's very easy to envision the Texans getting a win, hosting a Saturday playoff game at 4:00 and getting that win. Past that, when you start talking about playing the Chiefs, playing the Bills, even if you don't play the Ravens the first round, playing them in the second round, that's where it starts to get more dicey in my mind.
I definitely agree. It's the first round game, depending on the matchup, can get you a win. And look, the Chiefs have been terrible this year offensively. If you draw the Chiefs in the playoffs, if this is really who they are, because this is really, really who they are. Maybe. But
I don't know.
I kind of doubt it.
I mean, it's going to be in Arrowhead. I mean, they're going to play in Arrowhead on Saturday. And I have my doubts with, not that I think they're going to lose, but I think it's very losable this weekend for the Texans with Carson Wentz as quarterback. I think everything that we've seen from the Chiefs and the Texans tell you that it will be a one-score game that the Chiefs will win. In a very stupid way.
And also, like, if I'm gonna like guess, like this is a straight guess because we don't know the seeding, we don't know how it's gonna play out. I'm gonna guess that if Pittsburgh wins the division, the AFC North,
okay,
that the Houston Texans will not go to Kansas City because I don't think the Pittsburgh Steelers will make it out of the first round of the playoffs. And they do the reseeding now, so that would put either Denver or the Chargers or the Ravens beating Pittsburgh in the first round of the playoffs. All that is very much on the table. Like, I'm not a Pittsburgh Steelers believer. I think what happened this weekend is like a very real reality of what they are. Like, I do not buy it. So whenever the 6th seed takes down the Steelers, that team's going to Arrowhead and the Texans are going to Buffalo.
I think that might be worse for the Texans.
That's way worse for the Texans.
That's way worse. I'm saying I'm already chalking it up. 1-score loss to the Chiefs. The Bills are a different animal. Now, they did play earlier, and like you said, they are different teams, but the Texans have made a lot of good quarterbacks struggle. They've gotten the worst game out of the opposing quarterback more than once this season, and they did that when they played Josh Allen. Now, do I think they're going to be able to do it to Josh Allen again with the way he's playing, and also fast forwarding to January in Buffalo? I have a harder time seeing that happen. I think that you really, and this is for everyone in the AFC, but obviously you can't actually do this. Everyone should try to avoid Buffalo. Everyone do not try to play Buffalo, because with how they're playing right now, I have a hard time seeing any of these teams slow them down. I mean, even the Ravens, I see them shredding the Ravens defense. The Chiefs, we saw them already play, and the Chiefs lost that game. It's the one game that the Chiefs lost. The Steelers, the Texans, the Broncos, the Chargers. Like, none of these teams, I feel like right now, can take the Bills on their day.
Yeah, I mean, the Ravens, at least, like, if they get Buffalo, like maybe they can hang with the way. Like, I have to do math here now. The Bills have given up 90 points. No,
42 and
no 42 and 44. I was looking at 48 and 42. Okay. They've scored 90 points. They've given up 86 points in the last 2 weeks. That's a lot of points.
That's Big 12 level.
Yes. They're playing in the Big 12 now.
Prime Big 12
so
numbers.
Like, could the Ravens score 40 points against that defense? Yes. Could the Texans score 40 points? The problem with the Texans offense is I think the answer to that is no. Like, even though Buffalo's defense is getting gashed by Matt Stafford and Jared Goff, I don't think CJ Stroud, this offense, can replicate that.
No, I have a very because I mean, just you look at what the Texans have done, like they except against a trash Cowboys team and a trash Patriots team, they have not scored 30 points this season.
It's not great.
Am I reading this right?
I believe that's correct.
Yes. They've scored 30 points twice, 41 against the Patriots, 34 against the Cowboys. They've lived in the 20s or in the teens for the rest of the game, or the rest of the games on their schedule. So I understand why it's hard to envision them scoring 40 points in a playoff setting, because they literally have not done it.
A couple texts here. This is a random one from the 832. Buffalo versus Tampa Bay Super Bowl prediction. I like it.
Whoa.
Not agreeing with you. Another text here. Some gambling experts think the Texans are a great bet to make the Super Bowl at plus 3,300. Those must be old odds, because I don't think that's what they are anymore, but hard pass.
Yeah, the thing for
hard pass.
The thing for good odds to be a good bet is that you actually have to win at some point. Like, just it being good odds is not enough. Like, you actually have to envision the bet winning, and I have a hard time seeing that one win.
Yeah, if you want to bet $5 and want to, plus 3,300 your bet there, like, I understand, but like, not a significant wager to get the Texans to go anywhere.
I would almost just take that, like you're saying, the $5, and then just bet against them in every playoff game, and you're probably going to come out ahead.
Yeah, I wouldn't be betting on the Texans to do anything in the playoffs right now.
Win a game.
Yeah, but even then, like the offense is just kind of inept. Like as great as the defense is, and as much as they shut down Tua, they've shut down Josh Allen. They got 5 picks off Jared Goff. Like they've done a lot of good things, but they've also been torched by Sam Darnold. Jordan Love had a pretty good day.
It is very feast or famine.
Yeah,
it is very feast.
I mean, Will Levis just got benched for throwing
he-
3 picks in front of his ex-girlfriend, and he threw for 278 yards and 2 touchdowns against your defense. Now I kind of like this new look defense though. Like without Jalen Petrie out there, I think they're a little bit better in coverage. Because I think he's kind of a liability in the slot. So we saw Okudah and Lassiter kind of moving around a little bit early on in the game. But I don't know if the Texans can. You can't ask this defense to help your offense do like. You're basically asking like your defense to be like the 05 Bears. I hate to bring it back to that, but like
no, it is
like
an
that's
app.
what this reminds me of.
It is an apt comparison that you are. I mean, one of those Bears teams. You're Iowa. You are.
Yeah, you're Trent Dilfer, Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Like you are.
Yeah, Ravens of the past. Joe Flacco Ravens.
Yeah, or
Trent
was it Trent
Ravens,
Dilfer? The Dilfer Ravens. Like the Dilfer Ravens were like it was just Jamal Lewis and like but an incredible defense. That Bears team.
The problem is that this defense isn't the 2000s Ravens. Like they're
no,
very good.
They're very good,
but they do give up big plays. They can't, like you went through. Like they have given up big days to other quarterbacks. Where the 05 Bears didn't do that. The 2000s Ravens didn't do that. So there is a level of this defense where they're very, very good, but they're not can drag you to a Super Bowl good.
Yeah,
they're not the Peyton Manning Broncos that won. Like they're not at that level.
Like maybe in 2 years, like because it's such a young core. Like I could see them developing into that level of a defense, but they're just not there. Yeah, I mean, Kalen Bullock is like he can't tackle for the most part. He can get interceptions.
Yeah,
like he's not a great tackler, and like you still have Jimmy Ward on the field and Eric Murray, and you have
there's a lot of Eric Murray out there, especially with Petrie gone, and that is a limiting factor to your defense from being, like we're saying, a defense that can go out there and win you multiple playoff games.
For the 281, our defense with Aziz, Harris, and Toto is going to be scary. I do agree with that. I'm not totally sure how what it looks like when all 3 guys are healthy. Like,
I imagine
they're going to run 3 linebackers out there.
No, I would imagine it's Aziz, and then you are shuffling the other 2.
Yeah, especially because Christian Harris, like he was fine in his first game.
Yeah,
you can definitely tell he's a little slow, but like he hasn't played since January.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're still gonna want to work him in a little bit. And he honestly is getting worked in. He's getting thrown in the deep end more than you'd probably want to because of the Aziz Al-Shaair suspension. But I think in a perfect world, it's like the snap count is mostly Al-Shaair and then the other 2 splitting.
All right, a little more on the Texans when we get back. More on the defense. We're also going to do in case Joe missed it at 12:45 because Bill Belichick got hired in North Carolina. The Rockets got knocked out of the NBA Cup. Oh, and Kyle Tucker is a member of the Chicago Cubs. We will talk Astros today as well. The new look outfield that Dana Brown told us about, a potential Nolan Arenado deal that could be in the works still, that was reported on by Chandler Rome. We'll get all that stuff today here on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Not a touchdown. It's a fake. Townsend was going to punt. Agunbowale, look at Dory fly. What a call inside the 10.
All right, so that play helps put the Texans into position to score their first touchdown of the second half. Their only touchdown in the second half. Joe and Sean here with you today. Paul out sick. Hopefully he'll be back with us tomorrow on the show. But great play design by Frank Ross. It's still so sad that they desperately needed something like that to get the offense moving. But I did love it. Like, did you think it was a fumble at first?
No, I because of how the I guess backs reacted, that they didn't like clump up, that it was a straight all the way out.
Yeah.
That I felt pretty good about what was happening, but I was a little. I mean, obviously, every time there's a fake, you kind of sit up a little bit in your seat, and you really just get the first down, Okay,
yeah.
Now the rest of this, now I just score it because there's probably your best chance of scoring is a 70-yard Dare run.
Yeah. Does it scream, does it say creativeness or desperation? Do you think on behalf of the coaching staff?
I think it is
against the Dolphins.
I think it is a little bit of leaning on what you think is one of your best units on the field, which is your special teams unit. And because you do that because you're desperate. It is a little bit of is the confidence that you have that you can execute this, but that comes from the reason you're even thinking about it is because of what the offense has shown you the entire season.
Yeah, I definitely think it's because I heard them because I was listening to the radio broadcast actually when this happened. Had to go back home and rewatch the rest of the game. We had a birthday party yesterday at a place called Dig World. That's a thing. There's excavators. It's actually kind of cool.
Oh, I thought in my head giant sandbox or different.
There was
sandbox.
a giant sandbox.
Okay,
but for the most part, there's excavators and things like that you can drive around, like you would find at Bobcat of Houston.
So the kids can drive?
No, you drive the kids.
Okay,
but you're driving them, but they're just kind of in there with you.
Huh.
But yeah, so I was listening on the radio, and they were not sure it was Mark and Andre were not sure that it wasn't a fumble because first of all, they're a million miles above the sky into the sky, but it definitely is desperation. But they were talking about it, and it's interesting hearing their perspective on it just because, and they pointed this out, which I think is a little obvious, but I didn't think of it in the moment, was that this isn't something the Texans have done. They haven't done this all year.
Mm-hmm.
You are in a position coming out of a bye week where yes, you can work on things, creatively, new things coming out of the bye. But you haven't done this all season. You've got the Kansas City Chiefs and the Baltimore Ravens coming up. I hate to be that guy about this play, but wouldn't you have rather waited to use this on Christmas Day against the Baltimore Ravens for the first time than having you using it against the Dolphins?
But by using it on this in this game, I mean you clinched the division. I mean you needed the Colts to help out, but you basically clinched the division by winning this game.
That's true.
That takes the necessity for the next two games all the way down to, hey, listen, you want to stay in it because there is a world where you are the 3 seed, but realistically, with especially taking into account who you are playing, that you're probably effectively locked into the 4 seed. You're not actually locked in there, but it is more likely than not that you are going to be the 4 seed. And by winning this game, you basically guarantee it instead of trying to have to get a win in Kansas City or on short rest against Baltimore.
I'll be honest, I think the Texans are not going to be the 4 seed. I think they're going to be the 3 seed.
Really?
I think there's a chance. I guess
because the Ravens would.
The Ravens are the problem.
the
Ravens
one of
are
the
the
wins
problem.
that the Ravens need to win the division is beating the Texans.
You need the Steelers to beat the Ravens this weekend on Saturday. If that happens, then the Texans will be the 3 seed. Because then the Steelers play the Chiefs and the Bengals. I mean, hell, they might lose the next 3 games, and then thus putting Baltimore in firm position of the 3 seed. It really might come down to Christmas Day, which I guess that's what the NFL wanted. I didn't really want a stressful game on Christmas Day. I was hoping like everything would be locked up for both teams, and we wouldn't have to be super, dialed in on Christmas. I will be here the next day. Jeremy and I are hosting 12 to 3 the next 2 days.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I'll listen.
Yeah. I was about to swear. Paul's not here, so I felt like almost had someone do it for him, but you're full of it. Dude.
Yeah,
You're full of it. There's
maybe check out the podcast.
That's even less likely. You're more likely to be at home playing college football and be like, yeah, I'll throw on the YouTube
or
channel.
just randomly driving. Yeah.
Yeah. Like you're not gonna be dialed in.
Driving
Sean.
and when I turn on my car, it's first the radio's on.
Yeah.
And so I might listen to that.
Yeah, you might if you happen to be in the car from 12 to 3.
Then whatever my family is like, what are you listening to right now? Change this.
Just also a reminder, Monday the 23rd, a week from today, is the Christmas party. Sean and I will be out there doing 12 to 3. Because I think Paul is going to be off, but maybe now he won't be. We'll find out.
We'll see.
But the Christmas party, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., starting off at Nick's place. The chaos begins early in the morning, all the games. I think this year I am going to go out there early and watch.
How early?
I got to talk to our head of promotions and see when the games start.
Okay.
If they start really going at 8:30, that's kind of what I'm hoping for.
Okay.
It's an 8:30 start time for all that stuff.
Okay.
If it starts at 7:15, probably
not. You'll miss the undercard.
Yeah, I'll miss the undercard.
Okay.
I want to be there for the eggnog chugging.
Okay. That
feels like the main event.
In my memory is normally 9 o'clock hour. Just from what I remember.
Okay.
But
Then I can do that. I can be there from 9 to 3.
Yeah.
And hopefully just not drink too much. All right, one set of plays that I wanted to talk about here that really annoyed me from the Texans offense. They were back-to-back plays. And I think it showed the frustration of the offense and just how things have gone this year for CJ Stroud, collectively for Bobby Slowick. I think it was in the third quarter, CJ Stroud, first play, misses Nico Collins wide open. Nico was doing a comeback route. CJ airmailed it to the left. It was not even a competitive ball. The next play was, this is right before the fake punt. The next play was the touchdown catch that should have been to John Mechie. That's what's, I think, the most frustrating part of the Texans offense still is that even when you've got guys open, like Nico was on that play, and then CJ has a poor throw. The next play, John Mechie open, beats his guy, literally in his hands, drops it, could have easily walked in for a touchdown. That, unfortunately, is that's the biggest problem with the Texans, is all their plays that go wrong seem to happen in clumps, and that's why they just can't get out of their own way.
Yeah, it is a when it rains it snows kind of, or when it rains it pours kind of situation with the Texans, because they do normally have a drive or two in them per game.
Yeah, they do.
Which is very funny to say this is the compliment part. But they do normally have a drive or two where they can move the ball. It looks good. They can score points. And then the rest of the game is trying to field position your way, or you need a turnover, or you're just trying to run clock at the end of the game. It does feel like they just have series where they all break the huddle and they're like, we don't have it. This series we ran out of the good plays for Bobby Slowick. Or I don't know if it's all Slowick or if it is the players, but there is sometimes where it just feels like they have no answers.
No, I definitely think that we went too hard on Slowick this season. I still think that he should not be the offensive coordinator next year, because what I mostly see is a guy who can't solve the problems. You can change your offensive line as much as you want, but they can't get the run game going. The scheme does not work with the talent that they have. I don't think the talent's going to change dramatically on the offensive line this offseason. Maybe we'll get 2 new bodies in there, but it's still going to be the same old problems that you've had the last 2 years running the football. They cannot run the ball again now, especially they were bad last year running the ball when they moved Titus to left guard. They were a little bit better in pass protection, but CJ still got sacked 4 games. But CJ is, I'm not even sure it's a sophomore slump anymore. I think it's just straight up regression this year. You still felt coming out of the bye, he looked panicky in the pocket. Last year I think we gave him a lot of the benefit of the doubt, where all these low throws that were in the dirt and Robert Woods and Nico and these guys were diving for it. it was like fine pinpoint placement is what it looked like. Watching the game yesterday, they're all in the dirt again, and these guys are diving after it. I think they're just bad throws. Like, I mean, I'm just not sure. I'm not sure anymore. I could be wrong, but like what last year felt like they're just he's putting the ball in a spot where it belongs, so only his guy can catch it, and they're not going to get hit. Now I just watch it, and I'm like, it looks like a bad throw.
Well, because it's those throws mixed in with the open misses that he'll have, or the really bad ones where it's on the wrong shoulder down the field, where there is no excuse. There is no, well, you see what he was trying to do there. It's like, no, he just missed it. So I do think that he has fallen back, and it is a tricky situation. I don't know how much of it is just like the residual effect from being under pressure so much that he doesn't feel 100% comfortable back there to really step into a throw and deliver it where it should be, or is it just he is less accurate this year, that like whatever he was doing that made him accurate, he is not doing anymore, or was on a hot streak all last year, is now on a cold streak. I don't know what it is, but I do think that yes, you're right that you can officially chalk this up to like 2023 CJ Stroud probably not walking through that door.
No, I don't think so. I mean, like there'll always be a glimmer of Superman's hope that he had last year. It felt like, when the playoffs get here, but even like I'm not expecting it. Like I'm not expecting
It
him
just
to.
there's a level of sharpness that this like the entire offense doesn't have.
Yeah, they're just missing something. It's just not. It just can't click.
Yeah, it something is misaligned where they cannot get it all working together.
Yeah, and that's not.
And
CJ's
CJ's part of that. That's not
100%.
like excusing that. CJ is part of the problem there, but there always is you're playing whack-a-mole with the line. You're playing, maybe now you're running attack. You're losing some of that, but CJ's staying upright more, or you can change it around again and you can run the ball now, but CJ's under more attack. There's always something going on with this team's offense, and yeah, I do think that you can kind of write off any idea of them fixing it or putting it all together.
All right, we're going to do one more segment on the Texans when we get back, and then we're going to take a break for a little bit and talk about some Houston Astros baseball and the other things that I missed while I was out. But first, before we do that, enjoy the trail lights and capture the spirit of the season on a trail of 3 million dazzling holiday lights while listening to your favorite Christmas songs at Dewberry Farms. We're giving away a family 4-pack of VIP tickets right now to caller number 5 to 713-780-3776. That's caller number 5 to 713-780-3776. It is ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Have used one that is in my price range. They had a slim digital that had a scuff mark on it. Okay. And he's like, "Are you okay with the scuff mark?" I was like, "Well, what's the price?" I was like, "And can I see it?" He goes, "Yeah, of course you can see it." He goes, "It's $330." Oh wow! Before the trade-in, I got like $70 for the PS4. It's like $250. I was like, deal. I was like, done. So it was like ended up being like what $350 total with like the system and then getting the game. Oh yeah. But
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
For Houston, 2nd and goal. Stroud. There's a block by the wide receiver Woods. Caught by Collins. Touchdown, Houston.
That was the second touchdown pass of the day from C.J. Stroud to Nico Collins. So that's one of the positives that they caught, connected twice. Both kind of broken down plays. But Nico only has 17 receiving yards on the day to 2 touchdowns. That's, I think, the biggest positive from this game, I would say.
Yeah.
Is just, at least they took advantage of the opportunities that were in front of them in the red zone after the turnover, the first one, after the fake punt. They took advantage in those moments. So, like, this idea of the defense, leading the charge for the Texans and potentially winning them, helping them win more than one playoff game, this is what the offense, at least the minimum, has to do. Okay, that you have to take advantage when they give you these opportunities. So at least they did that. That's really the biggest, maybe the only positive from this game offensively.
I was gonna say you took mine. You took mine. The 2 touchdowns that they scored. Looking at everything else, it's slim pickings for other positives. But yeah, that is exactly what this team needs to do, is to be a very good red zone team. If you're gonna do this balancing act of the defense putting your offense in good positions by getting turnovers, by pinning or getting sacks and winning the field position battle. A key part of that is having an offense that, while isn't going to be a high flying offense, can at least cash in on short fields and score touchdowns when you when you start the drive on the opponent's side of the field. And that is what you need to do if this is going to work at all. And for those 2 drives, they did it.
Yes. Other positive, even though CJ was sacked 4 times, I still thought for the most part,
Yes,
felt like CJ had a lot more time back there.
Yeah, it was we've seen varying degrees of bad offensive line play for the Texans, and this was by no means like even close to what the worst has been, where he is just under siege every single play. This was a much, I guess, acceptable level of offensive line play, where yes, you get beat a few times, 4 sacks. Not all of those were on the offensive line. I think some of those were on Stroud just hanging on to it. And I get it, trying to make a play, but at some point you just got to throw it away, dude. Like, just taking all these sacks, especially late in games, it is the one thing where I am probably most disappointed in CJ Stroud, with like you think year 2 you're gonna get smarter with some of these things, and the how he's moving in the pocket, or just knowing when the time and place to take a sack. That's just
totally agree.
disappointing.
It reminds me of Deshaun Watson.
I didn't want to say it, but
it's exactly what it is.
When you line it up with the 2 touchdowns were 100% just backyard football, running around, scramble drills, finding a receiver in the end zone, like that's what Deshaun Watson did.
Because I think CJ wants everything. He thinks he can make everything work. And there are times where he's validated, being literally pulled down to the ground and throwing the ball perfectly to Tank Dell is a great example of that.
Mhm.
Like he did in the game. Like, that was a fantastic play. Think back to week 1 when he slips on midfield of the Colts game, but he completes the pass as he's falling down. Like, there are moments, but I think the biggest thing that CJ has to change is just getting rid of the ball. Like, when he doesn't need, a lot of these sacks are his fault, and it's hurting the offense more than it's helping it, because like, you're not getting the explosive plays that you got last year, and counterbalancing some of these sacks that he's taking. Like, if it was like, yeah, every time he takes a long sack, but the next possession he's back there forever, he's moving around, and he finds Nico Collins for 60 yards down the field, then we would take it. But he's not getting the chunk plays to justify it. And that's where I think some of this goes back to Bobby Slowick too. And it's my biggest pet peeve with the Texans offense right now. They do not have any easy stuff. Like, I think back to the Jameis Winston game from 2 weeks ago, where like Jerry Jeudy is just running across the middle, a yard across the line of scrimmage. You just dink it to him, and he runs and gets a first down and gets 20 yards. The Texans don't do any of that stuff. Like they don't have anything that's just like easy over the middle stuff. Guys are running downfield. Things are open. Everything for this offense seems challenging, but the positive is just the offensive line. It gave CJ more time.
Yeah, and the issues with because they can't do any layups. Like the screen game is all bad. Even the one that did get scored by Nico Collins got called back against the Cowboys. Like they just they have they just have no easy button. You know, everything has to be a struggle, and that's what we're talking about with this offense just never seeming to be in rhythm. Is just that there is no, like you said, just a little dunk off. Take the pressure off your quarterback, getting the ball into a good player's hands, and they have plenty of weapons. It just isn't as easy. They're like less than the sum of the parts.
Text here. When is CJ going to start checking the ball down to the running back? I don't know. He doesn't do it enough. He needs to do it more.
Well,
Joe Mixon did have 5 catches.
I was going to say Joe Mixon was the leader receiver yesterday.
Yeah, 5 catches, 33 yards. But also Tank Dell was like your third most rushing yards in the team. 1 carry, 15 yards. Dario Kumbuwole, 1 carry, 35 yards. Joe Mixon averaged 1.9 yards per carry.
2 rushes had 50 of your 77 rushing.
Gosh, they could not run the ball at all. Hugh Dab asked if San Francisco went to the Super Bowl last year with Brock Purdy. Why can't the Texans go with CJ?
Brock Purdy was playing way better than CJ Stroud.
100%. Brock Purdy was a way better quarterback last year than CJ Stroud is this year. Kyle Shanahan offense, it is his offense. This is not Bobby Slowick's offense, so he doesn't know how to fix the problems. Also, I think the Shanahan offense is just broken. I think it's broken. I think I'm out on it. I think I'm out on anyone running it. The 49ers are not good offensively. The Texans are not good offensively. The Dolphins are not good offensively. The too high shell thing that they want to ban in the NFL, going back to week 2 from Mel Kiper's stupid take. The Shanahan offense this year, it's dead. And Bobby Slowick and Mike McDaniels are not going to be guys that fix it. Only Shanahan can fix it. If he can fix it. But like the offense is dead. It doesn't work anymore on those 3 teams. And
I was going to say, you still have McVay, you still have LaFleur.
I mean, they don't run the Shanahan offense, really. Not like this.
I mean, no one runs it like Bobby Slowick. Bobby Slowick, if we're doing I had a cup of coffee with Sean McVay or Kyle Shanahan, now I have a head coaching job or a play calling job, I'll say. He's like last on the play callers that got a job because of their San Francisco ties. Like all these other offenses that are disappointing, like they're less disappointing than the Houston Texans, especially given the level of talent. Because San Francisco, like you can go, well, beat up by injuries, whatever. Like there's enough things there for like this Texans offense. Like they had their healthy offensive line the entire season until the Jets game. That's when they Kenyon Green got hurt and they had to make the change.
Yeah.
Until then, like they had their full complement for that entire until Halloween.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the same issues early in the season are the same issues now. I think a lot of this does fall on Bobby Slowick just not being able to like you said, Kyle Shanahan can fix it. Even Sean McVay can fix it. Like the Matt LaFleur, I would trust to fix these things. Bobby Slowick, I just don't see it with this guy. I am 100% out on him as an offensive play caller.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think he's going to be the offensive coordinator next year as well for the Houston Texans.
For the first 6 games.
For the first 6 games.
And then
you know what? That's a good take, Sean. That's a good take.
He'll start the season.
It's Joe and Sean here on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. When we get back, in case Joe missed it, because there was a lot that I missed while I was out on vacation. We'll do that next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, early edition of In Case You Missed It this week, because I was out Wednesday, Thursday, Friday last week, and a bunch of stuff happened.
Yes, in case Joe missed it.
In case Joe missed it today. Joe and Sean here with you. Paul's out in case you missed it. Paul's out today. Maybe he'll be back tomorrow. We're waiting to find out. We'll start with the Rockets. Rockets get bounced in the NBA Cup. Not a great game.
No.
Not their best performance.
I mean, first half, it was good defensive basketball.
Yep.
The second half, it was good defensive basketball and terrible offense from the Houston Rockets. I mean, it's not like the first half was the beautiful game.
Yeah,
exactly.
They scored 42 points in the first half.
Yes, but at least that one, it felt more like the balance was, this is just two of the best, 4 defensive teams in the league playing each other. And then you saw the difference. Like what we've said every time that the Thunder play the Rockets is that the difference is they have a Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and you don't.
Yeah, Fred VanVleet was terrible. 1 for 11 from the 3-point line. Jalen Green, not good. 1 for 8 from the 3-point line. Dylan Brooks took 13 threes, only made 4 of them. I mean, Amen Thompson was the best player on the court probably for the Rockets that night.
Yeah,
that's positive.
Amen Thompson, he showed the flashes that you want to see from Amen Thompson.
Yeah,
as far as the more long-term prospects for him being having a main role on the offense. I mean, obviously he's still got a long way to go because I think only 2 of his 9 made shots were outside the paint. So it is a lot of what you think Amen Thompson's doing and how he's getting those points. But yeah, he was by far the best player on the court on offense. Second might actually have been Dylan Brooks,
which is really bad.
Yes.
I mean, no one besides Amen Thompson had over 14 points.
Yeah.
It was just ugly.
That's also very bad.
Yeah, that's very, very bad. Other things that I missed while I was out on vacation, in case Joe missed it. Bill Belichick is the head coach.
Yeah.
At the University of North Carolina. He was just on the Pat McAfee show talking about, recruits that want to come there, and there's already people walking through the door and people, because it is like it's like a good recruiting area.
Yeah.
It's not great, but it's not, it's not Texas and Florida, and it's a good recruiting area. I can't believe that it's real. I honestly, I can't believe that this is really happening.
I think every time we talked about it, both on and off the mic, we were both just like, yeah, this is just interviewing to keep your name out there.
Yeah.
And to make NFL teams want you, that's at least what I thought was just say see, I'm not getting turned down by the Falcons and every team with a job opening. I can, if not the NFL, maybe I go to he's actually going to coach college football. It really is insane beyond all the, how is he going to deal with the recruiting world and NIL transfer portal? I honestly am not too worried about that. I'm more, it's just going to be fascinating just watching him on a sideline standing across the way from Dabo Swinney.
But the thing that still is the most bizarre to me is the buyout on June 1st. That's only a $1 million buyout, June 1st, 2025.
Yeah, after.
But that's after all the NFL jobs are taken. What is he waiting for? What is it, June 1st? Shouldn't have been February 1st?
Is it so he can resign on a napkin again?
And
I know he only has to pay him $1 million.
He gets $1 million?
Yeah. No, he
pays them $1 million.
Yeah, if he leaves, he would have to pay.
But does Steve Belichick become the head coach if he leaves on June 1st?
Is that what we're heading towards?
I don't understand even the purpose of the buy unless it's I'm not totally sure I want to coach anymore. So in case I get there and I realize I hate this, I'm willing to give you $1 million back. I don't get it. The whole thing is fascinating.
What would you say the chances are that Bill Belichick does not coach a game for UNC?
10%.
Okay.
I think it's really low.
I'm right around there where you can't say it's impossible because the
buyout exists for a reason.
Because most of these hires, if I were to ask you where the chances they coach 0 games for whoever just got hired, you'd say 0. They're going to coach at least 1 game. Bill Belichick, I'm not exactly confident that he'll be on the sideline to start this season, and that's crazy. It's crazy considering the level of commitment that UNC is apparently going to give to NIL. I wonder how much of that is funny accounting, where the report is that they're going to go from $4 million in NIL spending on their football team this past season to 20.
Whew.
And I'm not. I mean, so they're just going to snap their fingers and 5x their commitment to NIL. Like,
What, is Bill funding it?
yeah, there has to be something else going on.
I mean,
Or
Josh McDaniels is getting a pretty hefty buyout still from the Las Vegas Raiders.
is he coaching for free? Or is he?
And also, like, so we haven't got any official word on this. Like, is the coaching staff just going to be Josh McDaniels and Judge? We know that Freddie Kitchens was at North Carolina. He's staying at North Carolina.
Around.
Like, is it really just going to be like all these washed up coaches?
The All-Stars, the 2010s All-Stars of Matt Patricia.
Yeah, he'll be there for sure.
The Lombardi is the
He's
GM.
the GM, Michael Lombardi.
Yeah. Is going to be, it is just like kind of bring the band back together, and Freddie Kitchens, which honestly for college football, I don't think it's like that big of a deal. I think that as long as you have a couple recruiters on the staff, like a couple guys that can go into North Carolina high schools and shake hands with the coach and knows who to talk to and all that. Like, I think for the most part on Saturdays, they'll be the best coached team in probably college football, but I'll say at least in the ACC that they will go into every game being better coached than the others.
How do you think this goes? You think he is there for 2 years and they never get above, 7-8 wins, but they're well coached? Or do you think he actually accomplishes something?
Well, okay. Accomplishes something is hard at
Make
UNC.
college football playoff. That's
hard because you basically have to be in the ACC title game.
Yep.
And UNC hasn't won the ACC since 1980.
I know, but it's Bill Belichick. Look what Deion's done at Colorado.
Yeah. I think that he can. Yeah, we probably top out here at like the historical average of what a great UNC season is, which is like nine wins, maybe 10.
Yeah, I don't,
because he's Bill Belichick.
I'm not sure that's like just.
I just need to see the players. I need to see the level of talent that he's actually going to get, because saying all this NIL stuff, that's cool and all. You know who else is spending a lot on NIL? Miami and Clemson and SMU, the teams that are actually playing in the ACC championship game.
I'm fascinated to see like if players that want to like rush into the transfer portal to go play for Belichick.
I could see it either way. I can see
exactly.
That's
why I don't think there's gonna be an in between here. I think they're either going to make the college football playoffs at some point in his 5-year contract, or he's going to have one season which is solid in his first year, but he's so Belichick, he runs all the kids out of the program, and they're going to be the worst team in college football. Like, I really don't. I don't know.
I disagree with that. I cannot see a world where they're the worst team in college football.
Or when he leaves, they're going to become the worst team in college football. Because like he's just
Steve Belichick, steady hand. You already know your next head coach. No, I think that this the bottom out of this is like they're 5-6 win team.
Yeah.
Like where they're they on Saturdays they're just so much better, well coached than Wake Forest or whoever they're playing, that they can just scheme their ways to beating most of the ACC. It's just that when you have the talent disadvantage when you are playing, when you're playing Clemson and SMU, I actually think the talent disadvantage Miami UNC is smaller than the coaching disadvantage between Mario Cristobal and Bill Belichick on a Saturday in a game. I 100% believe that Bill Belichick's going to win that. So
they might. I'm not even kidding you. I'm gonna read you the schedule.
I know that's an ACC schedule.
Dude, they might lose one game next year.
It's so easy.
They play TCU, something called the Charlotte 49ers, and then the Richmond Spiders.
Yeah.
They play UCF. Those are their first 4 games in order, and then the rest of it's TBD on the dates. They play Cal, NC State, Clemson, Duke, Stanford, Virginia, Syracuse, Wake Forest. Their schedule is soft next year.
Yeah,
Bill Belichick, college football playoff next year.
I was gonna say that he can be only okay and probably get that to 8-4.
Yes, and like the committee, don't you feel like they're gonna give Bill Belichick
just a kernel of like, what are we gonna put Lane Kiffin in the college football playoff over Bill Belichick?
Yeah, like are we gonna put a 2-loss North Carolina team that lost to Clemson and a walk-off field goal in the college football playoff over, SMU or someone else?
A 9-3 SEC team.
Yeah, like they're gonna give Bill Belichick the benefit of the doubt.
Like, let me see. Do we think Shane Beamer can get his team ready to win a playoff game better than Bill Belichick?
If I was
I'm
Bill
not
Belichick,
sure.
though, I would have turned the job down or quit my job as soon as the athletic director came out in the rip jacket.
Thank you.
Come on, man. You're trying too hard. Bill looks professional and nice, and you come out in this ripped jacket.
It's so
a
funny.
stupid bit.
Because he did it at the start of the press conference, like as he introduced him
Yes.
as part of like, hey, I'm with you, coach. But then the thing is, it was like a 30-minute press conference. He had to sit there with sleeves cut off, and it was being carried on ESPN. So I was in here looking, and I'd look up. I'm like, what is their athletic director wearing? I thought it was like some high fashion choice until I saw it on social media that he elected to cut off his own sleeve. Yeah, I don't know. I think ultimately it comes down to how badly does North Carolina want it. If they're going to turn into like Indiana in the ACC, where they get a good head coach and they're all of a sudden going to really commit to actually competing in the NIL space and paying for the best talent you can get, then they're going to be really good. If this is all gobbledygook and for the most part it's just normal, same old UNC level of talent that you're going to get, which is some good guys, but ultimately you're not going to have the depth to really do anything. Then yeah, they're going to be kind of what they always are.
All right. Connor Wegman, also Houston Cougar.
Yes.
All right, but we're gonna take a break. When we get back,
I didn't know if you wanted it.
I was just gonna throw it out there.
Yes, you also missed that.
We're gonna take a break. We're gonna talk about Kyle Tucker, the trade, the outfield, what it is now. Next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe and Sean here with you till 3 o'clock, Paul. Hopefully we'll return to the show tomorrow. So I was out Wednesday through Friday. It was just you and Paul doing the show, Sean. And on Friday, I'm sitting at home. Phone starts blowing up. Friends from back home asking me if it was finally going to happen. And then it did. Kyle Tucker was traded to the Chicago Cubs for Isaac Paredes, Cam Smith, and Hayden Wesneski.
A king's ransom.
My initial for the Astros, my initial thought is like I'm glad they made the trade. I think it was the right move to move on from Kyle Tucker if you're not going to pay him. And they were clearly not going to pay him. It's funny to look back at the YouTube comments from when Paul and I discussed this last week, and the people who just kept saying, like, we don't know what we're talking about when we're discussing the trade, and the idea of even trading him. But this was the right move to make for the Astros. It still sucks from their perspective that you have to move on because you're not going to pay him. We'll talk more about the Nolan Arenado rumors later in the show, but it feels less and less likely that Alex Bregman is going to be back with the Astros. And it's just, now that we've had, 72 hours or so, whatever it is, to kind of digest this, how do you feel about the trade, now that, Friday has passed?
I think that I can understand it reasonably of this. There was 0% chance that you're going to pay Kyle Tucker. This is a team with a lot of holes on it. This is not Alex Bregman this year. It's not Carlos Correa, George Springer, where this team is going to win 100 games. And so you can't really trade off of this team. You are going to come into as a World Series favorite in the middle of your run. This is a move to try to extend your run as a World Series contender, and as someone who, your owner said the window's always open when he's around. This is the kind of move that you have to make that true. At the same time, this sucks.
Yeah,
this absolutely
100%.
Sucks.
It sucks.
I'm looking at projected lineups for the Astros. I'm looking at their projected depth chart, and their outfield is an abomination.
Yeah, Dubon. So Dana Brown basically said like it'll be like some combination of like Dubon in left, maybe DeZenzo, Jake Myers in center, Chas McCormick in right field right now. That's really bad.
That's bad.
I mean, the conversation should have been, is Chaz or Jake on the roster to be your center fielder? You know what your issues are in left. You have Tucker in right. Like, that's what the conversation was. Now it's at this point where it's just like, it might be one of the worst outfields in all of baseball, to be honest with you.
Definitely the worst outfield in all of baseball who's trying to win. Who's like actively trying to win their division, win playoff series. I don't know who else is trotting out a lineup like this, or an outfield like this. And to me, and we talked a little bit about this during one of the breaks, this to me, you have to, the outfield is now the biggest need for the Houston Astros.
Yeah, I mean, and there are moves they can make. They can go Anthony Santander or something like that. They can, and I know they said that they're, they'll listen on Fromber. They're not trying to trade Fromber. I think you go all in at this point with like this path that you're on, and like if you're gonna trade Tucker, you might as well trade Fromber. You have Wesneski, who's they're saying is a starter, projected in with all the other guys. I'm dying.
I know this is
it insane. Just all of a sudden like caught me this segment, like for some reason. Like trade Fromber for an outfielder. Like you need to, maybe 2 outfielders. Like you need help.
Yeah,
you need help in your lineup, and projecting with Garcia, McCullers, and Hunter Brown and Blanco, like you've got a good rotation. Like does losing Fromber really change that much if you're adding an outfield bat? Like think about the long term. Like the Astros are still third in the MLB odds to go to the World Series out of the American League.
That's crazy.
So like clearly like they're not bailing yet because like they think there's more moves to come. And there has to be. This can't be the only thing.
No, it is a little unfair to look at their line or the depth chart and their projected lineup right now because yes, they still do have a lot of work to actually do. Like there's so many guys that need to get signed, not just by the Astros, but just by MLB. The free agency really has only just started. Now almost 2 months after the season ends. That there will be more depth on this team than what we see right now. Maybe there's even better start, like you mentioned, Santander type of guy coming in.
I also think I don't think the door is closed on Bregman yet. I'm wondering what the market really looks like.
Vibes, it feels closed.
The vibes feels close, but I thought after the Soto deal, it would move quickly on Bregman, and there's really been nothing besides reported teams. The Astros willing to come up 50, or they have the $50 million gap they have to bridge, but there's really been nothing besides that. And I still wonder if there's a chance that just Paredes is your first baseman next year, and Bregman's at third, and your outfield depth is what it is, and it's going to be terrible, and they're not going to fix it. But at least Alex Bregman's back in the lineup, and you have Paredes, who's going to crush in the Crawford boxes. All he does is pull the baseball. He's going to have success here. But I guess they're waiting on Bregman before they make the next move, but you can't just roll out with what you have now with Paredes at third, Singleton at first, and those guys in the outfield. So from that perspective, it was a good return in what you could have gotten. You got guys who are under control, who are affordable. They check those boxes. They got a prospect who moved quickly through the minor league system. I know a lot of people are projecting him at 2026. His defense, it leaves some to be desired at third base. I'm projecting Cam Smith will be the right fielder for the Astros next season at some point.
So in 2025.
Yes. That they are talking about, the Cubs were doing this, where I was like, is he going to play some right field? Is he going to play third? What is he going to be? If the outfield is Chas McCormick, Jake Myers, and Mauricio Dubon, this kid's going to be in the majors this year.
There might be some DeZenzo mixed in there. Dana Brown said some DeZenzo.
Great. Can't believe that's the outfield we're going to be watching every single day.
I refuse to, because right now I don't have to believe that is the case. I refuse to believe that will be the case. Someone has to. They'll sign somebody.
Yeah.
Bring back Jason Hayward and Ben Gamble. Just bring back somebody or anybody just to. Even if you want to go we're just gonna do a lot of platooning.
Jason Hayward, I know it sounds it's low bar, man, but Dana Brown showed last year you could identify outfielders.
Yeah, just to try to again, platoon advantage, lefty righty your way through the season, that I would have more faith in that kind of plan than these guys everyday starters, and we'll see on the young guys if one of the young guys can take their spot. And like you're saying with Cam Smith, I didn't realize this, so I double checked. Yeah, Isaac Paredes has 3 years of control. So he has 25, 26, 27. I have a hard time believing that Cam Smith is going to play third base with either Bregman coming back or Paredes staying there. I guess Paredes could move to first in that situation, but if what you're saying about Cam Smith's glove is true, then I would try to just again, you're just kind of playing whack-a-mole with your corner outfield and kind of the corner of your infield being giant question marks this season.
Yeah.
And where are you okay being maybe league average at or being below league average at? Which spots are you going to be okay with? And that's kind of what Dana Brown has to figure out given the, I assume, budget constraints that he has.
I mean, right now you're below league average in 4 of the 9 spots in your batting lineup. It's just the reality of it.
The outfield and first base.
Yeah, the outfield and first base, and it's you have to do some work to fix it. Like I said, we'll talk about Arenado later. Someone here brought up the Bellinger stuff that was reported. I'm not surprised. I mean, honestly, I thought maybe they would get over it. I forgot what he had said, to be honest. When people started recirculating the clips about
how direct he was.
It's this is a little worse than I remember. As time had gone by, I had forgotten how direct he was about the Astros. So yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I still think a Presley trade is going to happen, so like maybe that can fix your outfield a little bit, and just giving you a body out there.
Yeah, that feels like you're getting Jason Hayward, just a different version of Jason Hayward, where it is someone who's going to share time.
Yeah.
With Chaz or Dubon.
Yeah, or someone coming off an injury, or it is a challenging position for the Astros. I still think it was the right move to make, but it still sucks.
Yes. Yeah.
And selfishly, I'm also ecstatic if they pay him.
Yeah, we talked about this.
Yeah, we had text a little bit. Yeah,
while you're gone, and also we talked about it on the show while you're gone. We're like the only way, because the vibes, believe it or not, super low when the trade was made official.
I was listening. I pulled the seg because I helped do the social media stuff because Sam was out, and I felt bad.
Yes,
honestly, I think it was a good thing I wasn't there.
But we did have the silver lining of maybe Kyle Tucker, Juan Soto's the Cubs.
I think he will.
Okay, you just you're okay with that, or
no, I don't love that.
Okay, but you just come to terms.
No, I just know who they are. They're the Astros.
Okay.
They're the same as the Astros. The biggest contract they've given out is $184 million to Jason Hayward. Now, I would pay. I think they should pay Kyle Tucker, $400 million right now. But it just wouldn't shock me if Juan Soto's them. And the Astros look even better in this deal in the long run if that happens.
Yeah, that is kind of what the Astros need for this to work out, is to get something for Tucker and then for him to sign a deal like the Juan Soto deal. Mm-hmm. Although the Yankees were very close to at least competitive with the offers to sign him. That you get a Kyle Tucker deal next year where you're like, oh yeah, there's no chance they're gonna pay that. Like, oh yeah, of course. When you actually see the price and you're doing the math of, wait, this is what $45 million a year for 12 years looks like. Yeah, they're not doing that. So that's the saving grace, is that when the time comes, you will kind of not live in regret for what you did, because you'll see like, there really was no way out of it. It is a lot of pressure on Cam Smith to actually be good. I will say that, because really what you got in return for Kyle Tucker is a stopgap-ish third baseman who maybe plays first if you re-sign Bregman, and Wisniewski, who is...
He's solid.
I don't want to call him a reclamation project, but he's something where you're believing in the Astros pitching fairy dust.
He's got some good stuff. Like, okay. he's got a really good sweeper. Like, I'm curious, like, with the fairy dust, what it does.
Yes. Okay. So you need Wisniewski to be have some Kikuchi, in him, and really show out now that he's on the Astros. And you need Cam Smith to be the next guy in line, where he is I don't want to throw a Kyle Tucker out, but he is when they were just calling up guys, and even like Jeremy Pena to a certain extent.
Can he be Yiner? Like, if he's
Yiner?
If he's Yiner quality, then like, great.
Yes. If he's outfield or first base, third base, wherever he plays, Yiner, then yes, you feel good about it, considering that you're going to get 5 or 6 years of that, as opposed to 1 more year of Kyle Tucker.
Yep, 100%. All right. When we get back, the 10-minute drill, a lot of interesting things happened this weekend in the NFL. Sean and I will get into that next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, 10-minute drill here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe and Sean hanging out with you today. Playoff picture right now. The Bills, Steelers, now the Houston Texans, Chiefs, Eagles, Lions, and then yesterday, the Minnesota Vikings all have clinched spots in the playoffs. The Rams, after yesterday's Seahawks loss, are now in charge or leading the charge to the NFC West. I think we're pretty much done with the AFC also, though.
I was going to say, I think the 7, I mean, it almost is mathematically the case that the 7 that we have in the playoff spots already, that's going to be the 7 that are going to play in the playoffs. And I honestly, I guess we differ on the 3-4 seed possibilities, but I kind of feel like we're pretty close to knowing who's going to be hosting games and who's going to be wild card game.
I think so too. The only outside shot I think that's really left is, and it would have helped if Denver would have lost this weekend, but the Bengals' next 3 games are the Browns, Broncos, and Steelers. The Broncos' next 3 games are the Chargers, Bengals, Chiefs. So, but the Chiefs probably aren't playing Mahomes in that game.
They shouldn't. They definitely shouldn't.
Because they'll probably have the 1 seed locked up.
Yes. The Chiefs basically just need a win. 1 win for the rest of the season to lock up the number 1 seed.
Now, they could get 2 losses in the next 9 days now. It's very possible if Mahomes is out. If Carson Wentz is starting, they could lose their next 2 games.
It is possible. And like I mentioned earlier, if I was the Chiefs, I would not, under no circumstances am I playing them on Saturday.
Yeah, no.
Maybe you try to use the extra time to get them ready for Wednesday.
I think that is the play. I think you wait till Wednesday.
Even that's like kind of a stretch of how quickly he can turn around.
And then you play him week 18, or you just let him sit until
and then you definitely just let him sit week 18.
And then so he'd be off for the next month before their first game, assuming they hold on to the bye.
Yes, and
but
obviously
even then, it doesn't matter. No, they've won the AFC Championship game what 5 years in a row.
Yes, I think, but the bye with the Mahomes injury makes the bye more necessary for them to get. So it puts them in a really tough position where you need the bye more now that Mahomes is hurt, but it also makes it harder to get the bye. And I don't know what the Bills' schedule looks like if there's a losable game for the Bills.
I think Carson Wentz will get a win over the Texans or the Steelers. They'll win one of those 2 games.
I kind of think that too. I kind of think they win on Saturday.
Dude, listen to this is the Bills' schedule: Patriots, Jets, Patriots.
Okay.
They played the Patriots 2 of the last 3 games this season. Who makes these schedules?
Who have they been playing all year?
They haven't won the Patriots yet.
This is a
stunning that they have not
schedule.
played the Patriots yet. All right, things that happened this weekend. Jonathan Taylor and a defensive player for the Cincinnati Bengals joined the not bringing the ball into the end zone club.
It's a packed club. It's a very packed club.
Jordan Battle was the other one. That's 3 this season.
The Jordan Battle one, I can at least see what went wrong there. I can see he was like trying to switch hands with the ball. Now it was to celebrate, I think, or to like lift up his arms and triumph. And as he was bringing the ball over, he just dropped it. Which, like, hey, he's a defensive player, not used to switching arms, going full speed with the ball. The casual drop before you get in, that to me is worse, because like, what are you trying to do? That is what it is at least Jordan Battle has the like, well, I was trying to do something with
also
the ball.
defensive player.
Like,
gonna give him a little bit more of a pass.
Jonathan Taylor has like, I don't know, 50 touchdowns in the NFL.
Yeah.
And he just didn't bring it across. This one, maybe it was just the poor angles that I saw on the replays. It looked very close to him being in the end zone when he dropped it. Now, I do think that they got the call right.
Yeah.
But I was like, man, that one I almost feel bad for. Like, everyone dumps on these guys that do it. And that one I'm like, he was so close to actually being in the end zone.
Now, that game is something that hasn't been done in 18 years. Have you heard this stat?
No.
It has been 18 years since there has been a football game in which there was 10 turnovers and 20 penalties.
Oh my god.
That's what happened in the Bengals-Titans game this weekend. The Titans quarterbacks threw a combined 4 interceptions, 3 from Will Levis, 1 from Mason Rudolph. Joe Burrow had 2 interceptions. Joe Burrow and then Jordan Battle each had a fumble, and then Will Levis and Tony Pollard each had a fumble. 10 turnovers in one game. That is unbelievable.
That is such an ugly
That is
football game.
pee-wee football.
And then the 20 penalties. Like on top of that.
And 20 penalties. Yeah, Bill Simmons said that on his podcast. The first time since 2000, or the first time in 18 years that, 2006, that there has been a game for 10 turnovers and 20 plus penalties.
You'd think that one of the 20 penalties would have wiped away a turnover or something. Like he would have thought that
Exactly.
that there would have been a face mask somewhere or a hold on a nope. That is just disgusting. I'm glad that I didn't get to watch. We talked about after the Texans bye week how it is nice to just when the Texans don't play or play in a primetime game where you can watch Red Zone or watch some different game. I'm glad that I did not watch.
No, this was
other than cut-ins, I did not watch a second of that game.
I know like a lot of times like it gets called out like this is a bad weekend for the NFL. No, this is the worst weekend of football I think we've seen in a very long time. You had the Haney kid from the Saints.
Oh,
Hainer get benched after only throwing 10 passes. Spencer Rattler had to come in. Jameis Winston got benched. Mac Jones is out there. Will Levis got benched. 3 quarterbacks get benched this weekend.
Tim Boyle was out there.
Yeah, Tommy DeVito got hurt, so Tim Boyle had to play.
Cooper Rush won.
Yeah, Cooper Rush won. Yeah, someone texted us earlier saying, "How about them Cowboys? Congratulations, you beat the Panthers
as underdogs." The Panthers were favored in that game.
Yes, Devontae Adams though had 145 yards in the final 4 minutes of regulation of the Jets game this weekend. He went berserk. He had no catches in the first half. He ended with 7 catches, 134 yards, and 2 touchdowns.
Whew. Yeah, this noon slate. I guess it just the Dolphins-Texans game was probably the best, at least the game involving the best teams in the noon slate, like by far.
Yeah.
All the other ones you have Chiefs-Browns, Bengals-Titans, like all these are disgusting games.
Yeah, and then you have the Colts game in which so Anthony Richardson throws a pass to Adonai Mitchell.
Oh, yeah, a backwards pass to Adonai Mitchell,
who then throws it back to Anthony Richardson, except it took way too long, and it turned into a disastrous pick six.
Because it was
one of the funniest plays we've seen. I mean, it reminds me of the fake Colts like punt, like where they had no one out there.
It's like the Jameis play in the Rose Bowl against Oregon where he's falling backwards and just throws the ball backwards because it is a throw that like the second I think it was Nick Bonato caught it. It was just like instantly you're like, this is a pick six. There's no way that this isn't gonna be a pick six. Yeah, having your receiver throw a ball like, I don't know, 30 yards across the field.
Stupid play.
It's like an insane thing to think you could pull off.
Yeah, the play design itself is just terrible.
Yeah, and A.D. Mitchell was at his locker, and he did say so. He was like, I executed the play. Like, that was, I did what was called.
Yeah, but he had to, like, stop, fix the ball, turn, throw. Like, he moved in such slow motion to make the play correctly. It was just a disaster.
Yeah, Colts fans did not love him being like, I did my best out there. I don't know.
Well, what is he supposed to say?
Yeah.
Like
this play call sucked is basically that's what he said without saying it. Was ask Shane Steichen what he was thinking.
And then if you miss this one, it's 20-13. The Commanders are up over the New Orleans Saints. There's 9 seconds left to go when the Saints take over. And as you're watching like a replay of this, the clock stops with like 6 seconds left.
Yeah.
And it stops for about 4 seconds. And then
it just starts again.
And then it just starts again. And the Saints spiked the ball with 3 seconds left. They scored. They went for 2, I believe it was.
Yeah.
Didn't get it, so they lost. Well, the NFL, like Sean Hockley admitted that an official mistakenly stopped the clock. And it should not have been stopped. They're really lucky that that game did not flip the other way totally. But this is one of those backs where it's like, with the legalization of sports betting, these leagues got to do better with this stuff, man. Like a lot of money probably changed hands on teasers and things like that. Like I'm sure the line was more than 6 for that game, but that's the little things that where I don't love with everything going on with sports betting, that it's the leagues have a reffing problem.
Yeah,
in a big way.
And for the explanation just to be like, essentially, whoops. like that's what they did, was like, it was a mistake. Sorry.
Yeah.
Like, well, that's it. Just it was a mistake. Yeah, we could tell it was a mistake. Do you have anything else for us there? And yeah, like the line, it looks like on ESPN Bet was at time of kickoff was 7.5.
So yeah, so unless you teased it down, so majority of people, like you lost it anyways, right? Because it was 20-13, but it's close. Like you never know what happened. Could have been a pick 6 on the next play. It's Spencer Rattler, quarterback, for God's sake. Like you never know what could have happened.
Yeah, no, that is right. It is Spencer Rattler at quarterback, although he was by far the better quarterback for the Saints that day. That
I can't believe they started this Hainer kid. He got 10 passes.
I could not believe. I was like, what? When I saw it, I was like, was Spencer Rattler hurt?
Yeah.
Like, what? Why did they start this other guy? And yeah, I don't know. You're right that the NFL is super lucky that this wasn't a situation where a win changed hands.
Yeah.
Over something like this, especially
With the
team.
Commanders like on the brink of missing the playoffs.
Yes, that they could not lose that game and still make the. I mean, they could, but their chances would go down so much if they lost that game. That they really dodged a bullet as far as having a reffing issue, like a serious one that we're talking about all week. I think this one is going to be something we talk about today, maybe talk about a little bit later. You know, obviously, Commanders. I don't even know if Commanders fans would be that bent out of shape about it, because it ultimately didn't matter.
Yeah, no, I don't.
So,
I don't
like,
think,
by I don't know, Wednesday, it's like people aren't going to talk about it. But if it had gone the other way, if that 2-point conversion was converted, then all of a sudden we're looking at like a weeks long thing that they have to answer for.
And Anthony, we're gonna combine these breaks. So whenever the music runs out, it's fine. Couple other things to hit on here. Deontay Johnson. They have the Ravens say that we've mutually agreed with Deontay Johnson to excuse him from team activities this week. The 49ers are suspending Devondre Campbell, the player who refused to go to the game, for the next 3 games. So his season's over. David Montgomery has a torn MCL, so he's likely out for the year. So that's a big hit for the Lions.
Yeah.
Like, now they still have Gibbs, obviously, but that like was such a good 1-2 punch.
And like that combined with everyone that they've lost on defense, they're. I saw a graphic on one of the shows where they did like everyone who's missed time, all the defensive players who've missed time.
They lost. The Lions lost 2 more players.
Yeah,
one to a broken jaw. How do you break your jaw in a football game? I didn't see the play.
I guess you get hit. I mean, you have to get tackled or something, right?
Yeah,
or like friendly fire on a, where it's a swarm kind of play. Yeah, no, the Lions
they're in trouble.
They're teetering on too many injuries to overcome.
Well, and then like we talked about Dan Campbell last week. I gave him credit for the aggressiveness last week, but then this onside kick was the dumbest thing he's done all year, and that's where it's fun when it counts or when it works. And I like the aggression to put the ball in your quarterback's hands to go for it on 4th down, or your running back's hands.
Yeah.
But that onside kick play was so stupid.
Especially
there was so much time left.
And like league wide, it's what, like 7% or something. There's some ludicrously low percent of these of an onside actually being successful for the kicking team. So yeah, it is something where it is. I don't know what do you say? Like it's like he made a mistake. Like he didn't know that there was still it was still early 4th quarter. Like it was.
Yeah, I think there was like 10 minutes left.
It was a baffling decision.
Yeah.
That again, being down, it was a 2-possession game. Like you still have plenty of time, dude.
Yeah. Update on Grant Dubose, the wide receiver for the Dolphins. He remained at Memorial Houston after overnight last night. He has movement in all extremities, and initial tests have revealed positive results. He remains under the care of doctors for continued observation. Obviously, a very scary scene in
Yes.
yesterday's game.
When the game stops for that long,
Mhm.
you like it's kind of messed up. But the first commercial break that they go to, you're like, okay, and then they'll
Yep.
start on the next, and then when they're still out there and they go to another commercial break,
When they went after the third one and they were like, he's still not on the stretcher.
yeah.
I was like, oh, like this is.
And you heard that they had to cut the jersey off of them and
Yeah,
stuff like
I was
that.
like-
That's where you're like, this is like super scary stuff.
Yeah, hearing that because like I mean like now that like he's moving extremities, I assumed he broke his neck. Like the way that they were talking about it, the fact that there were so many doctors and it took so long. I'm just not sure he woke up like until he got to the hospital. Honestly, obviously, Kalen Bullock did nothing wrong on that play. Also,
Yeah,
that's very clear.
I'm glad that we don't really have to have a conversation again, like an Aziz Al-Shaair style
Honestly,
conversation.
don't
about
think I
it.
could have done it again this week.
I'm glad we just don't have to.
Yeah.
I'm glad that I think part of it is the fact that the Texans were going into a bye week, that it stretched on so long. And yeah, I'm glad that it's something where all reasonable parties can just be like, yeah, this is something that happens in football where it was an unfortunate situation.
Mhm.
Sometimes your bodies just collide at speeds and in directions like this.
Yeah, also to make a better throw. Patrick Mahomes diagnosed with a mild high ankle sprain per Ian Rappaport following test. He's considered week to week. I think the Texans are going to catch a break. You've already said now twice. You think Carson wins and the Chiefs are going to beat the Texans?
I don't think they are. I think there's I would not be surprised in the slightest if they did win on Saturday.
This is one of those for the pick six where like I know we're going to do it on
Thursday. No, we'll do it.
Yeah, no, we're off on Friday.
Oh yeah,
yeah, we
that's
didn't have a
right.
show on
We
Friday
have
because Texas
A&M.
A&M basketball is playing Houston Christian at 12:30 or at 1:00. So pregame's at 12:30. So we'll be off on Friday. So we'll do it on Thursday. The Texans open as a 3-point favorite. So they're penciling in that he's out.
Yeah, that it was 100%.
Like when I saw the line, I was like, oh, he's out.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, and week to week kind of week to week doesn't mean you're going to play on Saturday.
No, I definitely bet on the Chiefs immediately.
Yes.
Because I was like, it's Patrick Mahomes. We've seen him get these ankle injuries all the time. I was like, there's a chance he plays on Saturday. Like, I know they're making assumptions. I was like, it's a small wager, responsible wager. We'll talk about more here in a second. But I was like, yeah, I have to do this for just in case he plays. Like, you can't give me that number. 3-point dog at home.
Yeah.
Just in case he plays.
If he's healthy, what is it? They're probably 1.5 point favorites, 2-point favorites.
I don't know. I wish I would have seen the look ahead line because
they wouldn't be home. They wouldn't be home dogs to this Texans team.
Well, this says ESPN bet, which you can use at LeBeur's Lake Charles. Says the Texans open as a 1-point favorite and at their sports book. And it's moved to 2.5.
But was that on Saturday night or a Sunday night?
Yeah. So they opened up a little more cautiously because I did see that. Like some of them opened at 2.5, 3, 1. But so ESPN bet opened at 1.
I wonder what the line would be if fully healthy Mahomes. That's what I'm saying.
I'm assuming Chiefs 2.5.
Yeah,
at least. You know, I'm 10-0 last 2 weeks on pick six. Yeah, strong end of the season.
What a comeback!
Needed it. Yeah. Well, I only picked 2 because no one told me you guys were doing Saturday.
Oh no, you picked 4.
I picked 4. I missed 2 because no one told me we were doing Rockets games when I wasn't here on Friday.
Yeah, I forgot. I totally forgot. Yeah, we get more creative with it once college football games actually end. Although this week we'll have playoff games.
Yes. Speaking of, reminder before we go to break and we talk more about LeBeur's here, ESPN 97.5 is your home for the 2024-2025 college football playoffs. Friday night, Notre Dame, Indiana. That game will be heard on both stations. Saturday, starting at 11 o'clock, so right before kickoff, all 3 games will air congruently. So as soon as one ends, the ESPN broadcast will shift to the next location. All 3 games will air on Saturday as well. It'll be the same thing on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. We'll carry all 4 games of that as well. So when we get back, we'll get back into the Houston Texans. But before we do that, let's talk about LeBeur's in Lake Charles. Use ESPN Bet there. The ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Always a good time. 24-foot video wall. Might be the best weekend to go of the year. You've got college football games, 3 playoff games on Saturday. You got NFL games on Saturday, NFL games on Sunday, and of course, Notre Dame, Indiana. So really a great weekend to go if you need a last-minute trip. So when you want to leave Texas and bet on your Texas teams, make sure you do it inside ESPN Bet at LeBeur's in Lake Charles.
receiver right now with 5 receptions on the day. 3rd and 5, Tua going deep. Oh, it's picked off! Stingley got it! Another interception! Hill out of bounds!
Great play by Derek Stingley Jr. to end the game for the Houston Texans. It was in Tyreek Hill's hands, and he absolutely just ripped it out, locked him down. Really had an impressive game again. Has proved he's one of the best cornerbacks in the NFL statistically, and just watching him every single week, Sean, we're seeing how good Derek Stingley Jr. and just this defense can be for the Texans. And it raises this question of how far can the defense take the Texans offense? How much of the burden can they carry for this team going forward? They obviously are AFC South champions for the 2nd year in a row, so they've checked that box.
Yep.
They've got them through the season.
Raise the banner.
Yep, they were raising the banner.
They got the spot picked out for it.
I hope they actually don't. I think they need to retire the banners.
What?
It's time to raise the bar for the franchise.
Maybe make them all in one giant one.
Yeah, one big banner, and you add the years to it.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't need maybe like the first title, like the first AFC South title, but then after that, like anything from like the Bill O'Brien era on.
Okay.
Anything from it doesn't matter, Brian, 9-7, Brian, AFC South champs, Brian. Anything from like that moment on can be put on one banner.
Yes. Okay.
Because like the standard should be raised, right?
Yes, the standard should be raised. Because at this point, it does feel like, and it is true. I forgot what I think it was since 2011. They've won 8 of the AFC South titles, and then the rest of the division is at 6. Like they majority of the time have won the AFC South, which is crazy to think about a team that 2 years ago was just in the absolute darkness, and now where they're at now with D'Amico Ryans, with CJ Stroud being part of it. I mean, they're again back-to-back AFC South champions is actually a very important accolade that they have.
It is. It's a good accolade that they have. It's still not where we thought the Texans were going to be this year. And if the Texans are going to go farther in the playoffs than just having one game at home versus whether it's the Ravens, Chargers, or Broncos, it does feel like the defense is going to have to push them, put them in a position very similar to what they did in this game versus the Dolphins, the game against Jared Goff and the Lions, where they're really going to have to limit a team to under 24 points. Like that kind of feels like the bar.
Yeah.
And honestly, it might be lower than that. But that's just asking so much of your defense in the playoffs against Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson to not give up at least 24 points. But I think for the Texans to advance farther in the playoffs than just the first round and to win a game, maybe 2 games, I think the defense has to really limit what they're allowing.
Well, it's also a situation where you see what they've done. Like you mentioned, they kept them in the Lions game by turning over Josh Allen 5 times, by forcing him to throw 5 interceptions. Josh Allen, now we think if we get a playoff rematch with Josh Allen that it won't go the way it went back in, what was that, like week 5 or 6 when they played. It was Josh Allen's worst game of the season. This is a defense that can force the opposing offense to have a bad day. And a lot of that is through the big plays that they can make, whether it's getting to the quarterback and sacking the quarterback, or if it is turning the ball over. That is where this defense can basically win you a game when you're not getting anything from the offense, like against the Dolphins, where they get 180 total yards of offense, and they are in relatively firm control of most of that game. It's because they force 4 turnovers. They are setting up the offense with short fields, and the offense is able to cash in on the red zone opportunities that they have. The question is, are they going to be able to do that in a playoff situation when you're not playing Tua with a banged up offense, but when you are playing, I mean, Bo Nix, he will be a rookie quarterback starting in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Justin Herbert did not play very well his first playoff game. This would be his second playoff game. January Lamar, playoff Lamar is a real thing. Now, I think Lamar is by far the best quarterback of any of the 4 that we're talking about right now.
But you're right, playoff Lamar is real.
So there is a path there for the first round that the Texans can have a defensive performance that makes it undeniable that they win. Honestly, not too different from the wild card game that they had against Joe Flacco and the Browns last season, where did that game turn around? They're giving up big plays. where that game turned around once they started getting to Joe Flacco and intercepting the
Yeah,
ball.
when they had 2 pick sixes in that game.
Yes.
Yeah, I think the Texans defense can get them a playoff win for sure. They can get you at least one because the offense has shown that they can score in the red zone. They're not great they're not great moving the ball down the field, but they are having a long drive to start this game against the Dolphins, ended in a short field goal. The long drive to start the second half that ended in a touchdown. Most of that yardage came on the fake punt play, like we've discussed that. But they got there twice, and they got 2 touchdowns from CJ to Nico Collins. That's the positive for the offense, that they've shown that they can do just enough. And really the question is going to be how much the offensive line, this is for real the last 2 games. It was better against Jacksonville. And even though CJ was sacked 4 times, I think at least half of those were on him, at least in this last game versus the Dolphins. So they had a better performance, at least in pass protection. They can't run the ball, but from a pass protection point. So if you can just get enough points from the offense, if you can get 20 points, 24 points, you definitely can win one playoff game. And it's not impossible to win a second.
Yeah, I think the second playoff win would come down more to the opponent, and that's where you're really kind of I don't want to say stretching it, but that's where you're probably going to need a little bit more from the offense to keep moving along. Where is less if we're talking about how much can the defense kind of single handedly win you a game like they did on Sunday, that's where in the second round you're going to need a little bit more from this offense. You're going to need either the passing attack to finally live up to its potential with Nico Collins, with Tank Dell, and protecting CJ long enough to get those plays down the field and start, or if they can figure it out running the ball like they have at certain points this season. It has been under different offensive line alignments than they've had as of late, but they have been able to win games by running the ball, giving it to Joe Mixon in the past. Now you need Joe Mixon to stay healthy, and he did get banged up late in Sunday's game. But
another hip drop tackle.
Yeah, didn't love that.
They don't know how to call.
But if you do get in a second round matchup where you are playing, if you can find a way to play the Steelers, if you can find a way to play the Ravens in the second round and not the first round, that I think is your best chance of getting to the AFC title game with this defense. You're going to need some help because I think ultimately part of this is who you're playing. Part of it's where you're playing.
Yep.
That a trip to Buffalo, a trip to Kansas City in the divisional round, I have a very hard time seeing the defense doing enough to win the game without getting a superlative offensive performance.
Yeah, the idea of this offensive running attack trying to play in the snow in Buffalo is frightening.
Yeah.
They already can't run the ball. I mean, it's 1.9 yards per carry for Joe Mixon in this last game, and that's not going to get any better. That's really the offensive line, like the running game's not going to get fixed. That I'm most confident about. Like the offense can still move the ball, but these teams, like you play Pittsburgh, Denver, Kansas City, like Buffalo,
It's who you play too.
Yeah.
That it's like if you're gonna get right on the ground game, it's not gonna be against these teams.
No, it's gonna all come down to CJ. And I think even like we're seeing the Texans, not just the fake punt play to show you how they truly feel about the Houston Texans offense. I also think the conscious decision to risk injury with Tank Dell and putting him as your punt returner, I think also shows that they're not feeling confident about where the offense is, because they're asking Tank Dell, saying, hey, go do what you did at the University of Houston. Like, go make some magic and help get better field position for the offense, because they're just not moving the ball. So I think D'Amico, like what they did during this bye week is that they're recognizing that defense and special teams is going to have to be the key to success the rest of the year. Unfortunately, I'm not sure it's going to take you into the second round of the playoffs. It gives you the best chance right now. Your defense does, and now your special teams unit. But I'm just not sure we see like the end result that we all wanted before the season.
Oh yeah, it is hard to see that, especially if you're not going to get the offense that you thought you were going to get at the beginning of the season, which they're in a completely different world of what we thought that this team could really have the season they're having. Like if you said they're 9-5 so far this year, you'd be like, okay, that's maybe an extra loss that you thought after 14 games, but that's not out of the realm of possibility. But then when I tell you that the only time they've scored more than the only time they've gone over 30 points is against a bad Cowboys team and a bad Patriots team, you're like, ugh.
Yeah.
This is happening in a very different way than we envisioned in the offseason.
Yeah, I'm fully prepared to go to LaBerge and cash in my over 9.5 ticket that I have on the Houston Texans. Be stunned if it doesn't cash at this point. But you never know.
You
But,
never
like,
know. That's why they play the game.
Carson Wentz on Saturday.
Yeah.
Lamar Jackson on Christmas. Mason Rudolph in Week 18 versus Davis Mills.
Hopefully, because Will Levis is 1-0 this year against the Houston Texans.
No, I just realized that there's a chance that my ticket might come down to Davis Mills versus Mason Rudolph in the last game of the season. If they've clinched the 4 seed and they can't move to the 3 seed and CJ sits.
Yeah.
You know what also,
Good
though?
luck.
Don't
luck.
sit the offense. The offense is not good. I know you risk injury. They need to at least play a half of football.
I was going to say,
we're looking way into the future now.
Yes.
We're skipping the next 2 games, but like they do not need to be sitting anybody. They don't deserve to be sat.
I had the same exact thought that because in my mind they are pretty much locked into the 4 seed. You mostly by how little you believe in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I don't believe in Pittsburgh, so I think there's still an outside shot they get the 3 seed.
But in my
and the Carson Wentz potentially starting from Mahomes on Saturday.
In my mind, I'm thinking like, man, 3 games. You have 3 games and you've already clinched, and I don't know what you really need to be playing for. Like Joe Mixon, when you feel 110%, that's when you're back on the field.
Yeah, but even then, like they gotta, now that you've clinched the AFC South, if I was the Texans and Bobby Slowick, like I'm playing reckless the next 2 weeks. Like I am unloading the bag of just ideas of like, how do I get Nico Collins and Tank Dell and Robert Woods and Xavier Hutchinson, Mechie, and all these? How do I get them open? How do I move this offense with only Dalton Schultz at tight end? Because I don't know how long you're out from an appendectomy like Cade Stover had an emergency appendectomy on Saturday night. Like, is he out for 2 weeks? Is he out for the season? Like, I don't know. Like you have 3 weeks to, now that you've clinched a playoff spot, to just say F it. And like, we're just going to let it rip. Tell CJ Stroud, stop holding the ball, throw 15 interceptions the next 2 weeks, just play reckless football. Go, like, you think he's open down the field, there's 2 guys, try to throw it to him.
Just go crazy.
Yeah. No, like, risk it all for all the biscuits the next 3 weeks. Just try everything.
Yeah. I mean, you are right that you can't just like pack it in for 3 straight games.
Not when your offense is trash.
Yeah. So they will have to, unfortunately, they will have to keep trying for the rest of the year. But I do think that's what's most important. If this was a team that, honestly, if this was a team that was clicking on all cylinders on offense, maybe I feel differently. But because this is a team that hasn't had it all year on offense, they haven't even had like really a stretch of games where they string together 3 good offensive performances in a row. That you really can't just pack it in. Like you do have to maybe not run through the tape, because that week 18 game, I'd be okay if they only play the starters a half, or maybe depending on the injury situation with these guys, maybe not at all. A couple of them not at all, but they really do need to use this time to figure things out, which is a tremendous luxury to have.
Yes,
is to already have your playoff spot clinched, and you already know you're hosting a playoff game, and you still need to finish finding yourself on one side of the ball. Like that is a tremendous luxury you have, and it is something that they're going to have to do. And this week they're going to have the Chiefs, and maybe they get the Chiefs without Patrick Mahomes. The Chiefs don't have a ton to play for. They still haven't clinched the 1 seed, but they are a game up, or no, 2 games up in the loss column on that. Although if they do tie, Buffalo has the head-to-head. So they do still probably need at least one more win, or a Buffalo Bills loss, and the Bills play nobody for the rest of the season. So
yeah, the Chiefs play the Texans, the Steelers, and the Broncos the final 3 games of the season.
So they're gonna need to win one of those games to get that bye. So you're gonna be in a weird spot where both teams kind of don't need to win this game. That's not like 100% all the way, like win and in kind of situation. But they are 2 teams that still do need to play for something. And for the Texans, it's self-improvement. For the Chiefs, it's we win. So now Patrick Mahomes gets 3 more weeks off.
Yes. All right. When we get back, the best part of the defense that we haven't even really hit on yet, just the young stars and young studs that have really performed well for the Houston Texans. We'll do that next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Second and 6, Eichenberger block, and it's picked off on the play. Grab right there by Bullock. He is flying. I don't know if they're going to get him. Here comes Achan. There goes Bullock to the 5.
And so that play, the Texans did not score a touchdown after that play from Kalen Bullock. That's one of the negatives of the offense, though.
Yes.
That they had to settle for a field goal. But great play from Kalen Bullock. He nearly had another interception in this game. The hit on Dubon. No, is it Dubon? No, Dubose. I got my D's mixed up. Was not a dirty play, but also in that moment, clearly going for the ball. He is everything as advertised right now for the Houston Texans defensively in terms of being an interception machine.
Yeah, because that was kind of the book on him when they drafted him out of USC was that it was, run game stuff, tackling, it's a little shaky, but if he gets his hands on a football, he's coming down with it more often than not. And that absolutely has translated so far with the amount of times he's intercepted the ball, and even I mean, there's at least like 3 that come off the top of my head of times where I was shocked that Kalen Bullock didn't come down with an interception. So he's been all over the place on the back end. Kamari Lassiter has been just as solid as you could get from a rookie corner, where he, as especially a rookie corner, where you assume that he's going to get a lot of the targets his way with Stingley on the other side. So yeah, both these rookies stepping up in huge ways and are part of the reason that we think that this Texans defense can win the playoff game.
Yeah, and then you have Will Anderson, young guy, obviously in his second year.
Yeah.
Rookie of the year, could have been was in the defensive player of the year conversation, at least according to the betting odds, until he got hurt. And he's still that's offensive player of the year. They don't even have defensive player of the year listed anymore. What's going on with this website? I would imagine like he's still in the top like 10-ish. I mean, now that TJ Watt is hurt, like things could open up. I doubt he gets the award.
He's
this
up.
year.
He's up there for sacks, which when you take in mind that he did miss so much time, that it is really crazy how high. I mean, Danielle Hunter's second with 12.
Yep.
And Will Anderson, as I wait for it to load, is sixth with 10.5. So I mean, yeah, both these guys, and Will Anderson's missed 2 games and is sixth. So you're right that the missed time is probably the difference between him being defensive player of the year or not, or at least being in tougher consideration for it.
Yeah. I mean, not win it because he's not, he's not out there with sacks, but like you think even just the idea of, but like Anderson, Stingley, Bullock, Lassiter, Henry To'oTo'o.
Yeah,
like the impact that
Christian Harris, if he comes back, or
like
when he comes back in his full strength.
Yeah, because we saw him return this weekend. He had a couple nice plays, but like overall, like you could tell he hadn't played football.
He was a different guy last year.
It's been 11 months since he played football, right? But like you think about what they can be. We got the text earlier about like imagine Aziz, Christian Harris, and Henry To'oTo'o out there. Yeah, it's going to be incredible with the way that they do things. They can use Jimmy Ward in different scenarios if you have those 3 guys there, because you have maybe someone that can more likely cover a tight end. Like you'll be able to creatively do more things on defense. But Nick Caserio has just done an incredible job addressing the defense in the draft. And I think definitely part of that is your coach. You have a defensive-minded head coach. The development has been very strong. I definitely don't agree with his takes that was the best play he'd ever seen, the Derek Stingley interception. I think it's a little far.
Best play he's ever seen.
How far is too far? That's too far.
Best play he's ever seen.
He didn't watch the Super Bowl between the Seahawks and the Patriots.
Maybe he didn't. Wait, which
Malcolm Butler.
Malcolm Butler? Okay. I was thinking David Tyree.
Oh, that's an offensive play.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So best defensive play.
Yeah. I think D'Amico only views things as like best defensive play I've ever seen. But like Malcolm Butler, that's the bar. Like it's just an interception, but literally it sealed the game. It was great coverage, great play calling, game plan. That's why Bill Belichick is the GOAT as part of that, because they practiced that all week. They knew the tendencies perfectly for Russell Wilson.
I'm trying to think of other defensive play.
I don't even know.
Richard Sherman against Michael Crabtree. It wasn't an interception, but just the tip balls. Sean Taylor in the Pro Bowl against the punter.
Terry Porter's pick 6 against Peyton Manning.
Yeah.
In the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
For the Saints. I don't know, like you know what? James Harrison, rumbling, bumbling all the way down against the Cardinals down to the 1 yard line.
Yeah,
or from the 1 yard line. I can't remember if he scored or not.
I mean, he was on the team when JJ Watt scored 1 million touchdowns.
Yeah, like come on, D'Amico. Like I know you want to pump up your guy, but like
it took me a while to be like, wait, he played with JJ Watt.
Yeah, like was he on the team when JJ had one of those pick 6s in the playoffs? Probably not, actually.
2011 he would
have. But like, slow down, D'Amico. Best play of the season for defense? Absolutely.
Yes, best play of the 2024 Houston
Best play
Texans.
defensively of his tenure as the head coach of the Texans on defense? Probably. Honestly, my memory's not good enough to really counter that argument.
One of the pick 6s in the playoff game.
The Christian Harris one's pretty great because D'Amico literally told him exactly what to do, and then he did it and got the pick 6. But I mean, it was a great play by Stingley. But yeah, the young players.
I get in the post game locker room that he's not going to go This is like the seventh best defensive play I've ever seen in my lifetime as a coach.
God, I love what's happening in college football. It's so funny, just the breaking news reports that
What
we
happened?
get. So obviously Eddie George said like real success at Tennessee State.
Okay.
Breaking news per himself, Michael Vick is in talks to become the head football coach at Norfolk State.
Okay. All right.
All right. I guess like, Deion Sanders, game changer. Michael Vick, Eddie George, Bill Belichick, just following Deion's path.
At a certain point, and maybe I'm wrong. I feel like if you're Michael Vick, like I don't understand why these guys want to go into college coaching when you've made I don't know $100 million in your NFL career.
Now it isn't like you look at like Deion and then Eddie George and then now Michael Vick all joining HBCUs. Like I think that is a huge factor into this.
Yeah,
but I don't know. Like maybe they see what Deion's doing and they're like, I want to do it. I wonder if Eddie George can make that leap soon. Like
what if like Vanderbilt opens or something? Because are they both in Nashville? I think they're both in Nashville. Memphis. If Memphis's coach gets hired away,
Ohio State.
He's not going to be the next Ohio State coach. I can tell you that.
I know.
I can tell you that right now.
You know how funny that
He's
is?
like the third Ohio State alum in your coaching power rankings. Who could behind
third? He might be lower than that.
Well, I was just thinking Vrabel and Luke Fickell, 1-2.
Oh yeah,
Marcus Freeman, also Ohio State guy.
Excuse me, he just got a 6-year contract extension.
I was gonna say probably wouldn't leave this year. We'll see next year.
Yeah,
but yeah, Eddie George, Michael Vick, all following the Deion Sanders playbook. Bill Belichick. I don't think Bill Belichick's following
remember when like Ed Reed like was supposed to?
Yeah, for like a week, and he was like, the facilities here suck, and I forgot what it was. He had to like personally do something.
Yeah.
Where he's like, I have to like set this up.
Yeah.
I'm out. That's basically what he did. He did like an Instagram live being like, this place is terrible.
I mean, it's gone to basketball too, because the head coach at Jackson State, where Deion was coaching, is still Mo Williams too.
Okay.
So he was hired like after Deion, like the year after Deion, I think, or 2 years after.
So when we talked about, I want to say last week, maybe the week before, does he fall into this category? One Doug Gottlieb at Green Bay?
I don't think he. No.
I feel like he's more Deion Sanders though.
I guess
because he's literally still doing his radio show, and like Deion was still doing like podcasts and stuff
that's true
as a head coach.
Yeah, that's true.
Because I don't think Doug Gottlieb ever coached before. Did he?
No, I don't think he did. He just stole credit cards.
It's a long time ago. He's a changed man.
Meh. You don't know that.
I don't know that.
I don't know that.
I don't know that.
I could be wrong too.
He could still be stealing credit cards. You're right.
Yeah, I mean, he might just. I'm assuming he's married. Like he might just use his wife's card whenever she wants, and she might not even know it. What's this charge for Uber Eats?
All right, Anthony, can you hear me?
Whatever's on right now, turn it off in there. Jeremy's microphone, the Comrex or something's up. I just heard it. All right, when we get back, our Astros countdown. We'll do that next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 58 days until the Houston Astros. I think I did the math right from the last Google Doc I found this on.
That's all right. That's all right.
I think we got it right.
It's in the various countdowns we've done in the Paul Gallant Show and now Gallant George radio history. There is some fuzzy accounting that happens with the countdown.
Yeah.
Where we jump ahead, we jump backwards.
Yeah.
It happens.
So 58 days until the Astros report for spring training. Kyle Tucker is obviously a member of the Chicago Cubs. Dana Brown said in his press conference that his little video call afterwards that they don't intend on trading Framber Valdez, but they will listen. I think the important part of that is that's exactly what they said about Kyle Tucker like a week and a half ago. So I think we wait and see. And my personal expectation is that he will get traded. That when you publicly say you're going to listen like this, the way things shook out with Kyle Tucker, I think someone will come in and swoop in at some point and trade for Framber. Obviously, I could be wrong.
Yeah. It wouldn't surprise me. I feel like it's firmly in the realm of would not be shocked if this happens. Where if you asked me, the day after they lost to the Tigers in October, I would have been very surprised if they traded Framber. Now, a lot less so. I do think that there is a level of dependability that you are giving away with Framber Valdez, which is very funny because game to game, he's very inconsistent, but season to season, he is someone who you kind of, he's going to stay healthy. He's going to give you a lot of innings. He's going to go deep in games. They really don't have anyone else like that in their rotation right now that you feel comfortable with. If you're saying it's going to be Hunter Brown, he's going to have to prove that. He hasn't.
Yeah, and he did a little bit last year, but not for what you're saying.
And not to be like number one starter on a team that thinks they're going to win the division and win playoff rounds. So there is something with having Framber Valdez as your number one starter that you will be giving up in a trade where it throws the rest of your pitching staff into uncertainty, especially with half the guys seemingly coming back from traumatic arm injuries.
Yeah, and to kind of even counter myself a little bit, I think, when we a couple weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, we played some audio from Dana Brown. He was on Buster Only's podcast, and Buster Only asked Dana Brown, who is your favorite GM to talk to? And Dana Brown went into this long answer about how much he has been discussing and talking to Jed Hoyer. I think that should have been a bigger sign. I thought it was about Bellinger personally. But then Kyle Tucker goes to the Cubs. I was like, oh, well, maybe this conversation's actually just been in the works for a while and we didn't know about it.
Yeah. That's certainly possible, especially with how quickly it seemed on the outside to go from he is being shopped at winter meetings, or not shopped at winter meetings,
but it's Cubs and Yankees.
They're listening. And it's Cubs and Yankees. And that was really on Tuesday?
But then
and then he was traded on Friday afternoon.
But then for 48 hours, at least 36 hours, we knew the three names.
Yes, we knew.
And it was and they people just kept being they're close. And I'm like, what were they haggling over?
Well,
because they didn't, nothing changed.
Well, I wasn't it Seiya Suzuki instead of
the
pitcher that they got?
My understanding that was the first ask, and the Cubs said absolutely not.
Okay.
Was that they are not doing Suzuki and Paredes.
And then they ended up going with a pitcher. Was it Wesneski?
Yeah.
Is that Wesneski?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is really the only change, you're right. And that happened over the course of a day and a half. So it does make sense that they did some of the, I don't know, shopping, some of the listening, because you don't really, when you do have someone as good as Kyle Tucker, you probably do want to call around to see if anyone is going to blow this offer out of the water. It doesn't sound like the Yankees did that. It sounds like the Yankees did enough to kind of do their due diligence and say that they tried, and then ultimately to finish second in the bidding for it. But that definitely should have set off some alarm bells. Did he mention any other GMs? Can we figure out where Framber's going?
No, I don't. Okay. I don't think he did.
He just loves Jed Hoyer.
Yeah, I think I remember him saying they even lived near each other, and maybe that's why they're just having coffee and having conversations. And he's man, I really love to take on Bellinger, but Jim Crane just won't let me.
You know who's great? Isak Paredes. That's what him and Jed Hoyer are talking about.
Yeah, I mean honestly, the Cubs essentially traded 5 or 6 prospects for Kyle Tucker, basically. because they gave up prospects for
Paredes.
They gave it Christopher Morel and I think like 2 other players. He made at least one other player for Paredes at the deadline, and then now they just got rid of him for Kyle
Yeah,
Tucker.
because I remember Paredes was a Houston Astro deadline potential acquisition, and the Cubs swooped in and got him. And so, yeah, now they flipped him again to the Astros. 3 years of control on him. That makes me think that the Cam Smith, the prospect that they're getting in this trade, is unlikely to play third base, but Paredes does have some positional versatility, so it's not crazy. But I would think that you put him in outfield. I'd think you put Cam Smith in the outfield.
One more thing about this trade, actually, before we move on. I'm curious if you and Paul discuss this. And we'll get into the Nolan Arenado part of our countdown here in a second. August 9th, 2023. Dana Brown is doing his morning interview on the flagship with QB1. Quote, "Let me put it to you this way. Kyle Tucker will be a Houston Astro. We feel strongly about getting it done, and I feel he will be an Astro for the rest of his career. We'll get it done." Dana Brown...
We didn't talk about that.
Needs to just... Said they were going to get Tucker done. Said they were going to get Bregman done. Word of advice, buddy. Stop talking. Stop making promises that your owner will not let you deliver on. But to be that confident and then to have it play out this way is embarrassing for a general manager to say that. And then trading him for 3 players who I think long-term helps you out. But this year, you're significantly worse. He's not Kyle Tucker. I know Paul talked about this on Friday about Kyle Tucker's playoff success. Don't care. Because now getting to the playoffs is much harder.
I was going to say, we have shifted into please make the playoffs mode. And I mean, it happened the last 2 years where they've been in fights to actually get out of the AL West or to win the AL West. That you do have like the player type that is awesome in the regular season and disappointing in the playoffs is something that you should be more willing to live with, because playing in the playoffs isn't just some divine right that you have. It is, no, you actually need to get there, not just to the playoffs, but then to the ALCS or the World Series, which they didn't do last year for the first time in 7 years.
Yeah. The other part of this that we got from Chandler Rome the other day, I think it was just a couple hours after he was on with you guys, you and Paul, was that the Astros are in serious or a serious suitor for Nolan Arenado. And that while initially the report was about who he would waive his no trade clause to and not, the Astros were not on it. Obviously, those things change. Justin Verlander, 2017, we all knew how that played out. But the Cardinals president of baseball operations at the winter meeting acknowledged that they're going to try to trade Nolan Arenado. How do you feel about him as Alex Bregman's replacement? Also, speaking for myself here, I'm assuming this means Bregman's gone.
Yes.
If they're even having these conversations, unless it's a only hit button if Bregman signs somewhere else. But I'm assuming Bregman's gone at this point now. How do you feel about if they acquire Arenado?
Pretty badly.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, doing something is, like we said earlier, with all the holes that they'll have in their lineup, that Arenado would fill one of them. I guess it comes down to how much are you having to pay on the rest of his contract. If the Cardinals are going to eat some of this money that's left, I feel a little bit better. But he is a declining player who is in his mid-30s, right? He's 33.
Yeah.
He's going to turn 34 in April. So that is just a player where you're not paying Alex Bregman to sign this guy or to trade for this guy. That is where I don't feel great about just, and maybe that's the offseason in totality that I'm lumping in there with this move, where this move could be a good move. Like I said, you have plenty of holes. He would fill one of them.
Yeah.
But I just don't like the signal or the what it means in total is that you're kind of cheaping out on Bregman. We'll see what Bregman's actual deal is, but you're probably cheaping out on Bregman to get a worse player.
Yeah, Well, I mean, and like the difference is going to be 3 years, probably $17 million each year. I'm guessing, just as like a rough guess for between what the Rockies and the Cardinals are paying Nolan Arenado, because don't forget the Rockies are paying part of this deal also,
Yes.
which is baffling. But like if you look at his like WAR as an example, he was in 2021 a 4 WAR player, 2022 finished third in MVP voting, 7.7, and last 2 years it was a 2.4 and a 2.5. The concern here obviously is that this is the third baseman equivalent of Jose Abreu.
Yes. Yes, that's why I don't like it. And it's a 3-year deal, just like Jose Abreu, where you go, it's a 3-year deal. You're not committing this long-term money, and the guy barely makes it through year 2.
But you look at the raw numbers.
Oh, they're better.
The WAR is like the defensive side of this is where you can tell there's a gap now between Arenado and Bregman.
Yes,
because like you look at them offensively, it's very similar. Like the batting averages aren't that far apart. About 10 home run difference. The RBIs are very similar. The walks are identical. The strikeouts are about 6 apart. Like they're not that different of a player offensively. At least this last year. Part of that factors in is how slow Bregman starts.
Yeah.
So that's the counterpoint to what I'm even saying myself.
Where
is that Bregman starts so poorly and then gets so hot.
They're getting a better player, but in total, it looks bad. Or it looks okay.
But Arenado's just kind of mid.
Yeah.
Throughout the year.
Just steady.
He's a fine 270 hitter at the plate, but he's not going to have those Bregman peaks and not really going to have the valleys either. At least we don't think. I'm fine with the deal if Ryan Presley's part of it.
Oh,
I think you have to
look salary at this dump.
3-year deal for Nolan Arenado. The first year, Presley's contract covers most of it, and it brings down Arenado's trade number the next 2 years. I'm good to where you can justify cutting him, putting Cam Smith at third base in 2026 if you wanted to. I think so. I'm not opposed to it. I don't love it, but
it's a fine plan B or C in my mind, where it's not like egregious. It's just if you ask me, do I like it? I don't like it.
No, I don't really like it either.
But
I would rather just Paredes be third baseman.
Yeah, some of that has to do with just extenuating circumstances. Or if you could get a Nolan Arenado who could play left field, then I'd be in on it, just because the basement of where your production might be in the outfield is, in my mind, lower than, like you said, just putting Paredes at third and Singleton at first. Like that to me it's not exactly, just super excited, print the World Series shirts, but you kind of know what you're getting with that alignment, where in the outfield it's just a complete unknown. So if you could get the Nolan Arenado of the outfield, who I don't know what that is, I don't know what his contract situation is, but I'd be more in on that. It's just he kind of he doesn't play the wrong position, but he plays a position that makes it more awkward fit throughout.
Honestly, I was even thinking, like, if I was going to pick up a declining player for $17 million a year for like the next 2 years, I'd rather just. He was even worse last year than Arenado on the same team. I'd rather just go Goldschmidt, honestly,
and just put him at first.
Just put him at first. Like, that's your first baseman. He's declining for sure. He is not. He's not,
and he's a free agent. Right?
Yeah, he's free agent. Like if I'm gonna bet on a declining player, like I'd rather bet on Paul Goldschmidt than just put Paredes at third base.
I
don't really want either of them.
Yeah, that is too much like Jose Abreu, because he plays literally the same position as Jose Abreu, and he won an MVP 2 years ago, which is and has been nowhere close to that ever since. Yeah. No, it's a tough spot the Astros find themselves in when they kind of are self-imposing this budget that they have, where they can't go out and just re-sign Alex Bregman. Where we talked about it last week, where I get that the rules are rules, and the Jim Crane rules is that you don't sign a guy to more than 6 years. But at some point, don't you have to kind of break the rules to stay competitive? Like,
No.
Are there some times where you have to break the rules? No.
I wish the answer to that was yes, but the answer is no for Jim Crane.
Oh no, yes. The answer in practice is yes, but in theory, this is where you would break the rule, I would think, or honestly for Tucker, but that's already done. So you would think you'd break the rule for Bregman here, but it doesn't look like it.
You know what my real concern is now, and I don't want to talk about this for the next 3 years, whatever's left on his contract. It's Jordan Alvarez.
What?
You gonna pay him when he's a free agent in 3 years?
Oh, he'll be 32 when he's a free agent, so the money will be less. And I
I don't want to pay mid-30s Yordan Alvarez.
Really? If he's just a DH already? You're already locked in?
Don't want to do it.
I like that you're already locked in on that take.
I don't want to do it. I mean, imagine his knees in 5 years, please.
His knees were fine this year. He had his double surgery and he's good.
Yeah, okay. Then his hands will hurt. It's always something with this guy. And I don't want to pay for it when everyone else starts to break down. This guy who always feels like he's on the brink of breaking down.
Yeah, it's a good point.
I just don't. And the amount of money you would need to do it, even though he will be 32.
He's going to get a huge contract.
He's going to get paid.
Yeah.
Someone will be. That's the thing. Someone will be more desperate for him than I will be.
And it will not be the Houston Astros.
Yes.
Jordan Alvarez will eventually leave too. Everyone just leaves. That's the way it works.
In life.
Sorry,
Really.
guys. All right, when we get back, a little garbage time here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Final segment of Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We will hopefully be rejoined by Paul Gallant tomorrow. A reminder, the Christmas party next week at Nick's Place. Starting off early, we'll be there hanging out all day from 7 p.m. to 6 p.m. And then today, Barry Laminack will be on with Joel Blank as Jeremy Branham is out for one more day. Do you want to do the kind of serious garbage time story about a garbage person or the not so serious one first?
Not so serious first.
Not so serious first. So yesterday, we had a situation in which the Ottawa Senators, one of their goalies got hurt. scratched
Okay.
before the game.
Late scratch.
What do you know about hockey and emergency backup goalies, Sean?
I know that there's that one guy who drove the Zamboni who got to play goalie.
Well, the Ottawa Senators emergency hockey goalie, his name is Zachary, I think it's Deitz, of the University of Ottawa. So he's still in school, was caught running down the road with his bag and running to the rink. Because they didn't Uber him, they didn't bus him. He's literally running down the highway.
I see it.
With his goalie pads.
Very unsafe.
Very unsafe.
He's almost getting hit.
He's running from the university to where the Senators are playing.
Yeah.
Why did they send this guy an Uber?
I have no idea.
Also, why can't we have this in other sports?
Just emergency backups.
Why can't the third quarterback for the Houston Texans be Quinn Ewers? Just like
a college player. I mean,
yeah,
him being a college player, that is the weirdest part. Like, I get the guy who, again, like worked for the team in some other capacity and just so happened to play like whatever men's league or whatever.
It's so fun. I mean, like the Blackhawks for years had like a guy who like I had friends who played men's league hockey with him, and he was just a normal dude. And when a goalie got hurt, he would just be on standby, or a couple nights a year, he would just be there. And there's like 3 or 4 of them usually. Like it's not usually like there's not just like one emergency goalie.
I really do. This is where I don't know enough about hockey to know like why can they not just have the Case Keenum of goalies?
I don't know.
Why can't they just have a guy who's like a professional that is a third stringer or fourth stringer? I don't know why they need to have a civilian that comes in once a year and gets to play goalie, but it is very cool. I do like it. Next time, please give him a car because
that's what I'm saying.
I cannot believe because he has so much equipment. with him, which makes sense. Goalies famously have a lot of.
But
pads.
also, like, you think like he wouldn't have like just like have the back there?
Why would he?
I guess it's his gear he uses for hockey normally.
Yeah, and he's a college hockey player, so he needs it with him. He can't just keep it at the Ottawa Senators place. Are the drivers getting out of his way in this video?
I think they're just moving very slowly.
Okay,
but all I
it
know
almost looks like
all I can see it now. ESPN Houston presents YouTube special. Sean Mapes, Paul Gallant, and Joe George try out for the Houston Aeros emergency backup goalie, and it's just the 3 of us trying to be a goalie getting wrecked.
How much do you have to skate, or just know how to skate? To be a goalie?
A good amount.
I don't know. I've never been on ice in my life.
But like, I think it's like we just convinced the hockey team when they eventually get here, and I'll place my wager that we'll be the home of the hockey team. Sorry, Todd. I'm just gonna place that wager because where the hell else are they gonna go?
Yeah, negotiating position you just put us in.
Call me, Tillman. You and the New Orleans Saints apparently also missed that over the weekend. Oh, Tillman Fertitta, Italy.
Oh yeah, you missed that.
He's the ambassador of Italy.
He wants to do everything.
Italy, and he wants to buy the Saints, and he wants a hockey team, and he wants a WNBA team. Patrick Fertitta is going to trade for James Harden next offseason when he's running the Rockets.
All right. Is that the serious story that you want to get to?
No.
That does bum me.
No. When first time I ever got like sick of a topic on sports radio, because we talked about this last week, was Duke Lacrosse. When that whole thing was going down. Great 30 for 30 if you haven't watched it. Scumbag of the year, Crystal Mangum, finally admits after 18 years that she falsely testified against the Duke Lacrosse players.
That's crazy.
It took 18 years for her to go on camera and admit it.
Wow.
Unbelievable that it took that long for that to actually happen. So
that is crazy.
All right.
Wait, you were talking about this on the radio?
No, like just listening.
Oh.
Just like as a listener.
Yeah, okay.
Like I remember like listening.
I was gonna say
sports
this was
radio. It's
such
just
a long
like
time ago. Yeah.
This was the first story that I was like, oh, like some of these guys are like clowns.
Mm-hmm.
Because they all got it so wrong and never apologized. All right, that does it for us. The Killer Bees with Barry Lemonek and Joel Blank are up next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing? It's a Monday edition coming off a win for your Killer Bees. Barry is a bee, filling in for Branham, who's a bee. Branham, the busy bee, was on vacation. He will be back tomorrow. But Barry and I will wrap up what has been a very enjoyable and fun couple of days here. We have Abigail in because age before beauty. So age came in first. Now the beauty of Abigail is with us for today.
Hi, guys. How's it going?
Hey. Awkward pause.
Yeah, it's because of you.
I didn't know you were going to fill in or
yeah,
anything,
just met her.
Barry.
She's great.
Yeah, well, he was talking to you, so I was going to let you talk. I didn't
gave her
want
a compliment.
I was giving you time to talk.
No. He addressed you first. So I was going to let you do your thing. I did want to say, you said busy bee. I can't hear that without thinking of Milo Hamilton, rest in peace. He tried to make that Craig Biggio's nickname.
No, he did.
Yes, he did.
Busy bee?
Busy bee. Yep, he did. Look it up.
That
was terrible. Yeah, he tried that. No one in the city was
burning with the white hot intensity of 1,000 suns.
Yeah, no one was having it in this town. They were not going to go for busy bee.
Yeah, I once upon a day, a long time ago, I hired Jeff Hagedorn to do the Comets games.
Oh, yeah?
And Jeff wanted his signature phrase on a big basket to be, "She's burning with the white hot intensity of 1,000 suns." And no matter how much I tried to discourage him and tell him it was a not so good idea, he did it anyway.
Hey, Jeff, maybe
shorten it up.
Maybe, yeah, I don't know. There's booyah, and then there's,
burning with the white hot intensity of 1,000 suns.
There's a paragraph, and then there's a word.
Yeah.
Wow.
So Texans with a big dub. You were wrong.
I was wrong. I was indeed. Did you pick them to win?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah. I said as much at the end of the show on Friday. I said as much as I thought they were going to lose their next three.
You couldn't wait to get that out because you were wrong.
I mean, I've been trained well at this time slot. But I was happy they won. But
here's the but.
But yeah, because it's and you always are going to call me the negative. But I'll have the frowny face.
Well, it wasn't pretty. Let's be real.
It was on two phases of the three phases of an NFL team. I thought two phases played really, really well. And I thought one phase is still as inconsistent as ever.
Oh! Can I guess which phase wasn't good?
Please.
Offense.
Yes.
Pff, nailed it. I mean, it was obvious. All you had to do was watch. Couldn't get anything going offensively. And it's like we talked about, though, this defense. And I don't want to say surprisingly, but it was like I was saying when B-Mac was here and we were talking about losing Petrie and Alshire. And I was of the opinion that, yeah, it was a big loss, but this defense is deep and it's good and I'm not worried about it. And I said as much going in that to the rest of this, this run and into the playoffs, that's not my concern and it won't be my concern because it is deep and it is good. And they showed that against a good Miami Dolphins offense. I mean, that offense was clicking. It was back, it was motoring and man, they showed up. They showed up and showed out. I heard something interesting. Oh, go ahead. I'll let you go. I'll save that for later. No, please.
No, you're good. No, seriously, continue.
No, please. Go ahead. I'll save it. It's not important.
I was going to say the first thing to your point that really stood out to me is because a conversation that you and I had during the course of last week, which was, and Jeremy and I think I had it previous to that. I didn't expect we were going to see Christian Harris. And if we saw Christian Harris, I thought we might see Christian Harris for about a 15 to 20 set of plays because you don't want to push him too far. You can't afford to have him hurt again. You got Aziz out already, and you're very thin in terms of the depth at the linebacker position. He plays all but like 8 plays, and he played his ass off.
Yeah.
That right there in itself was the first big surprise to me. Like, I expected to see him a little bit when I knew they were going to activate him. I did not expect him to see, not only not expect him to see him play that much, but to play as well as he played.
I will say I don't think I expected that, but I don't think we agreed necessarily on that either, because I think I was a little more confident. I don't want to sit here and say I don't want to rewrite history and say that, I expected him to go all game and play like he did. I certainly did not. But I felt like he could come back and play well. But I understood why you were hesitant to think that was just going to be something that, because, I mean, missing so much time and rust and, the injury itself. And so you're right. It was a huge shock to see him out there for that long and that much of the game. But you know what? It's good to see. And
Oh,
it
it's
was,
fantastic. I mean, if
man.
you're going to be without Aziz for 3 games,
dude,
it's one thing to say, and then you, on top of that, the sugar that you throw on top of that is, oh, by the way, and Petrie ain't coming back anytime soon. Now, I heard the broadcast say, he might be back after 4 games. Well, I hate to break it to you, that's the end of the regular season. And at that point, I don't know that that's even a possibility. But I do know that they were already thin in terms of the ability and athleticism in the linebacking core. And look, you can love Neville Hewitt on special teams, and you can say that there was a game or two this year where he played way above what you expected. But if you think Neville Hewitt is a guy that can play linebacker in the playoffs every single play or most of them, or White or some of the guys they brought in, then I guess maybe you just don't know ball, because those guys are guys that are nice role player pieces and special teams pieces. Those guys aren't the answer when you lose a guy as impactful as Aziz. Christian Harris is, and he showed it at the end of last year in the playoffs. And with D'Amico really kind of mentoring him, he was taking it a step above. We were all excited for this season, going, Christian Harris going to have a breakout year. This is the first time we've seen him all year, and but again,
3rd on the team in tackles,
phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, 3rd on the team in tackles, 4 solo tackles. Dude was playing his ass off, and that's you kind of expect it from him, but not the first game back. You know what I mean? Like, you don't expect that first game back. Just crazy good. You cannot heap enough praise on the defense as a whole. You just can't. I mean, I think we were all maybe I hesitate to say perhaps we overreacted, because Jalen Petrie was a significant part of what this defense does.
Mm-hmm.
And he is, he was uber important to the scheme of this defense. But the scheme is the scheme. I sound like Mike Tomlin, right?
Mm-hmm.
But so it's next man up, and you're still going to run it, but it's not going to be the same without Petrie. But I tell you what, if you're going to have a guy like Derek Stingley step up like that, that was crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a whole segment blocked off for him coming up in the first hour, simply just because of the fact that he's on a different level when we start talking about what stood out to both of us, just simply because of the fact, and there's so many different elements to bring into this as we kind of develop, the case of Derek Stingley and his development. I think that when you look at from an overall look, the story all year long has been the other guys. You knew what you were going to get from Danielle Hunter. You knew what you were going to get from Will Anderson Jr. You knew that in a lot of ways that there were guys on this defense that were going to stand out. What you didn't know was the role players were going to set up. Look, when they added Tim Settle at the start of the year, I thought, well, here's a guy from Buffalo. I've got friends that are really big Buffalo fans. They told me, hey, look, he's not going to give you anything in the pass rush. He's really good stopping the run. He's going to be a situational player. He might be okay for you. And then Tim Settle plays his ass off.
Mm-hmm.
Or Mario Edwards, he's on the downside. He's not quite the player he used to be. He's probably looking up to hang on for a year or two to catch an extra couple of bucks. He may be situational for you. He was huge. He was suspended. He's come back. He was big again. You look across the board, even Foley. Foley's like, oh, you got a guy from Jacksonville that's just kind of an eh. All 3 of those interior defensive linemen this year have played huge for you.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know that it kind of, and maybe again I'm waxing poetic here, but it doesn't feel like that the moves that they've made on defense, either via depth or additions, I can't really say that they swung and missed significantly. I think maybe they expected maybe a bigger impact, out of somebody, and I couldn't even begin to tell you who. But these moves have worked out amazingly. And we're talking about a defense that was already okay. Their deficiency was the secondary, but this defense was already pretty good. And you saw them kind of swap with Minnesota in some regards. And, But the moves that they made, and you look up and down that lineup and you see all of the additions, and it's no wonder that this team is, and its identity, which we thought it was going to be its offense, it's not.
No, I think that's something that I was harping on a couple of for the last week or two, and went on a soapbox, I think, late last week. The identity of this team, as much as at the start of the year you thought it was a passing game and it was going to be the premiere of of CJ coming into his own even more in year two. Diggs added to this unit to be another big piece to what already had Nico and Tank and an above average pass catcher and Dalton Schultz. This team's not just their identity. The identity that saved their rear end for this entire season has been the defense.
Yeah.
And it's not a bad thing, people. People always say, no, because, the sexy, hip, cool, Sports Center stuff was all the stuff the offense brought to the table. As inconsistent as that offensive unit has been, you have, 10 wins now? 9 or 10 wins now? 9 wins because of the fact that your defense has carried you all season.
Yep. And, there's no reason to be ashamed of it. You know what I mean? Like, don't get it twisted. I know it's not sexy for the fans to be like, oh yeah, we're out there rolling folks like the Bills or the Lions until yesterday. But like out there winning big. There's no shame in allowing your defense to carry your team and having your offense do just enough. I don't know if you know this or not, but that's what's going on in Kansas City week after week after week. And they've only lost one game. And I get it, Mahomes up until the injury this weekend, but you go look at his numbers, they haven't been great. His interceptions are way up compared to what he has been doing, and the offense hasn't really been clicking. That defense is what's been carrying Kansas City. Ain't nobody complaining in the one-loss Kansas City area. So don't be discouraged if you're a Texans fan and these wins aren't sexy and high scoring and the offense is struggling or sputtering. It doesn't matter. Wins are wins. And if the defense is going to, be the catalyst for the dub, I'll take it. I don't care how you win.
That's the biggest thing.
Don't care.
You hear it. It's an adage that people like to throw at you, but it's so true. It's so hard to win in this league that you just take whatever win by 1 point or 100 points. It doesn't matter. Just win. And you're winning now to the point where we got exactly what we wanted because Denver beat Indy. Thank ex-Badger Jonathan Taylor for doing exactly what he needed to do to extend the help needed. This is a win for a team that's now won back-to-back division titles. That starts to
AFC South champs.
Thanks, Brian. Starts to solidify D'Amico a little bit more with another division title in his first 2 years, and gives you some confidence going into the toughest 2 games you're going to face all season long. So we've got a lot to talk about today. This is your safe space and sounding board. Someone just asked that on social media, and it absolutely is the case. 713-780-3776. You can call that number. You can text that number. Hit us up on YouTube. Hit us up on Twitch. Hit us up on Twitter.
I'm on Friendster, and I'm also on
Barry
MySpace.
Is funny. Is Barry's Twitter handle. Abigail won't give hers out because you got a bunch of psychos and Twitch that like to try and stalk her.
John gave it out one time. And
that's John. I'm not going to be that stupid. I'm not going to do those kind of things.
Dudes are
Sam
creepy.
might like it if there were cowboys with mustaches and all that out there. But
dudes are too creepy.
Sam, by the way, is our guru of social media. She puts out all the great ways that you can watch our videos of everybody but me, and you can also watch our videos on
Did
Twitch.
you just say everybody but me?
Yeah, she's very anti me. It's fine. So you can follow all of our great videos, and then Abigail and Sam also do great videos for John for Coors Light. So those are cool. You can follow all those on our ESPN975.com website. Abigail, is any other place that they can catch those great pieces of video work that Spielberg going to be proud of?
YouTube, Twitter, Facebook.
Facebook. I didn't. Yeah, but don't let them follow you because, again, you're asking for trouble.
Yeah, I'm not giving it out.
Right. Oh, okay. So with that being said, we're giving out plenty of information and conversation on the Texans. You can join us. We'll continue to carry this over to the other side. We always say this. You cannot you cannot forget in victory what you wouldn't in defeat. You have to be able to admit your flaws. We're going to start getting into those. Start giving us yours. What were the positives? What were the negatives? What did you like about the Texans? And whether that be individual plays or players. And then what didn't you like? 713-780-3776. Back with more of the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Back on the Bees, Barry for Branham. Branham back tomorrow. BMAC, I guess, as well back tomorrow, as the A game will leave us. Age before beauty. So, there we go. Abigail is B for beauty, so Abigail is a killer B today.
I'm kind of a B.
Kinda. Yeah, well, there's that too, but that's
Take
not
the A
something.
away.
I mean, if you kind of that, we could isolate that for you and use that audio all the time. But if you have a female that says I'm kind of a B,
nope.
I am a B then. Is that better?
Just turn my mic off.
Yeah, I just don't think you. I don't think you're picking up what I'm putting down. So I think.
Oh my gosh.
By now, you'll probably get at least 16 to 20 comments somewhere, or at least try over those comments themselves. Now, Barry, let's just turn this back to a safer space. Let's talk about the Texans.
Yeah.
So
you're not getting me fired twice.
Isn't it like 1.5? You got the one, then you got back, and then you and Fred went on a ride and kind of steamrolled. The offensive line.
Yeah.
So we get to this point in the season, and we know that there was conversation about left guard, about the fact that they were going to start working to try and get Kenyon Green back in the mix. And then lo and behold, the biggest secret of all was not Zach Thomas, who we thought was going to start at left guard. But we find out over the weekend that instead that they're going to do what they've done in the past, and they're going to move Titus Howard from right tackle to left guard, and they're going to put Blake Fisher in at right tackle, and they're going to give it a go. Overall, your thoughts on the line?
I still felt like CJ was running way more for his life during the passing game than I would like to see. He was only sacked 4 times, and I say only.
That's a bad sack rush, though. That's a bad pass rush with Miami. Besides for Chop Rob, they got some guys, but overall as a team, that's not great.
No, but I wasn't impressed. It's one of those things where they ran 50 plays and he threw the ball 26 times. So it was literally half of their plays he was throwing the ball. He was sacked 4 times. I don't even know how many pressures there was. They hit him. There were 6 QB hits. It just felt like still there's too much pressure. It still feels like he's having to make too many plays on the run. There was a time I remember down in the red zone late, he just kind of ran out of bounds. It's one of those things where even when he's not getting hit or sacked, he's still on the run. He's not able to just stand in the pocket. There's just not a lot of clean pockets. I guess that's just the Cliff's Notes version of this is he's just not getting a lot of clean pockets. And I don't care what combination you roll out with the names that are listed on the Texans depth chart, it's not going to change.
No, I think that
until you start adding different names, it's just not going to change.
The thing that worried me early was the fact that right away they give up a stunt. The stunt comes, they have no idea how to defend it. The stunt comes almost basically untouched, and you're like, oh God, here we go again. Was this move worth what you were trying to achieve? But as the game progressed, aside from the one holding call, which bad camera work by the network, by the way, that we never really saw on Fisher, for the most part, I thought that it wasn't great, but it wasn't awful, right? I think that because of the fact that when you know how important protecting CJ's blind side is, and you know how bad the left guard position has been, if you can get some stability, because as Tunsil pointed out after the game, those two have played together next to each other before. So there is that communication and some more chemistry that as we go down the road, unfortunately, it's 2 good teams you're going to face. They can get better, and there's ability there. Now, from a center position, I think they're okay. Shaq, I think, has to play better. And then the biggest concern is, especially when you play like Baltimore and Kansas City and you've got edge rushers, the fact that Chop Robinson is nothing to call a slouch, but Chop Robinson, was coming in with some pretty good stats. You're going to see better stats and better players from Baltimore and Kansas City, and Fisher's going to have to hold his own.
Yeah, well, I mean, Baltimore's not great in the pass game either, so they're everybody, they have their deficiencies. Kansas City's defense is obviously going to be probably the toughest test through the regular season now, and that includes what you just faced in Miami. But I would even go as far as to say, look, I don't disagree with what you're saying, but hell, they couldn't even get the run game going. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, I look at the numbers and I look at what I saw, and it was good to see Stroud not throw any interceptions, have 2 touchdowns. He had a decent rating, right? I mean, he had a 106.4 rating, which was great, right? 18 of 26, 131 yards, and I will preface that by saying, look, the defense put them in position to have some short fields.
Sure.
So you're not going to have big, sexy numbers because they didn't have a lot of long drives either, thanks to the defense. So again, props and kudos to the defense.
You look at the offensive numbers at the half, and the Texans had less than 80 yards passing, and the Dolphins had 112 yards, I think, a total offense. I mean, to your point, and B. Hannon on Twitch says, that Tua gave you that game. Well, and I don't think that from the standpoint, Tua made some good passes. The first one to Stingley was not one of them, though Stingley did jump the route. But I think that from an interception perspective, look, he was on a roll. These games are going to happen. He never saw Bullock at the back on the back end on 2 separate plays, and one bit him with the pick that he gave up. But I think that, like the second pick Stingley made, that's all Stingley. That's one hell of an athletic play with the strength to take that ball away. But when you look at it, and I was looking at
here's my point real quick. Their opening possession, right? They had an 8-play drive for the field goal, but then Miami punts, and then they 3-play drive and they punt, and then the field goal 3-play drive, and then the Texans punt again. So after their 8-play drive for a field goal, they have 2 3-and-outs. Then there's a fumble, the fumble by the Dolphins, which turns into a 4-play 28-yard drive. So it was a short scoring drive that you can't really, you know what I mean? And it was a passing touchdown. So that's going to affect the numbers a little bit. And then they had a 4-play drive where they fumbled, and then a 3-play drive for a field goal after an interception, and that ended the half. So, bunch of 3-and-outs, and then some short drives because of turnovers, thanks to the defense. So you got to take the passing numbers with a grain of salt. But again, just you couldn't get really anything going. I felt like in the run game, and just never a clean pocket.
So is that offensive line?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
so.
That's
why I was saying, like, I don't want to knock CJ for his low passing numbers.
Like a texter said, Mixon should never be your
reason.
leading rusher. Okay, but you know what? It's nice to have a running back that can catch the ball out of the backfield.
What does he say?
He said Mixon should never be your leading receiver.
Oh, well, again, I mean, first of all, yeah, duh. I agree, duh. But you got to remember, and I was just, you got to. That's the point I was trying to make. They had an 8-play drive, and then after that, it was either 3-and-outs or short fields and scores.
I think
so. That's the reason why these numbers are so skewed in this game.
But the frustration is, you have the skill players. You have guys that can make the plays, and that includes CJ, because a lot of people want to tee off on CJ. But just as much as the makeshift offensive lines and the less than play of the offensive line has affected the passing game, it has a ton of an impact on the running game, because Joe, all season long, because of his toughness, his ability after first contact to be able to stay on his feet, his ability to get to the edge and then change directions, has been the main reason that he has had the success he's had running the football. It's not between the tackles.
No, and he can thank himself, is what you're saying.
Yeah, he's a damn good football player. You know, BMAC and Jeremy and I had this conversation. I was the only one telling them Joe Mixon's going to have a hell of a year. He has not lost it, and he is going to be good here. They both thought he was on the downside. Now, besides the injury, he has been phenomenal. Mm-hmm. In terms of your bell cow, in not just in the rushing game, but just as an offensive weapon, he has been your bell cow, because Nico's had the injuries as well all season long.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something that you have to thank your lucky stars. And then you kind of appreciate, hey, Nick's got him locked up for 2 more after this. That helps you, because without Joe Mixon this year, I don't know where we would be offensively because of the offensive line.
It's weird, though. It's feast or famine. That's how it's been. He's either going to run for 100 or he's going to disappear. It's super odd. If you look at his game log, I mean, I'm looking at it. It's 159, 25, 102, 115, 102, 106, 46, 109, 22, 101, 23. I mean, it is literally feast or famine. And now I don't know this. I haven't gone and checked it out, but I'm wondering if part of that is game plan, or if it's just, game plan by the other team, or is it play calling? Is it, you know what I mean? I don't know, but it just seems like
I think it's a combination.
It's feast or famine with Joe. More feast than famine for sure.
But we've said, like, the heartbeat of everything that you do offensively is that line, and that line so that's where you start. But I think Bobby Slowick can shoulder some of that, because of the fact that his play calling has not been stellar, and it has not even been what it was last year. Because for everybody, again, pointing fingers that CJ's not the quarterback he was a year ago. Well, he's not. He's under more scrutiny, and the fact that he's following the plays called by an offensive coordinator that has not been on his A game.
I mean, think about how many factors there are they go into the reason why he's not playing like he did last year. One, every team has a ton of game film on him that they didn't have last year. Two, he's dealing with an offensive line that's not performing as well as they did last year. 3, he's having to play under duress. 4, he's kind of hit that sophomore slump. You know what I mean? He lost some weapons. He's not played with his full complement either. And
I think it's more of a learning curve and a progression. I hate the fact that you can say it's a sophomore slump, and you and I had this conversation last week. You can say it's a sophomore slump, but you're primarily backing that up by saying it's because stats aren't what they were a year ago when he had arguably the greatest rookie season for a quarterback in the history of the league.
Until Jane Daniels came along.
But nonetheless, when you look at what he did to what he's doing now that internal clock, because of the offensive line, is dictating so much of what he's not doing the way he did a year ago that I think that a lot of people just want to brush that under the rug, and I'm not as willing to do that.
No, you're 100% right. The fact that I saw it early in the season. I don't know if it's happening as much now, but you saw a little bit of that at David Carr.
For sure. I mentioned it during the year, yeah.
Where he's gun shy. Mm-hmm. You start to feel ghosts, even if the pocket's not breaking down, you start seeing happy feet, and he starts, even if the pocket just is forming around him, he feels like it's collapsing in on him, and he takes off. And I don't blame him at all. I mean, that's just going to happen. It's natural for that to happen and for him to react like that. But yeah, I'm not distraught. And there are people that are like, oh, there's plenty of blame, if you want to use that, to go around for everybody.
Sure.
Fact of the matter is, this team they've won their division. They're a playoff team. Do they look great? Are they Super Bowl contenders? Should everybody in the playoffs be scared of them? We can debate all that, but take solace in the fact that even with all of the issues that they have, they're still winning. They're finding ways to win. And, if this was any other team, you know what we would say? That's what good teams do. Because we say that about the Chiefs because they're not in this market, and we feel like we don't have to be as critical about them as we do in our own market. Mm-hmm. Right? We watch the Chiefs get lucky week after week, and their black magic and voodoo. I mean, think about the Chargers game, bro. After all of the weeks of luck that they have, dude misses the landing zone. It's like, what? And then that field goal that hits off the upright and goes in, if they don't miss the landing zone and that the same sequence of plays happens, that's wide left, and they don't win that game. Yeah. That's literally voodoo and magic. And so we talk about the fact that it doesn't matter how you win, just win. And, but we don't say that about the home team because it's our job to be critical.
I don't want to be critical if it's not valid, but there has been plenty to validate being critical of so many different pieces on this offensive line. And as it relates to this offense period, starting with Bobby Slowick.
Oh yeah. No, I get that, but it's like when I was trying to make the point about you're a missed field goal away from a win here. You're a play away from a win here. I mean, there's two or three games on this schedule that they either should have won, or just got a little unlucky on a bounce or whatever that they could have won. So and that's where I haven't really seen a good or great game from them all season. And they very well, and this to be true, they could be 11-3.
Oh, yeah.
Easily. And they have not played.
But I could also
haven't played one game as good as you could pick a game last year. They have not played any games as well as they played last year.
No,
I don't believe
not
so.
at all. No, and I think
and they could still be an 11-game winner.
And the thing is, you should say that the closest thing to it would have been the Detroit game, but you should have annihilated them with 5 turnovers. That should have been 6. If Stingley hangs on to that 6th one, I mean, you're sitting on 6 interceptions and still looking at a 1-score game. That's just not supposed to happen.
Yeah.
All right, we got to get to break. We're going to get to a break. We're going to continue to roll on here, and we'll get to what don't ignore in victory what you wouldn't in defeat. Let's talk about what stood out to you. Let's talk about the positives. Let's talk about what the negatives, because there's plenty on both sides of the equation. Tons of positives for me, especially on the defensive side of the football, and there's obviously some negatives that we need to address as well, both with the Texans and Miami. 713-780-3776. Call or text that number. Hit us up on Twitch or Twitter. Abigail would love to hear from you if you call us, 713-780-3776, and she'll plug you into us as we go until 6 o'clock. It's Barry and Joel. It's the Killer Bees. It's ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Eric, the driver, was the one saying that if Mixon is your leading receiver, it's a sign of a bad offense. 281 ending in 5354 said Case Keenum should actually be the starting quarterback. See, I think CJ catches a lot of strays because of the fact that, like we talked about, if you go deeper.
I'm surprised he didn't say Vince Young.
I mean, and then from a Casario standpoint, yeah, Kenyon Green is the bust, but Stingley's the man. He's a better option compared to Sauce, in my opinion. What do you think? We'll get to that. It's coming. That was from 8755. But, across the board, I think that when, in last segment, when you said, like, we're critical because the tape don't lie. What we see is what it is. And what it is not a team that looks like one of the elite teams in the NFL. To your point, they could easily be 11-3. But also the reason why they're not is not because of the level of talent on this team, but you also paid heavily both in salaries and draft picks to get an offensive line that was supposed to be better than average to protect your franchise quarterback, and they ain't doing their job.
No, they're not. They're not. And Lance Ford on Twitter had a good point. He said, with Cade Stover being out, do you think that affected the run game? Absolutely. I think it certainly had something to do. I mean, it certainly doesn't help. Put it that way. It certainly doesn't help to have him out. I mean, Stover is a good blocking tight end. But in the run game, especially, they'll line him up as a.
That's how they compensate for a bad offensive line. Yep. Move him around, like you said. Start him in 2-back sets. Move him from the tight end in motion, going to the side that they're going to, and then hit the first guy in the hole.
Yeah, and he gives you some flexibility in that, and he makes up for some of those deficiencies. And what he allows you to do is, because it's weird when you watched Kenyon Green, right? Like, he sucked in pass pro, but he was really good in run blocking, right? Mm-hmm. But when they made the switch, you notice that run blocking wasn't as good, but pass pro got better. So what Stover allows you to do was put in an extra body for run blocking to help kind of improve that a little bit, while you stabilized your pass protection. So he did give you a bit of an advantage in that regard. So it obviously doesn't help that he was out. But I just think, the Dolphins, we talked about it with Dale Olaleye on the show last week. I mean, the Dolphins' run defense was stout. It is stout. And so you kind of knew it was going to be difficult to run the ball against them anyways. It was just, this O-line ain't good.
No, and that's the thing. So no matter what your expectations were at the start of the year, right?
1.9 yards a carry average for Mixon.
It's terrible.
That's awful. You could average 1.9 yards a carry, Joel.
My big thing, Brian says he could average 5, by the way. BMAC is on record. BMAC is on record as saying that he could average 5 yards a carry.
Bro, carrying water?
Oh, I'm sorry. I think he said he could get 5 yards.
BMAC thinks he could get 5 yards against an NFL defense.
Yeah, I got to get the exact quote for him, but we've hammered him on that before.
Bro, BMAC would be out of breath before he got to the line of scrimmage.
That's for you.
Are you kidding me?
That's for you guys.
BMAC, but when the quarterback put the ball in his gut, you would hear,
Like, what? 5 yards? Fam. There he is. See, Brian, I don't want to misquote you, but did you not say you could get 5 yards, right?
You're not getting 5 yards, homie. You would pass out before you got to the line of scrimmage, bro.
Here's a guy when he's not producing, he runs faster.
Ain't no way. Hey, come on, fam. Hey,
guaranteed.
No way, bro.
He guaranteed he's getting 5 yards.
He's the ice box, not the refrigerator. He's the ice box. Ain't no way, bro. No way.
All right, so what do you got? We got positives and negatives. So what are you not ignoring in victory besides the offensive line?
What am I not?
I'll tell you the first one I got, and that is D'Amico. 4th and 1 on the 21. No score, even moving the football. I thought the play calling on 3rd down was bad. That was that kind of wheel route to Mixon that he actually threw out of bounds. And Mixon was giving you the sign for the for the fact that he just barely missed staying in bounds. And then followed it up by, I thought, no brainer. Get the 1 yard, keep the drive going, set the tone early because there's no score, get the touchdown, and he kicks the field goal. And normally he's the guy that goes for it inside the inside and around the 20.
Mm-hmm. My first one would be their inability to sustain drives. A lot of 3 and outs.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of 3 and outs. And that's not what playoff teams do. You got to have, I mean, if you're going to win playoff games, you've got to be able to, control the ball. Whether it's using the pass game as your run game, which they've done with Nico plenty with some, line of scrimmage passes, right? Well, they'll just run that little pass behind line of scrimmage to Nico and let him take off running, or whether it be a little slant route just right over the middle or whatever. But you've got to be able to control the ball, and way too many 3 and outs. They had, I told you how many in the first half, but they had one drive of 9 plays in the second half, and then the rest, 2. And on the second one, they punted, and then the rest were 3 and outs. Just not going to get
Also
it done.
surprising, by the way, that they said that the Texas defense, well, not surprising, but also the fact, but it kind of is, that they had the 4th most 3 and outs of any defense in the league this year. That tells you that's an underrated stat that I don't think a lot of people across the league know.
I'm telling you, that's because it's important, because now it relates to time of possession. You know what I mean? Getting your offense back on the field, and you're not going to win without scoring. I mean, all of that matters.
Top 5 in turnovers, top 5 in what the opponent's yardage they hold to, and top 5 in sacks. On top of the fact that they are top 5 in 3 and outs. I mean, this defense has been your calling card all season long. Now, if you just want to go like rapid fire, because I know we're flying through segments, but one thing that stood up to me that was a negative, Mechie dropped a surefire touchdown. That ball, I don't want to hear about that ball not being in the right spot. It hit him in both hands. It hit him in the left and the right, and he didn't find a way to bring it down. And I thought that there were signs of him looking better yesterday, but that was a surefire 6 that he dropped.
So are we going to now declare him a bust like they did Tank Dell? Remember when Tank Dell dropped that touchdown, and then...
Well, Brian said he disappeared. Other people called him a bust. I can't have B-Mac rushing in here again. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Jeremy was all over Brian.
People were like, Tank Dell's a bust. This is terrible. Blah, 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 blah. Was that the Green Bay game when he had 4 targets, no catches, dropped a touchdown? Like, come on, man.
I think
what are we doing? What are we doing?
But I think
so is
all
this it?
three,
is Mechie a bust now?
No,
Houston, is that what we're doing?
I think all 3 complimentary receivers looked better yesterday. I thought Hutch made the one really key catch on the out where CJ was under duress and let it fly, and he dove and caught it. I thought Woods, we know Woods can block, but Woods had some big plays. Yes, he fumbled, but at the same time, I think that he contributed. So I think that those guys were better. And so I'm not going to try and take anything away overall, but Mechie dropped what should have made this game a lot a bigger victory than it was.
So my other negative, and I'm not going to sit here and keep harping on negatives, but my second and the last one I'm going to give, but it's a big one though. My other negative is this team's inability to put points on the board in the second half.
Still continues to haunt
This
them.
is just it's unnerving, and all of the things I'm pointing out, and the reason I'm pointing them out is because as this team gets into the playoffs, this is the things that's going to bite them in the ass and cause them to get
Very
bounced.
well could, yeah.
You know what I mean? Not able to sustain drives. 3 and outs. Your defense gets exhausted. And now teams like, the Baltimore Ravens with Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson just run roughshod over you because you can't sustain a drive. And you just give them the ball again. And now the next thing you know, you look up and it's 17-0 or, 17-3 and you're behind. And now you've got to throw the ball, which is what you don't want to do. So but if you're down already going into half, and you can't put points on the board in the second half for whatever reason, I would love to see a breakdown.
It's been bad.
Overall of points scored in the first half versus second half. But they scored 7 points in the second half again.
I got a couple more.
So that's mine. Those are my 2 big ones.
The CJ fumble was just something that that is again a microcosm of what we were talking about with the offensive line, because Patterson and CJ aren't still completely on the same page. He snaps it, CJ's not looking. I don't care if it hit him in the chest or not. If that gets up on you before you know what's going on, you could say he should have caught it. But he's not looking for it, and that's just
in the play. I mean, you would say that's a negative. I mean, I guess that's just one of those things. That's just a mishap. That wouldn't be a negative. That's a mishap.
It's a timing thing, and it bothers me.
That's just one of those things that happens. You know what I mean?
And let's be honest. I've said this all along. I'm going to stay consistent with it. Tank running back punts and kicks drives me nuts. I don't care how effective he can be because he could get hurt. And we saw what happened when you do something stupid like having him block off the edge a year ago. The same thing is
a few weeks ago.
At a certain point, no matter, I don't know what kind of edge you're trying to gain. And yes, he had one run back that was decent where he got you, a little extra yardage. But overall, I'm willing to sacrifice a few extra yards of yardage for the fact that Tank Dell can be more effective as a receiver, especially since Diggs is out for the year, than running back any kind of punt or kick and running the risk of taking some guy that's trying to make a name for himself and make a team to come in and just completely annihilate you.
I'm with you on that, and maybe for the same reason, just a little bit different thought process, and it's because they're already thin at receiver.
That's part of it too. But I still, even if they were healthy, I wouldn't do it.
I mean, if they had Diggs healthy with Nico and maybe Woods or Mechie was going to be your third if Tank gets hurt, and
I'd rather have Woods
Tank
running
gives
back
you some
the
explosiveness and some elusiveness and whatnot. I'd be good with that. I mean, we got told over and over what a speedster he was and what a burner he was, which, by the way, if you go look at his 40 times, not impressive, but whatever. So yeah, utilize it. That's why you drafted him. So if he's got speed and elusiveness, then cool, utilize it. But I'm with you in the fact that you can't afford to get that dude hurt right now.
No,
you're thin at receiver.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I just cringe every time I see it. Lamont is going to come in here next. Lamont is
I know what he's going to say.
Huge fan of CJ Stroud. He thinks he played his ass off, and he is going to share it with the masses right now. Lamont, what's up? Lamont, you there?
Yeah, I'm here, man. No, I'm not going to argue with you, Barry, man. I think that C.J. Stroud has played like crap this year. I know everybody want to, talk about the line and give him excuses and stuff. It's like everybody tiptoeing, but he's played like crap. Okay, I'm over that. But the whole don't ignore in victory, what you wouldn't in defeat.
Yep.
I'm not going to really much talk about the team as much, but I will say this. I think that Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans needs to be writing a scathing letter to the NFL over the referees, not enforcing this whole hip drop tackle. And that's just crazy. It's 2 times, and both times the young man has gotten hurt. My last point is, man, I hear C.J. Stroud and I also hear D'Amico Ryans come out there talking about, we all about complimentary football. We play complimentary football. No, man, that's not complimentary. The defense is helping you guys out way more. And so you got short fields. You're doing these 3 and outs. So logic tells me that the defense is going to be winded by the time they get to the fourth quarter. I mean, goodness, it didn't happen yesterday or anything, but that's like natural chemistry right there. If you guys can't sustain a drive and the defense is giving you all these short fields, your defense is out there, busting their ass, man. And I don't know if this is going to be sustainable. I got them 1 out, and that's all I have, fellas.
Appreciate it, Lamont. Look, he makes a phenomenal. I had it circled on my notes too. The hip drop tackle on Mixon is such an egregious miss. It's the second time this year they've missed it on him. They know that it's a rule that the league has put into play, but yet they are not calling it. And at best, after the game, they are going back and looking at tape to give guys a letter with a fine involved in it. But at the same time, it's part of the game. And if it takes away, like we said, your bell cow, your best offensive weapon for the entire season, and it took him away for multiple games early in the season, they're lucky it didn't take him away, though I don't think he was quite the same after the tackle. And when the network themselves, who has to tiptoe sometimes because they do have to still report to the league, can highlight it and bring in Gene Sarator, who is the ex-official, to tell you it checks all the boxes. It definitely looks like a hip drop, but nothing was called. That's inexcusable.
Nothing. Yeah, you're right. And especially when you consider how long he missed, what happened to this offense, and as bad as it's been sputtering anyways. And yeah, I mean, when I saw it and then you saw him go to the sideline, it was just like, oh no, that's all they need. That not now, not this.
Right.
And I'm with Lamont, man. It's how do you not call that? How do you not call that?
When the league is running it back, slow-moing it, and while they're slow-moing it, Gene Steratore is telling you there are 3 key issues to look for when calling this penalty. And he goes, boom, there's the 1. Boom, there's the 2. And oh, by the way, he lands on the back of the legs as he's trying to elude him. There's 3. Yep, all the boxes checked. Sure does look like it should have been called. No, damn well, they missed it. And because of it, he missed portions of that game and wasn't the same the rest of the game and didn't get more than 30 yards rushing.
It's crazy.
You can't have it, man.
No, you can't. You can't have it. And I mean, look, I get it. Officials aren't perfect. They're human beings. They're gonna miss calls. But that's what you get paid to do. Make the call, man. Make the call.
Now, look, I don't disagree with the fact that on Twitch,
If that was Tom Brady there that made the call.
Like Jared said, if Mixon was a quarterback, the defender would have been ejected and suspended. The NFL doesn't care about running backs. I don't even know if it's related to running backs. They don't care about enforcing their own rule, which they're saying they're trying to do for player safety. But you're right. It would have been exacerbated
100%.
if it was a quarterback.
Oh, 100%.
Because we already know that Aziz is being the poster child and getting 3 games, simply put, and for no other reason than no matter what you try and give me as an excuse, because they want this to stop across the league. And I made the comparison then. I'll do it again now. They are the Astros of the NFL when it comes to the poster boys to make sure of what not to do or else. The Astros were with the cheating scandal. Aziz was for the fact that we are now done letting anybody touch the quarterbacks. And I'll be honest with you, and I had this on my list. They are protecting, both the players and the league have done so much with this that they are protecting Tua from himself. And Tua is a really lucky quarterback because when he dove headfirst yesterday, he was putting himself in harm's way. And those 2 defenders, and I believe that it was Edwards and it was Settle, had every right to absolutely annihilate him because he is now a runner. And they both went to the midsection, which is where he lucked out because it pisses me off that they don't make it mandatory that he wears the cap because of all the issues he's already had. But he is so reckless and careless with the way he runs with the football and how he decides when and how he's going to get down that someone's got to protect him from himself because he's a hell of a quarterback, but he is playing with fire every time he takes a snap.
You're right. And you would think that with everything that has happened that's led us up to where we are in the NFL with CTE and those I don't know, airbags or whatever the hell they wear on their head. I don't know what that is. Looks like
it's a there's a certain
it looks like a mushroom from Super Mario Brothers.
It kind of does.
That's what when they run down the field. That's just dun, 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 dun. You would think with all of that going on that they would be a little more cognizant of that and not. I mean, you can't make a player wear that, but you could also say, okay, you know what? You don't want to wear the little, mushroom hat and save the princess? Cool. Sign this. This is a waiver saying.
Well, they need to cover. You're right.
Yeah, this is a waiver. Your family can't sue us when something tragic and awful happens later in life. And we find like what happened with Junior Seau, and then we find out that you had CTE and this was caused by it. And no, we're not going to do that because we're trying to protect you from yourself.
The Guardian cap,
and you don't want to do it.
Yeah, I just think I said it before. I'll say it again. If you are a guy that's had the concussions of Tua, you don't have a say in it anymore. If you want to, you have a say that you want to continue to play and collect your check. But again, to protect your own rear ends too, because you've already had to give up millions and millions of dollars in lawsuits. If you choose to play, then we choose to be able to make a rule that says you have to play with this Guardian cap on because you're already messing with a very fragile situation.
You should put them on all quarterbacks and flags.
Okay. We're going to go to break. 1 hour in the books, 2 hours still to go. Second hour of the show. We got more of this. If you guys want to join in, appreciate you giving us your feedback as well. 713-780-3776. Call or text us. Hit us on Twitch or Twitter. And follow all the great videos that the station produces on a regular basis because they don't include me, but they're really, really good. And if you missed something during the week, you can catch up real quick. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
The beauty of Barry and Blank and the usual suspects edition of Killer Bees. It's always so much fun. Abigail's learning on the fly, and then she gets lippy during breaks.
Ooh,
that's just part of the business we're in. But with 1 hour in the books and 2 hours still to go, that means 120 minutes of the show. And we're going to do Mailbag Monday as usual at 4:30. Other segments we're going to table until tomorrow when Jeremy and BMAC are back, like Grade the Quarterback, CJ Stroud, Lamont, feel free, 713-780-3776. Game balls from around the league, since we got 2 games still to play. I hate doubleheaders during the regular season on Monday Night Football.
Why?
Because it's inevitably you're going to miss something. You can put up the 2 screens. I wish it would be like one early start, one late start. You can watch both in their entirety. And I don't like stacking them where they overlap. And by the way, the games suck.
Yeah, that's the part. I don't mind double headers. I just hate double headers that suck. Like, if you're gonna give us something good.
Indeed. We got a lot of feedback on the text line. Bobby Slowick comparisons to other OCs are dropping up. That's fact. I said to someone today in the gym that's a huge Texans fan, I said, I hate to break it to you, but don't have to worry about losing, because he's been really concerned about losing Bobby Slowick, and he was concerned a year ago. And he didn't know if Gerard Johnson was ready. And I said, the biggest thing you have to do now is not worry about Bobby Slowick leaving. It's about, does he keep his job?
It's about him staying.
Because literally that is another segment that we could have later in the show. But there are people calling for Bobby Slowick's butt every single week. It's not just about, he's not going to get head coaching jobs now, and he's not going to get interviews. He may still get a few interviews, but there's no doubt that his stock is way down.
Yeah, that's also a bit of an overreaction. He's still learning the role.
Yeah.
He's still learning the role. Yeah, he's making mistakes. He's also doesn't have an O-line to work with. So if he was the OC for a complete team, such as the Lions or whatever, I don't know, pick a team that's outperforming the Texans and not getting it done, that's different. But this team still has deficiencies. They don't have their full complement of offensive players that they thought they would have when the season started, and they're not catching anybody by surprise like they did last year. That's part of it,
They're not. And like I said, just reading some of these texts, inconsistent line play is definitely a negative. We covered that. We know that. And you're preaching to the choir here on that.
Yep.
Barry is preaching fact. Okay, I'll delete that.
Hey,
that's not something that we
come
need to
on,
ever
man.
hear.
Frame that, print it, frame
again,
it, stamp it.
From the standpoint of the running game, Mixon should never be the leading receiver. We said that. We understand that. Eric, the driver, has said that as well. I think one of the biggest things here is when we start talking about the numbers. And I think a lot of people are passionate about the fact that, that's where they start. But, 8341 says his stats aren't what they were last year due to having a running game that's actually better than what he had last year. Defensive coaches have a year's worth of film. They look at it. He's lost some of his receivers to injuries this year. It's a multitude of things. And that's a really good text. You're not wrong by that. But I think that what I always harp on is when you go deeper, everything is attached to the offensive line. And so, yes, those factors are a part of the equation as well. But it all starts with the fact that O-line play has been horrific.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with it, obviously. But the only counter to that, if you wanted to, is, you don't think teams have tape and film and history on Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes and all of these superstar vets that have been around for 6-7 years. I mean, so while it is an excuse, and it's true that, there's more tape on him and everything, and it probably has something to do with it. I'm with you. It's O-line. I mean, that's, if you want to pinpoint it, or if you want to make an excuse for it, that's what it is.
Comparing total offense from last year to this year, where is the offensive yards per game? Not passing, not rushing. The total. See,
I'm on it. Say less.
And I know
fam.
you are a numbers guy, so I know you do that. But I think that while you're looking for that, what I can say is, if you look across the board at the numbers in this league, passing numbers were way, way down. You look at 300-yard passers from a year ago. Everybody's off to slow starts. Okay, Alex Bregman, slow down. Because when you look at it for the year, you would be completely astonished by the number of 300-yard games passing last year compared to this year. It is monumental how many more there were a year ago. And it's not just the diminishing Aaron Rodgers type guys. It's everybody across the board. So again, defenses are better, quicker, faster, stronger. There's emphasis on that. The Texans are actually living proof of that. And teams got better that way. They also, from a pass-happy offensive perspective, defenses are finally catching up in terms of saying you still have to have balance, and we're going to force you, by overplaying in some cases, to run the football. If you can't run the football, you're in trouble.
Yeah. I mean, everything's cyclical, right? This is the way I look at it is, it's teams go out and they put in a new wrinkle offensively, and then defenses have to catch up to that. So they'll keep doing it until they catch up. And now defenses are starting to catch up to that, whether it be through schemes or through the draft or both. And you're starting to see that. And so now offenses are going to have to adjust. They're going to have to come up with a new way to do that or beat it. And so what you might see coming up in the next year or two or three or whatever is now that defenses are so good on the perimeter and in the secondary, but what you might start to see offenses start to run a little bit more. You might see them start to focus on the interior. Yeah. You might see them start to focus on running backs and interior offensive linemen and trying to exploit the interior of a defense, since the focus has really been on edge rushers and secondary.
Dr. Grant 290. I'm sorry. Text message ending in 1970 says, "I'm excited for Mailbag Monday with the usual suspects. Let's go." Yes, we will do Mailbag Monday. I'm not sure if Abigail will participate, but we always say you can ask us anything. Mailbag Monday at 4:30. If you want to do that, take your chances.
What were they looking for? It was passing yards per game?
No, instead of passing or rushing yards, total offense per game, where the Texans were last year.
Oh, total yards per game.
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
Can this team win a Super Bowl the way the 2000 Ravens did, by depending on the defense and then not, just dealing with Joe Flacco wasn't bad the last time the Ravens won a Super Bowl.
No, this defense I guess the question is this defense a Super Bowl caliber defense? That's the question.
I think it can be.
Yes.
Yeah, I definitely think there's enough talent if they play the way they're playing right now. And I think when you get Azeez back, because look, Jimmy Ward gets some credit too now.
Yeah,
Jimmy Ward in the nickel yesterday was a lot better than I was expecting. I believe that this can be a Super Bowl caliber defense.
I'm with
this
you.
Year.
You look at Daniil Hunter, Will Anderson Jr. on the edges. When they're on, it's nasty. You know what I mean? You look at the secondary. Stingley showed up and showed out. He showed you what he can do. Lassiter can play. We know he's a player now, like you said. Ward stepped up. So I'm with you. Is it a Super Bowl caliber defense? Yeah. Could this carry them to a Super Bowl? Yeah. Will it? Look, I'm a jaded Houston sports fan, so I'm not even going to sit here and get excited about it and be like, all right, you know what? Let's turn into the Pittsburgh or Baltimore and just be like, we love a gritty, dirty defensive. Right. No, it's just, you're going to have to, it's just not in me. I mean, I'm still my mentality, honestly, Joel, I'm still run and shoot Houston Oilers sports fan. A lot of points,
but you're not wrong
and lose and fold somehow, some way later. That's where I'm at. That's where my mentals are. I'm just telling you.
But if this defense plays the way it's capable of, then it doesn't matter what your identity is on offense. You can win, but the problem is that because the line's been so bad, it's hard for you to have consistency. Look, there are moments. We know there are moments. Mixon's had his moments. Look where he rates in the league in rushing and total yards. When you look at the offense when they've been good, there have been games when they've been really good from a passing perspective. There's also been games they've been absolutely piss poor. You don't have consistency. So like 1264 says, let's not forget that
now.
Josh Allen looked pretty poor his first couple of years in the league. It's fair to say, while you're right that it all starts with the offensive line, CJ and Bobby both seem to become predictable, and they're not overcoming what defenses are throwing at them by making enough adjustments. It's not something that's going to get fixed this year. It's going to be addressed in the offseason. I hear you, but you know what's going to be addressed in the offseason before that? The offensive line.
Yeah. Okay, so first of all, let's circle back.
Okay.
Texans total yards per game in 2023, 342 yards per game. Total yards. 2024, they are averaging 324. So, yeah, I mean, if you want, I can break down passing versus rushing.
Daryl Morey's on line 1. You guys can talk about that off air.
212 passing, 111 rushing this year. Last year, 245 passing.
There you go.
96 rushing.
So you're better rushing, but you're not as good passing.
Yeah, but I mean, we know how bad they were last year and rushing. They were, I mean, bottom 10 easily in rushing.
Oh yeah.
So it was awful. And Joe Mixon is now like 12th in rushing yards. I mean, yesterday didn't help. He's had a couple of stinkers.
That was a
so
stinker.
it doesn't
Barry
help.
working on a Monday in Houston radio. It's time to buy lottery tickets, but we love you, Barry. Okay.
Huh?
I don't know.
Oh, I get it. So I looked up like pressure stats for CJ, and I looked up like just in general, what's he doing? Like, I wanted to see, is my eyes playing tricks on me? Or are my eyes deceiving me?
That could
Is
be a
this,
rap song.
huh?
That could be a rap
Yeah. His numbers are, I mean, he's completing about the same amount of passes. His completion percentage is exactly the same, 64%. His numbers are obviously down across the board, but not so crazy that you're like, oh, CJ has fallen off. Some of it you certainly could say could be play calling, right? Like if you look at deep ball passing last year, right? He had 4 passes of 50 or more yards. In fact, he had 10 of 40 plus. So 40 and 50 yards total. This year he's had, he's had 10 this year. He had 15 last year. And he played in 15 games. And this is through 14. I only have.
I got to follow up on that. Let's get to a break. Let's get a break in because I got a follow up text that's directed at you because of that I think is worth the discussion as well. Okay. So we'll carry that on. 4:30, we're going to do Mailbag Monday. Before we do that, I'm going to tell you about my good friend Doc Linville. He's right here in the medical center. He's in Houston, Texas. And the big thing is he has so many ways he can help you. Look, it's a season of giving. And if your significant other is someone that you really care about, maybe you're thinking about spot treatments. Maybe you're thinking about Botox. Maybe you're thinking about the fact that there's all kinds of plastic surgery that Doc does better than just about anybody else. The thing I'm going to tell you about today is the NeoGraft procedure and PRP treatments and how to get your hair back. If you're losing your hair, if your hair is gone, if you think there's nothing you can do about it, and you really aren't really all that jazzed about all the sprays and the creams and the foams that just mask the problem, I'm here to tell you that there are legit answers with your own hair, the same color, growing the same direction, and staying for the rest of your life at Doc Linville's office here in the Med Center. And you can check it all out by going to 975hair.com right now. Set up a free consultation. I said free. For people off the street, it's $150. You don't pay a thing. No money out of pocket, no signing on the dotted line or commitment to be made. Just a Q&A session and an information session about how they can help you get your hair back and keep it for the long haul. It's fantastic. The bullet points that I did not know when I walked into that meeting that I walked out of being really convinced this was the thing for me to do is the fact that 99% of the follicles, they're going to move from the sides and the back of your head to where you need them most, whether it be your forehead has become an 8 head or you got a baboon's butt on the top of your dome. It's going to stay. It's going to grow. In about 6 to 9 months, it'll be just like your hair when it was in the best condition it's ever been. And it's going to be with you for the long haul because the other thing I learned that I did not know, that you never lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head, no matter how much you lose hair other places. So he takes some of that and kind of like resodding your lawn, plants the follicles where you need them most. You can see them immediately. They grow and get stronger and longer, and you are convinced by a very short period of time afterwards that this was the thing to do. I did it. You should do it too. Tell them I sent you by. Check them out today. Go to 975hair.com.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
All right, back on the Bees as we continue to roll through hour number 2 of the 3-hour extravaganza we like to call the Killer Bees. Barry Laminack in for Jeremy. Jeremy will be back tomorrow. BMAC is out, which means Abigail is in. BMAC also scheduled to be back tomorrow if he's not auditioning in Texans camp to try and get 5 yards on a carry guaranteed, as he said earlier in the program. I can tell by that sigh you had something to say.
Yeah, I do.
Go ahead.
So I went and took a potty break.
Uh-oh.
During the break. And I was in there mulling it over. Why is CJ Stroud? I mean, that's what we're debating here, right? What has happened? He seems off. What's been wrong? Is it the O-line? Is it the fact that teams have film on him? Is it sophomore slump? Is it just diminished skills already in year 2? Blah, 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 blah. So I'm standing there and it dawned on me. I know what it is. Some people aren't going to like the answer.
Okay.
All right. But I know for a fact what it is. In fact, I can pinpoint it to the exact moment when it all went south.
Please don't say the podcast.
February 16th, 2024. CJ Stroud was seen leaving Travis Scott's celebrity softball game with Amber Rose. I'm just saying.
You're bringing that up?
I'm
Yeah,
just
that's
saying.
what he's going to?
Listen, you tell me.
I mean, you
okay?
also saw CJ Stroud with the Kardashians.
Okay.
Oh, at the
double
Super
down
Bowl,
with
good
it.
call,
Yeah.
Abigail.
Do you remember that?
Double down with it. But tell me, how was his numbers pre-Rose? What was his numbers post-Rose? Okay.
So from the Madden curse, we went to the
Mm-hmm.
thorn of the rose.
Mm-hmm. There's BR and AR. Before Rose and after Rose. Yeah, forget all this wishy-washy percentage under pressure 2023 stats of 2024. No, we need to look at his BR numbers and his AR numbers. And I'm telling you right now, his AR numbers are ASS.
Oh, we'll see what you did there.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not doing
nailed
that.
it. I
It's
got
not
it.
The Madden
I know
curse.
now. I
thought
know
you-
now.
Here I am thinking when you go to the bathroom here, it always comes back with still
Nailed
more
it.
stories from camp about people that don't wash their hands and how dirty people are around here. And you come up with that revelation.
Yep.
But Barry didn't say that he got locked out, so he was trying to go around.
Yeah, nobody cares about that.
Wow.
What we care about is that I solved the riddle.
I care about
Now-
he might have lost some brains when he dropped
Now-
off whatever he dropped off in the
What
men's
we
room.
have to figure out, people focus. What we have to figure out is how do you break the Amber Rose curse? Now, I will say this, what I think you have to do, this is just me, okay? What I think you have to do is like when you have like if your house is haunted, you know what I mean? You have to sage your house.
Like
And
when what's his name?
Sage Roosevelt?
No. At the Boston Garden when Kyrie decided
Yeah.
to do the whole incense
There was a
thing.
while back when I was trying to get Sage Rosenfels to come down and sage NRG Stadium so that the Texans could win a playoff game. And he wouldn't do it. And my buddy Cisco actually kept tweeting him every day until he blocked Cisco. He was like, please go on Barry on deck and do sage the NRG and sage and save the he blocked him. But here's what I think. Instead of saging, CJ's house, or I think what we have to do is instead of using sage and burning sage, you got to burn a rose. You got to get a rose, and instead of saging his locker, you got to rose his locker. You got to burn a rose, let the smoke fill his locker, break the curse.
Good luck on that happening.
I nailed it. You're welcome, Houston.
2 shows nightly. Tip your bartenders and wait staff.
Oh, speaking of that, you want to hear something crazy?
Sure.
Last night or yesterday, I got a call late in the day from the newest comedy club in Houston called The Punchline. Shout out to The Punchline. And they were like, hey, man, we need a MC for the night. Could you come and host the show? We have a show tonight. I was like, yeah, no worries. I'll come down and do the show for you guys. So go down to host the show. And do you know who one of the comics was? Jen Sturger. Does that name ring a bell?
That's the Brett Favre chick from the Jets.
And the Florida State chick that went viral
Yeah,
long
long
time ago. Yup.
Wasn't that a Musburger target?
Yep.
Yep.
Was Sturger the Musburger target?
She was when you said the Florida State girls. I think Brett was doing the game, and before he went after what's his name's now wife, he went with a little bit of a lost focus.
It
moment.
was Jen Sturger. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Yep. She does comedy now. She was the headliner.
Really?
She was the headliner. Yep.
In more ways than one, or just comedy?
You're not doing that.
I just asked a question.
Nope. Nope.
No?
Nope. Not doing that to me.
No? Okay.
Yeah.
You refuse to answer the question because you know Mailbag Monday's coming up. Someone could ask the question.
That doesn't mean I have to answer it.
Oh, see, it says we'll answer anything on Mailbag Monday.
No, I have limits. Like if they ask me about my
I know
wife,
you don't have speed limits. I've driven behind you before. Keith wants to get in here. Keith, what's up?
Hey guys, love it when Barry's on the show. I've got 2 CJ Stroud fun facts. He's attended twice as many Michael Rubin July 4th whiteout parties than he has playoff wins. That's 2-1. He's also 0-2 all time versus the Ravens and potentially plays the Ravens twice in the next month.
Oof.
And he's out.
Wow.
Abigail's got her ray gun out today.
Yeah, we've got to rose his locker.
Clarence is already making Seal references and quoting lyrics, A Kiss from a Rose.
We've got to get this done. We've got to. I'm telling you,
your
Joe,
wingspan should be able to sit in the middle of a car and open both doors because of the fact that this is such a reach.
No, this is.
You're acting like he doesn't talk to girls. Like
It's not that he talks to women. Don't say girls.
I was going to say you
women.
you got to correct that.
He is.
That sounds
22?
super creepy.
Easy now, Diddy. We got
no
to
Diddy.
correct some stuff based on current events.
No Diddy. He's in standing in
No
the locker
diggity,
room.
no doubt,
Okay, women, my bad.
Vaseline on his chest. Just
Easy baby oil.
What's up, girl? No. Now this is very specific. This is a very specific woman. It's like you said, the Kardashian curse exists. You're going to tell me the Kardashian curse isn't real? You're going to tell me that? Huh?
I kind of think it is real, but
okay. You're saying there's not an Amber Rose curse then?
that's different. I haven't heard of that.
Well, you have now. I was going to say, because this whole city knows about the Kardashian curse. We saw James Harden. We know.
Yeah, well, believe me, someone brought up the Harden thing.
Rose his locker. We've got to rose his locker, people.
And look,
Joe, you have
I
connections.
lived through the Kardashian
I
curse
know.
with Khloe, with James Harden.
And there's no way.
And before there was a fat suit, there was the freshman 15 that came way after his freshman year when he was dating Khloe for keeping up with the Kardashians, and he ballooned.
Boy, how do you break the Kardashian curse? Do you have to burn the Ray J tape?
I mean, come on, man.
I don't know. I don't know how you do that. I don't know what else you do. I don't know.
Mailbag Monday comes up next. Can't wait to get to that after that. 713-780-3777. 713-780-3777. Say you did. I mean, good Lord. I'm sure Pena's going to come in because he always leads off. We've got plenty to get to. Ask us a question. We'll give you an answer unless you're Barry, and he might just cower it out. So Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, 92.5 FM. All right. As promised, that is the music that goes with the fact that we have Mailbag Monday, whether Jeremy and BMAC are in or out. We are here. Abigail is a not sure yet participant. Barry may out, depending on what
He may
the
not
questions
answer some
are.
questions.
No, I'll answer.
Abigail's going to be the Barry police, which I like a lot, which shows that she's really growing as a producer. She's talking more on air. Pena always leads us off, so Pena, don't disappoint. What do you got?
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, so my best friend this weekend told me some big news, and it's been giving me a headache. So hopefully y'all can help me out. So a few years ago, he had a baby with this one girl. Whatever happened, they're not together. And a few months ago, he hooked up with this girl. Turns out it was her sister, and now she's pregnant. So I've been trying to put two and two together.
Oh, he
Are
did.
the kids going to be brothers and sisters, or are they going to be cousins? Thank you. Have a great day.
Well, he definitely put two and two together in a few ways to come out with that equation.
No, wait a minute. What was
so
it
he
again?
was with a girl, and they had a baby, but they didn't stay together. Now he's telling Pena that he met another girl, and she's pregnant, and she's going to have a baby. And oh, by the way, it's the first girl's sister.
So the babies are cousins.
That's weird.
And
it's messy, whatever it is.
Oh.
It's extremely messy.
Same
Normally,
DNA.
Pena plays multiple choice. I'm so glad he didn't with this one.
Yeah, they would be like
kissing cousins.
Well,
he was.
Are they? Is it two boys or two girls? Or
does it matter?
Like if they're two girls, they would be like kisters, cousin sisters.
That was not good.
Or buzzins. I don't know. I don't know. You know what
now
they
would
would
be a great time for you to tell everybody how to reach you on social media.
You know what they would be?
Funny.
Alabamans.
I was going to go more Mississippi before Alabama, but I don't know. You're the numbers guy. You might have numbers on that I don't know.
I just got back from Alabama. They would be Alabama.
Someone said, Barry, what's the craziest place you've ever done a show?
At a biker bar in Spring, Texas, while there was a biker meeting going on between three different biker gangs. Not like, oh, we're all 50-year-old guys that work in accounting. I'm talking like biker gangs that like
Don't
kill
like each
people
other?
and sell meth gangs.
Oh, boy.
Having a meeting outside while I'm on stage telling my little jokes. Yes, there was nobody in the crowd. There was 5,000 motorcycles outside.
Were you scared?
Yeah, very much so.
How did the material go over?
So there was obviously no one went to the show because when people would pull up, they'd be like,
Oh,
hell
yeah.
no. And then they
Oh,
would leave
wow.
because I almost pulled up and went, hell no, and then left. But I talked to my buddy that booked it. He was like, just come in, man. I'll tell you what, I'll be real honest. Not one heckler, not one person came in and was rude or talked or said anything. They would walk in because it was weird. This place you would have to walk through where the showroom was to go get a beer. They were all outside. They would walk through the showroom, stop, listen for a second, walk into the bar, get a drink, walk back through the showroom, stop, listen for a second, and then walk back outside. Never said a word, weren't rude. I mean, I just did a corporate event in Dallas on Saturday where I was getting heckled by corporate people.
Really?
Yes. And I did a biker gang
That's so
thing.
awesome. They did
and
what I asked them to do.
They didn't heckle. It was like crazy. Oh, I pissed this lady off at the corporate thing. She stormed out. I was like, lady, I don't care. I got my check in my back pocket. You're not. Yeah.
I've never known you to do that.
Yeah,
yet.
yeah.
You
I
can
was like-
retaliate with audiences better than most.
I was like, you don't want to do this, lady. I got my check in my back pocket. You messed with the wrong person. This is not good for you.
Eric the Driver, was the LMJ, Lance McCullers Jr. contract ever a good contract? I don't remember if he signed it after he had his most success with the Astros or not. I understand that it's easy to say that it's not right now because he hasn't pitched in 2 years. I think at the start of the contract, it looked like it was a very good contract.
Yes, it was. It was a good contract in the beginning because the theory was he was going to get past all of this, issues. And because stuff-wise, you saw it in the playoffs, his curveball was unhittable. What, 21 in a row to the Yankees?
Those are 27, I think.
27?
26,
Nah, I thought it was 21. But whatever it was, can't hit it. Unhittable. So was it good at one point?
Jeremy and I bet a back and forth on this. I think that one thing that people lose sight of is all those curveballs might have been the start of all that's gone wrong with his arm and elbow, but he gave it all to you to get a World Series.
Okay.
So there's a lot of hate
I think
for
he was
Lance
injured
McCullers.
before that, though.
I don't know that he was.
Let me look it up. I'm pretty sure.
Key from LA says, what's your wildest and favorite night in Vegas? Key, obviously, even as a West Coaster, you're not real familiar with the golden rule of Vegas, because if you were, you wouldn't have asked that stupid question on air that I just
Ain't
read.
nobody telling you that.
Yeah, seriously, man.
But it involves a llama,
Oh, God.
2 magicians.
Mike Tyson's Tigers? No?
No. All right, I'm not telling you my secrets, man.
Someone said the only way to get rid of the Kardashian curse is to sacrifice your career. Well, she never had one, and look at how rich she is.
That's true.
Someone also said, Pena, that's some Jerry Springer Maury type stuff. No doubt about that.
Yeah.
That's pretty
indeed.
true.
What year was the
I'm just going to keep going because you're still looking stuff up.
Well, yeah, I was trying to figure out what year that Yankees.
If anybody asks any more lawn talk questions, y'all can go.
Come on. Bring it on. Read it, man. You got to read it. What happened? You're over there censoring the mailbag?
Yeah, damn right
and
I
you
am.
don't want me to censor my answers,
After
but
your
you're over there
stupid ass
censoring
suggestion to get the Shengun fan club nickname last week, you're damn
That
right
was
I'm
so great.
censoring.
That was so great.
The crab Shenguns.
You said that?
The Goon Squad.
No, people suggested
I said
No,
we need
people
to have a
suggested
name
that.
for, Shingun fans.
Yeah, bro.
And I said we should call it the Goon Squad. Shingun, the Goon Squad.
I
And
don't
was,
think he'll approve of that.
and then I was like, everybody should send in names. And people were sending in the worst names. Somebody called Crab Rangoons. or the Shengoons.
The Goonies.
It was so great. It was awful. It was the most beautiful train wreck. And he was so mad. It was
The
it was
shin
fantastic.
straps.
What year was the curveballs? Was that
All
2017
right,
versus the Yankees?
Let me use a Barry line on Barry. Don't catch me lying.
Or
I have no idea.
2022?
Can you guys write me an excuse note to miss work next week for the Christmas party? I'll buy a round of shots. Yes, you have COVID-like symptoms. The last thing you want to do is bring it to work. You think the best thing you can do is rest. You think in 24 hours you should be okay. But I'm going to sit this one out for a day. And then you can go and drink and be merry and do all those things. There, you're welcome.
There you
Write
go.
that up.
Write that up, print it out, and sign it.
Yes.
Why didn't he just chat GPT?
By the way, it was 24 straight curveballs, 2017.
Okay.
So we were both wrong.
Right. Split in the middle and we win.
Yeah, and it was 2017.
I have 8863 says, I have a friend that's a pitching coach that says LMJ has bad mechanics. If he doesn't change them, he'll continue to get hurt. I don't think he needs to continue to get hurt. He's already been hurt way too long.
Since then, he pitched in 25 games in 2018, the following year, none in 2019, 11 in 2020, 28 in 2021.
All right. I'm going to do
and
this.
then 8 in 2022.
Just because I haven't had enough of Lance McCullers talk. I'm going to do this, but it's driving me nuts. From Lemon Sack. I'm a new homeowner. What's the best lawnmower I should buy?
Dumbass. Don't go to those box stores and buy your lawnmower. Just don't do that. I mean, that's all preference. That's like saying, what kind of car should I buy? You know, because Ford people will tell you buy a Ford. Chevy people will tell you buy a Chevy.
And then you buy that little cartoon character peeing on the logo of the truck you didn't buy.
Right. Just don't go to one of the big box stores and buy one of those lawnmowers that they have out front or something like that. Because a lot of times those are bad. I own a John Deere riding lawnmower, but if you don't need a riding lawnmower, what it really matters is the engine. So Briggs & Stratton is always good. Briggs & Stratton or Honda.
Briggs & Stratton in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Understand that one, Chief.
There you go.
Half brothers, same dad, different mom. Thanks, Pena. No, not thanks, Pena.
Brothers.
They're half brothers. We don't even know if they're boys.
Yeah, but they're also cousins because their moms are sisters. So they might be half siblings, but they're also cousins.
This is such a dangerous zone to be in right now. Who gives into either a hand slap, a hug, or a high five? Barry or Dell? Oh, I think you do.
What is that?
Dell would love a hug.
What? I don't understand the question.
You or Dell, who gives in and accepts either a hand slap or a hug?
Oh, me.
I think so too.
Yeah, that whole hug thing was a bit.
That I
That you started.
I started.
Yeah,
I
it was
did.
it was 100% a bit.
So when Barry and I did a show
It was
together,
100. Everyone still thinks to this day.
Yeah.
They're like, "Can I hug you?" I'm like, "Yeah, bring it in." They're like, "What?"
we
It
had
was a
this whole
bit.
thing where Barry
It
didn't
was a
like to
whole
be
bit.
touched, and for sanitary reasons, he did. And I said, so what I need you to do is every time you see Barry in public, especially when we're on remotes and or when he's doing comedy, ask for a hug. And matter of fact, don't even ask. Just go up and hug him as quickly and as big as you can. And don't do it for like a second or two. Hang on to it for a while. Really kind of lean into it and embrace it. He had more hugs and more people chasing him around asking if they could give him a hug for the longest period of time. And I enjoyed every
And
minute
I
of it.
would play it up. I mean, it was a bit. You know,
That's
It was a bit.
hilarious.
It went on for the entirety of the show, and so, but forever, people, and to this day, people still think like I'm because I am a germaphobe. Like I think people are gross, and people are nasty. But like, it's not that I don't like. I won't hug people. Like, but they sure did believe it though. For
True
a
story for the
long
longest time, Abigail. He had a list that he was threatening to post. I kid you not. He had a list
100%.
that he was threatening to post of every person, whether we knew them or not, that was in this office
100%.
in the men's room if they did not wash their hands.
100% true.
And he was not afraid to sell them out on air if they did not.
I've done that on stage before.
That's terrible.
Oh yeah, 100%. I've
But
been
also
at a club.
gross.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. People need to know.
Yeah.
I've been at a show where I'll be headlining and I'll like the feature will be on stage and I'll run to the restroom real quick and somebody from the crowd will be in there. They won't know I'm the headliner, so we'll both be using the restroom and then they'll just pee and walk out. You messed up, buddy. I'll go on stage.
Oh my God.
I'll set my drink down. And I'll
Especially
be,
if they're on like
hey,
a date
what's up?
and
Thank you
here's
guys
Barry
for being
pointing
here.
out what he's on his first date or a date.
Don't think I haven't. I'll be like, thank you guys for being here, man. It's good to be here. I'll be like, by the way, that guy doesn't wash his hands after he pees. Yeah, he holds his junk and just walks out, don't you, buddy? I was in there with you, surprise. And then everybody's like losing it. He's there just, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's crazy. Okay, but who's most likely to not wash their hands at the station?
You.
To me, it's easy. It's Lance in a landslide.
Lance?
Lance
in a landslide. I sit in the same chair that Lance uses in the morning, and I can tell you and attest this because again, like Barry, I've called Lance out on air. It's one thing when Lance used to leave his like half drink coffee in Starbucks cups. The napkins were one thing. The crumbs all around. It was like some tribal thing that they were doing with all the crumbs that circled the chair. The one day that I came in and there were yeah, seriously, there were bloody napkins in this little shelf underneath the console.
Do you have a nosebleed?
And I was ready to plug in my computer or whatever. And I looked and I went, what the? And I looked and I go, wait a minute, time out. That's not just a napkin or a Kleenex. That's real blood. And there was and Lance was like, oh yeah, I had a little accident during the show. Did I forget to you forget to throw everything away.
Well, maybe it was his time of the month.
This was right around like COVID time too. And you're like, oh, what are you doing?
Now see, I would have lost it. Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Germaphobe trying to be Lance protective. Get out of here.
Yeah, I'd have lost that. No, not doing that.
I'm just saying. All right. That pretty much does it. Dr. Dre was the one that asked if we were going to do this, and then his submissions were so bad we didn't read them. Try harder, Dre, next time and do better, sir. We'll take a break. We'll come back with a whole lot more. Getting ready to get to the top of the hour, get to that final hour of the show. We still got Rocket stuff we can talk about. We got Astro stuff we can talk about. And of course, there's still this Sting versus Sauce conversation that needs to be had. It is the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Oh, by the way, someone on the text line said, mailbag, what do I do to my lawn to prep it for winter? Move to an apartment, then you don't have to do anything. How about that for lawn
Such
talk?
a hater.
Good Lord. I thought I had outgrown my days of having to respond to all that stuff.
Hater in the house.
Very disappointed in Dre's lack of effort for being
You
so
just got to
excited.
put down. I'm going to answer it.
No.
Yes.
You're not going to answer
You
it.
asked the question. And
I
then,
didn't ask it. Some idiot that's still living in the past wanted to get one more lawn talk. When you do to your show, do they still have lawn talk questions?
Yeah, I have a whole segment called Lawn Talk.
Ridiculous.
I have a whole segment called Lawn Talk. Bro, the people love it. Give the people what they want, Joel. Give the people what they want.
Which is your green thumb up your ass instead of having to answer any more lawn talk questions.
Aggressive.
Just saying,
You're very
give the people what they
aggressive
want.
today.
This people wants you to stop talking lawn talk, and if that's what it
I didn't
takes,
bring it up.
go get it.
Have I brought it up, Joel? No, the people have.
You
Are
did
you a
do it.
man of the people or are you selfish? There's my mailbag question for you. Are you a man of the people or are you selfish?
I had a very astute, dedicated, and psychotic listener question whether
I don't feel like you're answering my question.
Damn.
I don't feel like you're answering my mailbag question,
Someone
Joel.
texted it. Joel's acting like Jeremy. Wanna today. Wow.
That person's been blocked.
Not by me.
No, they're about
but
to
not
be.
today. There's new beginnings. The hell, where'd that come from?
Because you won't let them talk about lawns.
R.I.P. to our good friend Randy Lemon.
bro.
Because that's where I would direct most people. Just go get lawn talk with Randy Lemon.
Man, that broke my heart. You know
too,
what I
man.
mean? Like
He loved us too.
dude, he had brought me on a couple times on Garden Line because he pulled me aside one day and he goes, "Hey man, I want you to take over for me one day."
I remember you telling me that.
Yeah, and I was like, "What?" He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "I'm not ready to retire yet, but in 4 or 5 years, if you want it, I'd like for you to take over Garden Line. Do you want it?" I was like, "Hell yes, I want it." He was like, "Well, if you want to take over, it's yours, so we'll do that." And then I was like, "Dude, yes." And then he passed away, and that's happened to me so many times, dude. Like when I opened for John Witherspoon at the Improv, he was like, "Have you ever worked the Improvs in like Charlotte?" And he started naming all these. I was like, "No, this is the only Improv I've ever worked." And he was like, "Man, I'm gonna get you into all these Improvs." And then literally he flies back to LA, and then like a week or two later, he passed away. That was his last show. Was the show I featured for him.
remember that.
Yep. My buddy Ed Blake, when I first started comedy, was going to take me on the road, and he passed away. And it's like, man, you know what I learned from all this? Is that people will do anything to get out of there telling you what they'll do. I'm promising you.
I was going to say, see, I'm not touching that.
They'll do
But at the
anything.
same time, this is the guy that brings up what do we need to do to get away from the curse, and then he ends up sounding like he's the guy that's cursing people that talk to him and then they pass away.
No, I'm just
literally.
saying. I'm just saying.
Thank you, Abigail.
People will do anything
So
to
Abigail,
get out of
because
their
Randy
promises.
Lemon was probably
That's the
past
takeaway.
your existence in terms of when he was in the state, but he forever and a day has been in this market. He's written multiple books about lawn talk, and he
And
used
I
to have
have
a
them
show,
all.
Lawn Talk. He was a avid listener of our show when we did a show together. And as you may not know, but a lot of listeners do know, Barry and I were put together without knowing each other, and we hated each other to the point where it got to almost physical violence. And in that studio behind you with the padded walls, Esme could hear us yelling the day that it all came to a head. And Randy, who knew both of us separately, one day said, after the show, I want to meet with you guys. And I was like, okay. Because I didn't want to
Mind
spend an
your
extra
business.
second with Barry, but I was like, okay, because I like you, Randy. I'll sit there. And it was like being in the principal's office. But he essentially told us this could go one of two ways, but you guys are such dumbasses that if you just figured this out and realized that if you just played off each other's strengths, this show could work. And as much as we hated each other, we loved Randy enough to give it a
That's right.
shot. And lo
What?
and behold,
It
the
really
show
turned the
was
show
the
around.
number one show in the city.
It really
for
turned the
a
show
good period
around.
of time.
It really
Oh
did.
wow! Look
Yeah.
at the turnaround.
It really turned the show around.
And now we're here, back in the basement. And we
Now-
live in Texas, where basements aren't a good
Yeah,
idea.
yeah, but no, you're right. It really did. That was a pivotal point in the show. It really was. R.I.P. Randy.
No question
Yep.
about it. Okay, so we're going to kick off the final hour of the show, getting back to some Texans talk.
Yeah.
And I thought that it was interesting. And again, before I got any suggestions today and watching the game yesterday and then seeing kind of the social media after the game yesterday when they had Joe Douglas and Robert Saleh and all the memes of the videos in their war room when they thought they pulled one over on the Texans, when the Texans took Stingley so that they could take Sauce. And early on, look, this is something you and I talked about, Jeremy, and I talk about it all the time. You can't draw final conclusions on any kind of trade or transaction in professional sports the day after it happens. It has to play out because inevitably you don't know if someone's going to get hurt, if they're going to lay an egg, if prospects are going to become superstars. Take the Jeff Bagwell, Larry Anderson conversation and say, at the time, a unknown prospect named Jeff Bagwell was what the Astros got for a veteran relief pitcher that could really help the team acquiring him. And the thought was, you got a bag of chips. We got a guy that might take us to the playoffs or beyond. The same way with the Yordan Alvarez and Fields trade, in the fact that everybody thought you're giving up a quality relief pitcher for a guy no one knows that the Dodgers actually thought was a different Alvarez in their system. And look where we are. So from that perspective, everybody at the time thought, well, Sauce is all NFL. Sauce is this, Sauce is that. Stingley's been hurt. What a dumbass move by the Texans. Now, Sauce in a complete 180 has been less than stellar all year and ain't getting any postseason recognition. Sting might have wrapped up first team All-Pro.
Yeah, he's been ball. It's literally been.
So let us know. You can let us know your thoughts. I got a quote from Gruden, and we'll talk about this because I think it is completely turned around from where it once was, and I think it's an interesting conversation to have. We've got 2 in the books, one to go, 1 hour of the show still remaining. So look in the windshield, not the rearview mirror, and you'll see that we've got 60 minutes that we can still talk about sports in Houston. 713-780-3776. Call, text, hit us on Twitch or Twitter or YouTube, or Abigail, you can tell them some other place where they can. Facebook.
Oh,
is there a live chat on Facebook that we don't know about? Are you handling your own chat room?
Sam is.
Oh, Sam is. So, and you know what? On top of everything else, just get on the Facebook chat and just randomly throw weird questions at Sam about why she makes the videos she makes and what's her top 5 next videos that are on her list. That's the topic on Facebook today. We'll stay tuned with you and answer your questions next, except for Lawn Talk at 713-780-3776. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Okay, so 2 in the books, 1 to go. Final hour of the show starts right now on the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM. Barry Laminack with me, Joel Blank, along with Abigail, who is filling in for AJ, who is filling in for BMAC, who is filling in for Michael Carroll, who'll be back tomorrow after he tries to get 5 yards behind the Texans offensive line because he came in today because he couldn't get enough of us like King of Twitch and had to get in on a show where he was supposed to be away just so that he could say that he could get 5 yards behind an NFL offensive line.
No way.
There's no way.
There's no way.
You, by the way, bring out the worst in me in so many ways. I was telling
And by
you this.
worst, you mean best.
Because now when we used to work together, I used to randomly think, oh my God, that's something that Barry would bring up on the air. So I was more cognizant of it. So I go to the restroom during the break.
Amber Rose.
We share this floor of this office space with other businesses.
Uh-huh.
A guy is walking at me in the hallway. He has socks on. Okay, they're like dress socks with a pattern on them. I'm not even sure what I couldn't look up and look down and then figure out that I was safe. So I didn't want to look too long at his socks. But he's wearing boat shoes, bad socks, cargo shorts, a wrinkly golf shirt, and I'm like, none of that would have bothered me until I looked down and found out he had one of those heavy-duty steel briefcases like they used in, what was the game show that
Let's Make a Deal?
Was
No.
it Take Your Money and Run? That
wasn't it
one?
like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that one.
Yeah. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?
Yeah, with all the models that had the briefcases. And I'm
Yeah.
thinking that's either a lot of money or a gun. and I don't trust you. And if this kind of guy who looks this suspicious found out he was on Barry's I don't wash my hands in the bathroom list, I don't want to be within a block of this dude. Who knows what he could do? This is how you warp me after this amount of time.
See, you got to be more observant. You pay attention more. That's good.
Absolutely
Good.
crazy. B-Mac's back because he's going to tell you one more time that he can get 5 yards behind that.
Also,
offensive
leave
line.
my dad out of this. No, I'm just kidding.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
Just
All right,
because
we
he
had-
likes to carry a briefcase.
I brought this up, and you guys can feel free to chime in. But look, I think that it's very apropos that today of all days, when I think that yesterday Derek Stingley Jr. basically solidified the fact he should be first team All-Pro. The fact that he put 2 picks on film and has had the season that he's had, and that second pick against Tyreek Hill was absolutely phenomenal. To high point it, to take it away from him, to have the body control and the strength, and then to land in bounds, just proves to you that Nick Caserio was right. Like, we can sit there and rip Nick Caserio and say the way he evaluates offensive line talent, Kenyon Green, maybe Juice Scruggs, he ain't great. But when it comes to defensive backs, because I say that to say we're going to talk about Stingley versus Sauce, because that was one where everybody said the Texans had egg on their face and they were laughing and pointing and saying that there's no way. And now look at where they're at. And then when you look at the fact that in your starting backfield in the defensive secondary on a defense that we just got done praising, you have Bullock and you have Lassiter. And the knock on Lassiter was he's got to play in the nickel because he cannot guard outside because he's not quick enough. Not only is he quick enough, you found out in short order that this dude hits like a Mack truck and he likes to put the pads on people where a lot of defensive backs don't. And then when you look at the fact that, oh, by the way, besides Stingley's picks, let's go look at the fact that Bullock had another one yesterday and read Tua and is playing like some other kind of seasoned veteran, top of the line safety as opposed to a rookie. And give Sting the flowers, give Caserio the flowers, and say, as much as people in the NFL circles thought right off the top that the Jets won, they got the right guy, the Texans screwed up, I wonder how many of those people would own that today.
Oh, are you kidding me? Ain't nobody owning that.
They would be scared.
Ain't nobody
scared to
owning
death
that.
to go back and find out that there are receipts.
Yeah, and look, I freely admit Sauce was the guy though, and that's the thing. It's like going back and saying at the time, well, was the right pick Bryce or was the right pick CJ or at the time, all you can go off of is the data you have at the time and a consensus, because there's going to be some people that felt like Derek Stingley was the right pick, and some people that thought Sauce was the right pick. And I would have loved to have seen the Texans draft Sauce. I was like, oh man, they did. But
I said it. I said forever and a day.
Yeah.
If you've got 1A and 1B playing the same position coming out in the draft, I'd rather take 1B if he's never had any foot issues or foot problems when your feet are so significant to play in corner. Jeremy saw he agreed with me and said, I saw Sauce play up close and personal, working the sidelines of Cincinnati games. We were both in that camp. Nick was hell-bent, and you remember he made several visits to LSU to see Sting. I'm not afraid to admit, Nick was right.
I heard on Good Morning Football this morning that they pick like their player of the week or whatever, and the host, I forget her name, but
Jamie Erdahl?
Yeah, hers was Derek Stingley Jr. That was her player of the week. And she said she remembers Ed Ogeron saying back in the day, he was like, actually what he said was that he said, we have a freshman who actually could play both sides of the ball. His hands are so good, he could play receiver. That's how good his hands are. And that freshman that he was talking about was Derek Stingley.
Mm-hmm.
That's how complimentary Ed Ogeron was of his ability to catch the ball and be a receiver. And that was back when he was a freshman in college. So that tells you something about him way back then. And, people paid attention and whatnot. But, and I had never heard that quote before. I didn't know that. And when she said that, I was like, oh, wow.
The irony is,
and he's proven it. I mean, you watch that, like you said, dude, that interception against Tyreek Hill, all those things you said were 100% accurate, right? High pointing it, staying in bounds, all that. And then you left one really important thing out: game clinching. All of that, and it clinched the game. It was
the other bit of irony in all of this is normally guys that are playing defensive back started out at wide receiver and their hands are so bad that their coaching staff somewhere down the line says, maybe it's better if you play defense.
Yeah.
And now you've got a guy that everybody was talking about that has great hands, that when you watch him, and CJ talked about it in the post game after the game when he said that he's putting him, obviously CJ played with Garrett Wilson at Ohio State. Garrett Wilson made that incredible catch against the Texans this year, but Garrett Wilson's one of the best young receivers in the NFL. And he said, I literally think Sting is in the conversation for one of the best players in the league, offense or defense, that can high point a football when it's in the air, but can identify it, track it with your eyes, stay on it, and then do what you need to do to catch it. And he's so gifted in terms of body control and athleticism, along with the speed, that he's finally getting his due, because, there's people that are talking now that always would bring up, look, Jair Alexander, the Packers got a big deal. Everybody says top 3 defensive backs in the league. When we start talking about Patrick Peterson forever was considered in that that class. We've seen the best corners get rewarded over and over again, and Stingley's constantly had to play second fiddle to Sauce because Sauce started out so hot. Now he's starting to get his flowers, because now you're starting to hear across the league, like you said, it's not just Jamie Erdahl, it's people across the league that are saying he might be the best best corner in the game. Like, we talk about Revis Island back in the day, but now you're talking about a guy that no one wants to face when you're a wide receiver, because there's a challenge there, but how damn good he is. And the latest,
that's saying something, man.
I think, it is. And I think that the other thing that's really big about this is you get a guy like John Gruden, who's now back in the public eye and doing podcasts and doing not Bleacher Report. It's oh, come on. It'll come to me. By the way, it was Deal or No Deal, not Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. You guys screwed that up on the steel briefcase. I just want to let you know. Gruden said,
isn't that what I said?
You said Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. I said Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, and you guys both went, yeah.
No, I said Deal or No Deal.
I don't agree.
I thought I said
I don't remember you saying that.
I think I did.
Gruden said on a podcast yesterday,
Rewind
he said,
it.
let's be honest, he didn't have it today. They were going after the wrong corner. When you mess with Derek Stingley, you might as well be messing with Deion Sanders or Darrell Green. That's just ridiculous. You want to talk about high praise from an ex-NFL coach that knows talent. Portnoy. What's Portnoy's
David Portnoy?
Dave Portnoy.
Yeah.
He did the podcast with Portnoy. What's the not Bleacher Report? It's Barstool.
Yeah, Barstool.
So Gruden's on Barstool now, and he said that after the game yesterday. He ain't wrong. I mean, that's how good Stingley is, and it's good that he's finally getting his due. Because D'Amico, by the way, in a very John the General McClain moment, said that might be the greatest play that he's ever seen. The play that he made to take a ball away from Tyreek Hill. It was a great play.
Really?
I think D'Amico's seen enough football that he's probably seen better.
Yeah, that's a little excessive. I was trying to look up while you were saying that. I'm pulling up frantically, pulling up cornerback rankings. I'm just trying to find
I know I'm forgetting
preseason just to see where does everybody have, where was he when the season started versus everybody else, and some random ones that I found on September 4th. ProFootballNetwork.com had him 8th. Sauce Gardner was 1.
Who are we missing at the top of the list?
Sauce Gardner, this is the order 1 through 10 on Pro Football Network. Sauce Gardner, Patrick Surtain, Jalen Johnson, obviously, Travarius Ward, Jalen Ramsey, Trent McDuffie, L'Jarius Sneed, Derek Stingley Jr., DJ Reed, Darren Bland, and that's your top 10. So that was back in, what I tell you, September.
Yep.
ESPN ranked, I found this interesting, ESPN ranked cornerback units. So, duos or tandems or, trios,
Sure,
I guess,
right.
too. Jets were number 1.
Well, the kid on the other side of Sauce is really good, too,
Yep.
at the start of the year.
Yep. Jets Sauce and DJ Reed were number 1. Jets 1, Miami 2, Cleveland 3, Dallas 4. Yep. Tennessee 5, Detroit 6, Chicago 7, New Orleans Saints 8, Buffalo 9, Eagles 10. So there's your top 10. Texans don't check in until 18. Yeah.
I think you want to redo?
Yeah.
Because I think Joe
they'd
Douglas, and not that they would still be employed, and Robert Saleh, but as much as they were basically laughing at the Texans and looking like they pulled one over, think they want to redo now?
Yeah.
I kind of think so too.
Yeah, a lot of these rankings that I'm looking at have Stingley somewhere around 8 to 10 going into the season.
Okay, let's take a break. Let's get back to something that you said last week that I want to revisit, because I think it's now come to fruition to where it's worthy of a discussion. And that is, now that Denver did you the solid and Jonathan Taylor helped out too, and the Broncos beat the Colts, and you are now AFC champs, AFC South champs for another year. Barry brought this up last week. Now it's worthy of a conversation. Do you start resting players? Do you start worried about the health of your players? Do you start worrying about what you're going to put on film to show teams as you head towards the playoffs, which you're now guaranteed to go to? Or do you play and just go all out against teams like the Ravens and the Chiefs in the next 2 weeks and then beyond? Give us your thoughts. We'll give you ours. Coming up after the break, it is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Having fun, final hour of the program.
That's crazy, man. This flew by today.
Always does. Hope does the same for you. And whether if you're stuck in traffic or getting things done during the course of the day, you enjoy the fact that we kind of help keep you on your way and entertained. Barry and myself up until 6 with Abigail. And Abigail doing a phenomenal job, unlike
Fantastic.
AJ.
Thanks, guys.
Who basically found different ways to screw up and piss
AJ
me off.
did a great job. Leave him alone.
You're like leaving your mics on where you could say
there's
things
that.
especially with you, because you could say something really inappropriate.
Oh yeah, y'all both.
What?
What are you talking about?
Hey,
No, y'all
You
both.
know what?
Say
You know the
something
rules
and
of
then-
Vegas?
give me all my compliments
Oh
back.
my god!
You suck.
Yeah, where's that coming from?
Shut up.
Aside from the rule of Vegas, the golden rule of Vegas, you know the golden rule of radio? Now that we're done with the Josh Innes era of, hey, you know what'd be fun? Leave the mics up during breaks, because that's not a car wreck waiting to happen.
No, I was saying that like if y'all said something bad, like your mics are on, like we would have to put the dump button or something.
Yeah, we do.
Exactly, and
we
you
do say-
you had agreed with it.
We do
during
say
break.
terrible stuff during the break.
It's possible. I don't know what you're talking about, but it
We've
is
always said.
possible
We've
that it
always
can occur.
said. We've always said the second show is better. The show.
Oh, man.
The show during the break
And I know
is
that's what
way
Josh
better.
was probably thinking when he thought that was a good idea, but then he forgot like all the people and all the things that could be said.
Yeah, but because also you talk a lot of trash and you say inappropriate things and you.
I think that's you, Barry.
Thank you, Abigail. Boom, nailed it.
Wait. Are you saying I talk a lot of trash or just say inappropriate things?
Both.
Okay, first of all, I haven't talked any trash. That's this one. I
No.
do say inappropriate
Me?
things. Yes.
What are you talking about?
That's my older brother right there.
Yeah.
Well, I'll give you that. You do have to work with him. I'm leaving after today, so you should definitely be taking his side and not mine. You are very wise for that, you sellout ass.
I'm very protective of that.
Well, good. You
Where
should
others
be.
are, which we know are less than
I
stellar
don't care about
individuals that want
either of you.
There are
Y'all
people.
just, whatever.
This is you know this already, but this is what we deal with on a daily basis, and most of them are Twitchers. But at the same time, we got a text that said, "Hey, really enjoy Abigail talking up and interacting with you guys today, so I had to find her on Facebook."
Oh God,
I'm not reading the comments after that,
dude. There's
at that point,
nothing,
you sickos need to find a hobby.
There's nothing creepier than a dude with an internet connection. I'm telling you, it's just guys are just awful. It's
I
just
thought
the
her voice was one
weirdest.
thing. Then I stalked her on Facebook. What are you doing,
dude? Just weird. Stop.
So
just
weird.
stop being creepy.
I just ignore it.
No, you can't, because I just brought it up on the air. Because
Okay.
you
I
probably
tried to
deserve
ignore
that.
it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so I asked the question simply because of the fact that Barry brought this up last week, and at the time I thought it was ridiculous.
Also, I'm weird too. So
You are,
FYI.
but I don't know what your fetishes are, and I don't really want to know. But wherever your weirdness is, as long as it doesn't kind of bleed over into the show.
Surprised that wasn't in the mailbag.
Pena's got next week, maybe, or he can get Barry on.
Nope.
Oh,
don't.
sorry.
Don't.
So 6761 says this team is nowhere close to where they need to be performance-wise, where you can just mess around and rest players. Also, the number 3 seed is still in play. I think the second point is the most valid, which is the 3 seed is still in play. And you have to start, again, we see this in baseball all the time. We see it in basketball from time to time. But as it pertains to a team that's already wrapped up a playoff spot, it's a valid point to say, it's not just, now you know you're in, who do you want to play? And if there's a way you can dictate your own path to who you play in the first round, obviously you can always bite you in the butt. And you be careful what you wish for, and you don't let the other team know this. But if there's a chance, as you and I were talking about last week, that you could play a team that you match up better against, like Denver with a rookie quarterback, like the Steelers, because of the fact that you've beaten them before. Yeah, it's Russell Wilson, but I think that you feel like he's not the running Russell Wilson of the past, and your pass rush could actually do some things, as opposed to a team like you mentioned, the Ravens, who've beaten you the last 2 times and seem to start looking like they're going to start figuring it out again. Lamar promised after the break and after the bye, they were going to come back. He had 5 touchdown passes yesterday against the Giants. Yes, it was the Giants. He's still Lamar.
Yeah, I do. I do agree with you. The seeding part of that is probably it is the most important thing next to being healthy. Because I don't care where you're seated, going into the playoffs. If you ain't healthy and you're playing with a bunch of second string players, I don't care if you're the number 1 seed. It don't matter.
But who are you resting?
I'm resting everybody of importance or everybody that's been banged up or has had some nagging injuries or has maybe recently had some injuries that have slowed them down.
I understand Mixon.
Right? Yep.
I understand Mixon
Bingo.
because of what happened yesterday.
Yep. There's number 1 right off the rip.
Okay. But then I'm
checks the
looking at
first
it
box.
going, I want Christian Harris to keep playing because.
Well, yeah, because he just got back. He
Right.
of all
I want
players,
Nico to
he
keep
needs
playing.
to play first. How much do you need Nico to play?
Some of these text messages catch me at the wrong
Your
time.
face.
I mean,
But how much do you need Nico to play?
because of the fact that he's already sat out time with an injury and
Mhm.
now he's really playing well, I don't need him to get it rust and I don't need him to take it down a notch. I think your point last week, the most valid of all of this, aside from the texture, and no disrespect, is you're going to play the Ravens and the Chiefs, 2 teams that if you have aspirations of going anywhere in the AFC, you're going to face one, if not both. So the biggest thing is I don't want to put too much, if there's wrinkles that I've been working on, if there's things we want to do as we kind of evolve offensively in the last 3 weeks, I definitely don't want to do that and then put it on film so that they can see that and prepare for that before I would play them in a matchup. I totally get that aspect of it.
Yeah. Well, and to the texter's point, one advantage of getting the 3 seed is, and I don't even know if this is an advantage if I'm being honest, and this is going to sound insane, but one of the advantages of getting the 3 seed is if you do get past the first round, you would play the number 2 seed, which would be the Bills. I really don't know if that's an advantage, actually.
Not the way they're playing right now, but you can at least have the confidence of knowing we've beat that team before. Aside from Amari Cooper, we've beaten that team.
Yeah, I mean, we could have that discussion. Who would you rather face right now, the Chiefs or the Bills? But especially since you know that Mahomes with the ankle
That's gonna be
injuries,
interesting this
bit,
week.
bit slowed
Short
down.
week,
Yeah,
too.
absolutely. So, here's the thing. I think that there's the opportunity to look at this per game, right? Do you get up big? Do you get down big? And at that point, do you say, okay,
pull the plug?
You know what? Forget it. We'll just put in the second string guys and we'll live to fight another day. There's no sense in trying to fight this and make some sort of heroic comeback and risk injury for guys that we're going to need in a few weeks in the playoffs. If you're down 17-3 at half, nope.
But at that point, then you should just say, well, then I'm not going to risk it, right?
Yeah.
Because there are guys that are so significant to this team that if you like CJ, I mean, all it's going to take is this offensive line to pee down their leg at the wrong moment, and he takes a massive shot.
Let me tell you
and the
something,
next
man.
thing you know, CJ ain't your quarterback. And I got news for you: your season's over.
They're not going to rest CJ, right? They're just not going to do it. But that's what scares me. Is that as bad as this O-line is, it would be a real short leash for me. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You get down by 17 or more in any game in the second half, and he's out. First half, okay, I'll give that to you. But as bad as this team has been playing in the second half and their inability to score in the second half, if the margin becomes 17 or more, that's what I would tell them. If we get down by 17 or more, fellas, I'm yanking CJ and the starters. That's just it.
Well,
That's where we're at.
There's going to be veterans that are probably just going to fumble 3 times. And say,
Well,
I'm on
okay.
vacation,
If
fam.
you just got a big old bag of quit in you, well, then just roll it out. But that would be where, if I'm D'Amico, that's where I'm at, man, because I'm just not going to risk it at this point. You know what I mean? Go out there and give it your all in the first half. Cool. I get that. Okay. If that's what you're going to do, they're all professionals. They're all getting paid. I get all that. But, man, especially against the Chiefs. You know what I mean? That if Mahomes is banged up or even if he doesn't play, it's a very winnable game. If Mahomes isn't playing, it's a very
if
winnable
Mahomes
game.
doesn't play, but see, now they're in
You
the
gotta
fight
go out
for the
and-
1 seed, and they got to hold on to it.
Yeah.
So at the same time, that win means a lot to them,
Because
too.
who's backing
But you're
up
right.
in Kansas City? Is it
don't-
Carson
it's-
Wentz?
It's Carson Wentz. You don't want to run the risk of going into a chance to three-peat without Patrick Mahomes. You can't take that risk.
No. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they don't rest him this week.
I would think that there is a legit chance he doesn't play this week.
And so, yeah, maybe you do go out and go, all right, you know what? Let's go get
Think
this
about
dub.
it. They got a 1-game pad against a team, but the problem, Barry, is the number 2 seed right now isn't the Ravens, it's the Bills. And the only team to have beaten the Chiefs is the Bills. So if there's a tiebreaker, the easiest way for you to blow the bye in the first round is to be tied with the Bills.
You know, I'm saying if I'm the Texans, I mean,
No,
yeah.
but I get it. But if you rest Mahomes, I don't know that the Chiefs can afford to do that, because if you end up in a tie with the Bills at the end of the season and they got the head-to-head against you play week 1.
Yeah, I think if I'm the Chiefs, though, I think that their thought process is we're not scared. You know what I mean?
Which they shouldn't be.
Yeah, they're Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs and Andy Reid. I think that if I'm them, at least, my thought process is I'd rather have a healthy Patrick Mahomes and a number 2 seed going into the playoffs.
But Barry, this is
than
twofold
anything.
too. It's not just the seeds. It's if you play them again, if you have a better
You gotta play
record,
them in
then you're
Buffalo.
going to host them in Kansas City
I
as
get
opposed to going to Buffalo.
I get it. I get that. But would you rather have an 80% Patrick Mahomes in KC or 100% Patrick Mahomes in Buffalo?
I mean, it's obvious that you're going to take Patrick Mahomes healthy and take your chances against
So
anybody.
that's what I'm saying. Then is it worth it to say, you know what, take a week off? We'll risk it. We'll see what happens. We still got 2 weeks left in the season. You know, you never know, blah, blah, blah. But I mean, to me, at this point in this week of the season, guys like Patrick Mahomes and CJ Stroud, the most important thing is health. It's like Indy Calusa does once on my show, and it's been said a bunch, but the most important ability is availability.
Availability,
Yeah, man, that's all that matters at this point. I was
That's
trying
what
to
the
see.
Facebook people were saying about Abigail.
So, because like Buffalo has a cakewalk, bro. They've got New England twice and the Jets. So
They're in division, so they got twice.
Even if Kansas City goes out and just gives it their all, they've got the Texans, and then they've got Pittsburgh, and then they've got Denver. So you tell me, it's like,
Kansas City's got Pittsburgh and Denver?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. So you've got Buffalo facing New England
That's
twice.
why
and the Jets.
That's why Kansas City's got to weigh it maybe more than the Texans.
Or
because
do you go, let's be real. Who has a better chance of winning out? And who has a better chance of dropping one
Buffalo easy.
or more? Yeah, exactly. So then at that point, you just go, well, you know what?
Concede?
What's important?
Or do you
to
say we still got Patrick Mahomes? We still got Travis Kelce. We got a great defense.
Yeah. And you're at
what means more?
Hold on. You're at Pittsburgh and you're at Denver. So you're also on the road for both of those games after Houston. So you're at home versus Houston. So you're at home. It's a home game. Why not rest Patrick at home? It was a little more favorable for you. You know you've had the Texans number at home. You know, you ain't worried about the Texans. Look at that offense. It's trash. We'll just put pressure on them. They can't stop us, blah, 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 blah. And then you'll risk it. And then you got to go on the road and face Pittsburgh and Denver. That'd be my strategy. You know what I mean?
We got calls, we got texts to get to. We've got 2 segments to go on the show. So let's take the break here so that we don't have to combine. And we'll come back and we'll keep this conversation going. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Hey, Branham's out back tomorrow. So is BMAC. He was in, but in a different capacity, except for the fact that he was incapacitated, thinking he could run 5 yards behind an NFL offensive line. Laminack here, Barry. Blank here, Joel. Abigail, we're not giving you her last name because then you'd stalk her. Behind the glass, doing a phenomenal job. Someone said that if you guys ever reunited for your show, Abigail would fit right in. How the hell do you know? What are you calling Nick?
Yeah.
I mean, we don't want to... Nick.
Have I met Nick before?
You would remember.
Okay.
Yes. I'll just say that.
He's a unicorn.
I didn't say that. That was you're doing. And that is something that you never... But I would say that the next thing you would do is tell everybody in America how to break the code on his phone, which you did on the air one time.
Guessed his password on
Nick
air.
once lost his phone in Las Vegas and was freaking out and trying to trace it. And we came in for work. We're like, what are you doing? Why are you not getting audio and stuff? He's like, I'm freaking out. I got back from Vegas. I left my phone. I don't know where it is.
No, he left his phone in here.
Oh, he left it in here first.
Yeah,
he
he
also
had left
lost
his
it
phone in
Vegas.
here. And he was like, oh, I go, hey, you left your phone. He goes, oh, man. I was like, I bet I can guess your password. He was like, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, and it unlocked.
And then Barry
like,
told
bro,
the
you're
whole
so
world
stupid.
that he unlocked it with 1, 2, 3, 4.
Like, bro.
Nick's face was redder than your shirt.
He was like, I can't believe you guessed. I was like, I can't believe your dumbass has a password of 1, 2, 3, 4. Classic Nick. He was fun, man. He was so fun.
No, we had some good times.
God, we had some good times.
So Troy says up or down by 17. They come out at the half. So he's in agreement with you on that. That's between avoiding trees when he runs off the road when he's listening to us. But Troy, we love you. If the Texans beat KC, I'd sit all the important starters, including CJ, against the Ravens. That makes sense. And that also seems like a matchup that you may need to see. Someone agreed with me and said Mixon does need to rest.
Yep.
I think that is something that they really have to focus on because we know as inconsistent as the offense is basically not just sputtering. It is dead if Joe Mixon is not a part of it based on all that he's done for you early in the year, throughout the year, and especially when Diggs left in the passing game as an extra weapon there. The 4321 said, I agree. However, I think they can keep playing the way they do because you're not going to make it anywhere. Why not take advantage of the weapons you have? Just throw the ball 25 to 30 times down the field and be Kansas City and Baltimore and find something you've been missing. You haven't been missing that.
What?
Your offensive line hasn't given you enough time to try that.
Wait, your idea is to throw the ball more?
25 to 30 times
and put
downfield.
him in harm's way more often?
And possibly be the Chiefs and Ravens and find something you've been missing. You know what you've been missing? Blocks. Blocks that can keep your quarterback upright to throw the ball downfield.
Possible.
Seriously, man.
Boy. Ravens don't have it easy. Their last 3 is Pittsburgh, Houston, and Cleveland. So, I mean,
8143 said you keep your starters until you're eliminated from getting a bye. That's already happened.
Yeah, you're not getting a bye.
Pretty much let you know
first
that
team gets a
ship
bye.
has sailed.
Yeah, team number
and it
one
is
gets a
on
bye.
its way
That's
to
it.
Europe.
That's why they moved to 7 teams, and only the first seed gets a bye. And the NFL is the only league that reseeds every round. So the highest seed is always going to face the lowest seed in each round of the playoffs as they move forward. So it's not bracket style, really. So if you're, the 4 seed will face the 5 seed, 3 seed will face 6, and 2 will face 7. So if the 4 seed beats 5 and 3 beats 6 and 2 beats 7, the Texans would be the lowest seed left at 4, which means they play the Chiefs. So that's why I was saying there is some validity to fighting for the 3 seed unless you don't want to face the Bills. If you think that's the tougher challenge, then you want to stay at 4 and maybe take your chances with the Chiefs if you get past the Ravens, if you happen to do that. And if that's the case, then yeah, you want to rest. So it's just all what you think it is. I mean, honestly, I don't think they're beating the Bills or the Chiefs. Not the way this offense is playing right now. And I don't know why I'm doing Trump hands, but we have the best Trump hands. I don't think the way this offense is playing right now, I don't think that they're beating the Bills or the Chiefs, much less the Ravens.
But if you had to
I
choose
hate to be
between
a Debbie
Ravens,
Downer.
Chiefs, Bills, for your first matchup. I'm taking out all the ones that is a legit discussion, like the
Oh,
Chargers.
as a first
Yeah,
matchup?
as the
Well,
as
you're
the
not playing the Chiefs as a first matchup.
okay, or the team you're avoiding the most. If you had to avoid two, you have to eliminate two and pick one of who you're going to play for your first
Ravens.
tough game. Ravens, Chiefs, Bills.
I want to play the Ravens first.
I want to play the Bills.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
No,
yes,
you
I do.
don't.
You've already shut down
Bro.
Josh Allen once. and
My man has scored 10 touchdowns in 2 games.
Would
Joe.
I rather see Cook or would I rather see
You don't want to
Derrick
see
Henry?
Josh Allen. Trust me. And without Jalen Petrie, you don't want to see Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson. You definitely don't want to see Josh Allen without Jalen Petrie. Dude, that man has scored 10 touchdowns in 2 games. Remember how we were talking about, oh man, look, Saquon Barkley has moved up in MVP rankings. He's second
I
now in
understand
odds
that
pro.
Josh Allen has.
It's over.
3 weeks ago, we were saying that it was Lamar's hands down.
Mhm.
Now, 3 weeks
Mhm.
later, we're saying it's Allen's hands down.
And
but
it
at the
is.
same time, you haven't beat the Ravens the last
You
two
haven't
times
beat
you
the
played them.
Chiefs.
You haven't beat the Chiefs, but you know who you have beat? You beat the Bills.
Yeah, this
I'm
is
just
a
saying.
different Bills team. This is 100%
You say that,
a
but what's the
different
difference?
Bills team.
Amari Cooper.
You know what it's
What
like?
else?
You know what I liken it to? It's like when you play a college team early in the season versus late in the season. You might catch a Texas or a Georgia or a Alabama early in the season. You don't want to play them late. You definitely don't want to play them late. That's what this Bills team is. This Bills team is, bro, they just beat the Lions, who everybody consensus says was the best team in the NFL. Hands down.
I'm telling you right now, of the 3 teams, I would say Buffalo, and I think a lot would because you beat them, because you contained him, because of the fact that whether Amari Cooper played or not, and oh, by the way, in the playoffs when Stingley trailed all over with Cooper, you were able to contain him.
But you
that I
barely
feel
beat
like
him, too.
you don't have a great chance against any of the 3
No,
teams.
I get
but
it.
of the 3, I'm taking Buffalo.
You jumped out to a
Now, the weather
17-3
matters.
lead.
I don't want to play in Buffalo.
I had to go back and look. You jumped out to a 17-3 lead in the first half. You scored 6 points in the second half and gave up 17. And Kaimi Fairbairn kicked a 59-yard field goal with 7 seconds left to give you the win versus Buffalo at home. You won't be playing at home if you play the Bills.
Yeah, that's the problem.
You don't want that. You don't want that.
All 3 cities are cold weather cities. You don't
Yeah.
want any of the 3 from that perspective,
Yeah.
regardless.
I feel like, you know why I say I would rather play. I mean, you don't really get to play the Chiefs first round, but so you're basically choosing, would you rather play the Bills or would you rather play the Ravens? The only reason I would rather play the Ravens, even though they've had your number, if you're the Texans, simply because that defense is susceptible. And you might be able to
from a passing perspective, but you got to protect CJ enough to pass.
I get it, but you might be able to get some work done. And as good as this defense is playing for the Texans, since that's not your typical Ravens defense, I think you stand a better chance because you're going to have to get into a shootout with the Bills. That's how they're winning. I mean, I get it. That was a 23-20
Defensively, if their
game.
line can't contain your edge rush and your ability with your inside pass rushers who are playing really good against the run, and that's good. And obviously was a factor against Allen the first time. I think you got a legit chance against Buffalo as opposed to Baltimore. No matter, you're right. I hear you from a pass defense perspective, but you got to be able to have time to pass the ball. Their defensive pass rush can get to your quarterback because your line sucks, and they can run it right down your throat with Lamar and with Derrick Henry, and you've seen and experienced that in the past.
Yeah. You can. This Texans team has always struggled to stop Derrick Henry, but you know what? You can't really hold the past teams, and I'm talking, years and years and years of misery versus the Ravens and hell, the Titans on the road and the Chiefs and all that. That was the Bill O'Brien era. That was those were other teams. We've had 1 year of D'Amico Ryans. Granted, the one Ravens game in the playoffs wasn't pretty, but this is a different team. This is a much better defense than it was last year when you played the Ravens in the playoffs. Now they didn't have Derrick Henry, but I don't know. I would take my chances with my defense this year versus their defense this year. versus having to play a Bills team who is scorching hot. Josh Allen, scorching hot. And they're beating people in shootouts. Now, they didn't beat the Rams. They probably should have. It's a shame that they didn't. But they should have beat the Rams. But look at the wins that the Bills have since they lost to the Texans. I mean, they beat the Seahawks, the Dolphins, the Chiefs, the Niners, the Lions. Woo!
There you go. It was a good
You don't want
conversation.
them.
I got to skip out. I got to leave the last segment to you. That's a dangerous thing to do, but Abigail's here to police it.
I'm gonna tear it up.
Dump button, Abigail, as much as you need.
I'll keep it under
Stay
control.
off of social media. And Car Wreck of the Day is next. If you have nominations, send them to King of Twitch on Twitch so that he can.
I don't have the
judge them
text
and
line, so if
evaluate them.
anybody has nominations for Car Wreck of the
Call
Day,
713-780.
just tweet me at
Yeah,
Barry
tweet,
is
that's great.
funny. At Barry is funny. Barry with an A.
At
Don't
Barry
spell
is
it with
funny.
an E.
At Joel is gone.
like
at
an
Abigail, you're
idiot.
not getting your last name. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, 925 FM.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Hey, welcome back, Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5. No Joel, no Jeremy, no B-Mac. It's the B team. It's Barry, it's Abigail. Last segment of the show, taking you home. Joel had to bounce, had some kiddo stuff he had to take care of. So I'll be taking you home for the last segment. Abigail and I will be doing that. Real quick, before we get into the car wreck of the day, though, I asked Joel if it was cool if I plug something. I usually try not to use the time on here to plug things when I'm filling in, but this is pretty important, and I love doing this kind of stuff, but I'm teaming up with the Punchline because they've got a really cool thing going on. They're doing a toy drive. They are sponsoring a school out in Spring, Texas. It is, what's the name of the school? Slayer Elementary School. And so the Punchline Comedy Club here in Houston is doing a toy drive, and they're accepting unwrapped toys, canned food donations, children's clothing, and hygiene products from now through December 21st. If you donate, you'll get some tickets to a show. So make sure you do that. They have an Amazon wish list that I just tweeted out. So go to Barry is Funny on Twitter or X or whatever it is, at Barry is Funny. You can take your donations to the club, or you can just buy the stuff off of Amazon and have it sent to them, and then just hit them up and let them know that you had some stuff sent, and they'll get you the tickets. So do it, man, because all of the donations go to help underprivileged and homeless students at Slayer Elementary. It's a great cause, and why wouldn't you do that? Help them out. So there you go. Let's do it. Let's get this car wreck in. All right. All right, car wreck of the day for Abigail. Do you have a car wreck of the day? I have several, but I'm curious, do you have any?
So I may have one, but I don't even know if like people have talked about it. The Joe Burrow situation that happened when the robbery that happened at his house. I don't even know. Did we talk about that?
We mentioned it. Yeah, I mean, it was mentioned, but go ahead.
Okay, that he had a different Olivia at his house, and it wasn't his girlfriend.
That's not a
It's
car wreck.
actually. Oh, I mean,
That's player.
yeah.
It depends on who you are, if it's a car wreck or not, right?
True.
If you're Joe, that ain't a car wreck. That's
No,
bad.
that's funny.
Getting busted, that's a major car
But-
wreck.
Yeah. So, anyways,
That's
what is
hilarious.
yours?
No, that's the worst way to get caught too.
I know too, especially with the cops. But
Because you're like, yeah, no, it will be fine. How are they going to catch us? It's my house.
exactly.
That's fantastic. We got a couple. This is Joel's car wreck. And he kind of changed it. So Joel's car wreck was the Dan Campbell onside kick with 10 minutes left in the game.
Okay, I saw that, but even in his press conference, it talked about he was like regretting it. He was like, I shouldn't have done that. And I
Well,
was-
especially nowadays in the NFL when you have to announce that you're doing it. You can't just catch people off guard and surprise them with an onside kick like you used to. You have to like, hey, we're gonna try to trick you now. So here comes a trick. Like
I know, yeah.
So, but that was Joel's. But then he changed it a little bit. And I don't know if he wanted me to say this, but I'm saying it anyways.
Oh no.
But he was like, yeah. And then I'm watching the press conference, and man, Dan Campbell's grill on the bottom is brown and busted. Like, how do you have that much money as a head coach and you don't get your teeth fixed?
Oh,
I'm with Joel on this. I notice this all the time. I'm like, if you're a celebrity that makes 7 figures, there is no reason.
That you shouldn't have
No reason.
nice teeth.
Yes. None.
Exactly.
None. I mean, like Gary Buscemi, isn't that his name?
Ugh,
Yeah, he's got
yeah.
that one snaggletooth, that one fang. That's his calling card. Like, that's his signature. I get that. And Jewel, didn't she have like a fang? Everybody else, you got to get your teeth fixed.
Yeah, no, I get that. Even like for me and my personal, like if I look at a guy's teeth and they're not, and they look bad, I immediately know.
It literally looks like a car wreck. It
Yeah.
literally looks like a 12-car
Dented
pile
in.
up. Yeah. See?
Like you were chewing off your teeth.
Exactly. It looks like they're throwing a riot. It just-
Right.
yeah. See, Joel noticed that. And now the problem is, now that he said that, I'm not going to be able to unsee it.
I can't look at it the same.
Every time I watch Dan Campbell talk, I'm never going to hear what he says again. I will just be fixated on the bottom row of teeth. And they'll be like, "Oh, did you hear that press conference?"
I'm like,
no. I was staring at his busted grill. I was just looking at his messed up chiclets the whole time. My car wreck of the day, Jonathan Taylor dropping the ball at the goal line. 41-yard touchdown. Not that it was important or anything. Not that Indy needed this win to keep their playoff hopes alive and try to win the division, hoping and praying that they could get some help. And it wasn't a big deal. Just Jonathan Taylor, who's been in the league forever and knows better. And he makes that mistake. That's a rookie mistake. That's a young dude mistake. That's not a mistake that a guy like Jonathan Taylor's supposed to make. So huge mistake. It's not the reason they lost, but it mattered. Yeah, it was a big deal.
It was a significant.
Yeah, and it's just, even if it wasn't, it's just a bad look for a vet like that to make that kind of mistake. So,
Exactly.
All right, what do you think? Which one are we going with? I'll let you pick the winner.
Honestly, I think the Jonathan Taylor dropping the ball.
You think so?
I think it's pretty bad. I mean, the teeth are bad, but losing a game. I think Jonathan Taylor is the winner.
All right, Jonathan Taylor's your car wreck of the day. Hey, Abigail, great job today. It was great working with you.
Thank you.
I know we worked together before when Joel and I were at the.
Yeah, you were at a remote.
Yeah, but it was nice to meet you, get to work with you here.
Yeah, of course.
And it was great to fill in. So thanks to Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham and Joe George and everybody that made it possible for me to fill in and get to work with my buddy Joel again for the last 4 days. For Joel, for Jeremy, for Abigail, I'm Barry. Up next is national programming on ESPN. This is the Killer Bees, and we'll talk to you soon. It's ESPN 97.5.